I got engaged, but it turns out my fiancé is the school's famous Villainess. Volume 4. By Soda Yu. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The tournament begins. The first round match against the volunteer team from Oenoki Construction ended in a landslide victory for our team, Mizuo and her merry friends, with a score of 56-25. The large point gap was mainly because, just like us, the Oenoki Construction volunteer team had no substitute players, and their oujo-sama members were completely exhausted, making the game barely competitive. Good work. Oh, Higashikuju-kun. Good job. We won, right? Well, I figured we'd take this one. How are you holding up? Got some rest? I pushed myself a bit in the first half, but I barely did anything in the second half. If anything, I feel like I might get sluggish. Hearing that, I handed Kiru a sports drink. She might say that, but she scored 20 points all by herself in the first and second quarters. She really pulled through for us. Thanks, Higashikuju-kun. So, how's our next match looking? The other team got a bye, so their actual strength is unknown. But I'm mostly worried about Fujita. Honestly, based on the intel from Ryoko, their skill level isn't that high. The next match, basically the finals, is likely to be against the combined team of Seinen and Tuzakura Girls High. The one I'm actually concerned about, though, is our upcoming match. Their skill level isn't that impressive, is it? Yeah, but this next team has more of a recreational vibe. They're a college club, after all. That's true. Which means their lineup probably isn't focused solely on winning. There's a good chance they'll have a female power forward. The last team had a female power forward too. Yeah, but that was an exception, right? She was a woman, but someone around our parents' age and, well, a bit on the heavier side. Even Fujita didn't seem too nervous about that. But if the next team also has a female power forward, that means Fujita's matchup will be against a college girl. Ah, I see. If the gender ratio ends up being 3 men and 2 women, then Kiru or Tomomi will likely be matched up against a male player. If Fujita can't function properly, and on top of that, Tomomi or Kiru get shut down, things could get tough for us. Even if they don't have any high school basketball experience, they probably played up until middle school, right? That means they're not complete beginners. Well, at this point, we won't know until we actually play. No point overthinking it. Anyway, it's about time for the match. I'm counting on you again, Kiru. Leave it to me. I'll make sure to shine in this one too. Seeing Kiru flash a confident smile, I returned the gesture with one of my own. Section. Phew. The second match had already reached half-time, with the first and second quarters concluded. The score was 36-15, more than double our opponents, giving us a comfortable lead. The game wasn't over yet, but if we had to pick an MVP so far. Good job, Fujita. Oh, Hiroyuki. It was Fujita. With 18 points and 5 rebounds, he had put up some impressive numbers for a beginner. And on top of that, turns out you can handle playing against women just fine. Fujita's matchup was a woman, a tall, stunning beauty. When she greeted him with a friendly looking forward to the game, and he stammered out a nervous yes in reply, I honestly had my doubts. But once the game started, well, this happened. Yeah, I guess. In reality, since Fujita was matched up against a woman, he and Hideoki completely dominated the area under the basket. Hideoki locked down their center perfectly, while Fujita scooped up the rebounds, a flawless setup. Great job, Fujita-senpai, see? You can do it. Just as I was acknowledging Fujita's efforts, Aramori came running over, likely done with her own match. Good work. How'd it go? We won. But more importantly, Fujita-senpai, you were amazing. At first, I was worried since your opponent was such a cute college girl, but you totally pulled through. You should have played like this from the start. Aramori patted Fujita's shoulder enthusiastically, half scolding, half praising him. Fujita let out a wry smile and replied, "Oh, quit hitting me. Well, yeah, I thought I'd be nervous at first, but once the game started, I wasn't at all. If anything, my opponent was moving sluggishly, so it was actually pretty easy. I could take shots and grab rebounds no problem. Right. I caught the game near the end of the second quarter, and your movement was on a whole other level. That was incredible. Thanks. Maybe it's thanks to all the practice you put me through. Really? Funny, since you didn't seem to be performing at all during practice with me. Aramori narrowed her eyes at him, giving him a pointed look. Fujita scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, my bad. I dunno, though. I was crazy nervous when I was practicing with you, but now? Not at all. Is that so? Maybe it's the thrill of the game or something? I dunno. I feel like I give my all in both games and practice. Fujita tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. Aramori stared at him for a moment, then suddenly broke into a bright smile. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? If something's bad, then yeah, we should figure out why. But if it's good, no need to overanalyze it. Just enjoy the fact that it's good. That works. Feels like finding the reason would still be important, whether it's good or bad. You won't figure it out just standing here thinking about it. Anyway, Fujita-senpai, keep it up in the second half. I've got a team meeting for our next match, so I'll be off. Oh, Higashikuju-senpai, what is it? I just got a message from Risa. She's on her way here right now, but she got stuck in traffic. She says she should make it by the second quarter of the finals, so don't lose before then. Got it. Guess that means we're fighting all the way to the finals. Yep. Alright, see you later. With a quick bow, Aramori dashed off toward the girls' basketball team. As I watched her leave, Fujita let out a sigh. That girl's got endless energy, doesn't she? Yeah. She's a good one. Right. I mean, she even helped me train. She kept telling me stuff like, Fujita-senpai, don't you care about your own personal time? But isn't she just as bad? You mean that whole benefits and whatnot talk? That time when Aramori fell in love? Yeah, she's got no right to talk. She should take more time for herself, too. No. I feel like Aramori was valuing her own time. I mean, wouldn't anyone be happy spending time playing basketball with the person they like? Anyway, keep it up in the second half, Fujita. Leave it to me. Right now, I feel unstoppable. Fujita gave a confident thumbs up. Let's keep that momentum going. Hey, Fujita. Ha! What? You're not nervous at all right now, right? Even with contact plays? Yeah. I mean, I get a little startled, but it doesn't really bother me. And what about when you had contact plays with Aramori? Oh crap, I touched her. That's what I think. I get completely distracted and end up getting yelled at during practice. Fujita let out an embarrassed laugh before getting up, saying, gonna go coordinate with Hideyoki for a bit. As I watched him walk off, I wonder if this is heading in a good direction. Since when were you here, Kiru? A voice suddenly called out from behind me. I turned around. Kiru. I sensed the waves of a Romcom and came running. Kiru Iane of Love Police. 24-hour patrol never misses a kyun moment. What the hell are Romcom waves? Also, Love Police. 24-hour patrol? I shot her a flat stare, but Kiru just giggled. Just kidding. Fujita-kun's performance was so impressive, I came over to praise him, but the mood was kinda hard to interrupt, so I ended up just listening from behind. Hard to interrupt. Because, you know, Fujita-kun's situation is totally one of those I'm not nervous because she's a girl. It's because it's Aramori moments, right? You think so too? Absolutely. The whole oblivious vibe makes it even better. As always, those two keep delivering prime kyun moments. Kiru let out a sultry how sigh as she said that. That sounded oddly seductive. Well, Fujita's helped me out a lot. If he ever comes to me for advice, I'll do my best to support him. In that case, I'd love to be part of it too. Knowing you, you'd just be there for the entertainment. As I shot her a skeptical look, Kiru flailed her hands around in a flustered panic. That's not what I meant, she protested. I chuckled at her reaction. Then the whistle blew, signaling the start of the second half. Well, First things first. Let's take care of the problem in front of us. We'll crush this match. And then, we go for the championship. Chapter 1. And so, the finals begin. After making it through the semifinals, we gathered for one last meeting before the final match. Ryoko held a memo in her hands, glancing at each of us as she read it aloud. The Shonan Tuzakura girls' combined team had a first-round bye, so their next match will be their second. As expected, their starting lineup in the first game was point guard, Mizusuji-kun, power forward, Nokonishi-kun, center, Kobayashi-kun. Those three are the guys. The girls are Kiba-san as shooting guard and Hajiwara-san as small forward. Oh, and their first match. A total blowout. 82-15. Damn. Fujita muttered in disbelief at Ryoko's report. Seeing his reaction, she gave him a small smile and shook her head. Not really. Their opponents weren't that strong. It was just a neighborhood shopping district's combined team. Honestly, it should have been a 100-point game. But they took it easy toward the end, you know? Especially Nokonishi-kun, your matchup, Fujita. He was blatantly slacking off. They're disrespecting basketball. Hideyoki's voice carried a slight edge of anger. Well, he is a total basketball fanatic. If they keep underestimating us, we could take an early lead, push them into a panic, and make sure they never catch up. That'd be the best outcome. Anyway, that's what we're up against. After slipping the memo into her pocket, Ryoko scanned the room again, looking at each of us in turn. Then, with a small nod, everyone's worked so hard for this. I know we can win. Hiroyuki-chan, as captain, any final words? Nodding at Ryoko, I stood up and looked around at my teammates. We've made it this far thanks to everyone. Hideyoki and Tomomi, of course, but especially Kiru and Fujita. You two were complete beginners, yet you've improved so much. I can't thank you enough. This is our last match, win or lose, it all ends here. Let's show them the results of our hard work. At my words. Oh, all four of them shouted in unison. Section. At last, the finals began. In the center circle, Hideyoki prepared for the jump ball against the opposing center, Kobayashi. As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, Hideyoki was the first to tap it. I caught the ball and deliberately moved it up the court at a controlled pace. My matchup, the opposing point guard Mizusuji, had a low, solid defensive stance. As expected from a playmaker who led his team to the national quarterfinals. Tomomi, in games like this, getting a strong start is crucial. Tomomi caught my pass and, without hesitation, drove past the opposing small forward with effortless grace before sinking a layup. Nice. Nice pass, Hiroyuki. But that girl's pretty good, you know? Didn't you just blow right past her? She was watching my movements, I think. Probably let me dribble on purpose to get a read on my habits. I see. She's only a first year, yet she's that composed. Impressive. TCH Hajiwara. Lock her down properly. An irritated shout rang out from the other side of the court. Glancing over, I saw Nokonishi, Fujita's matchup, glaring at Hajiwara with a sour look. Nokonishi-kun, shut up and focus on the game. You'll lose otherwise. Lose? Like hell we're losing. Just play defense properly. Snapping back, Nokonishi aggressively dribbled forward into our court. Fujita stepped up to block his path. Come at me, heh. You think you can stop me? Nokonishi charged forward, skillfully maneuvering past Fujita's defense. Fujita was doing well, but the gap in experience was undeniable. Nokonishi slipped past him easily and scored. Damn it. You fall for such a simple fake and then act all frustrated. The level difference is night and day. Sneering, Nokonishi taunted Fujita before jogging back to his side of the court. Fujita, fuming, glared at him with open hostility. I patted his shoulder with a small chuckle. Don't sweat it. It happens. Sorry, Hiroyuki. It's fine. He's a power forward who's played at the national level. We knew he'd be good from the start. Yeah, I get that. But man, that guy's really pissing me off. Didn't they say he was the type to get emotionally unstable? This isn't just mood swings, he's got no sportsmanship. Did you hear him yelling at his own teammate earlier? Well, weren't those two on the same middle school team? Maybe they just have that kind of relationship. Does it look like that to you? Not one bit. Yeah, that was straight up complaining. If that's how he treats a longtime teammate, I can't imagine he has much chemistry with the rest of the team. Anyway, let's go. It's your turn, Fujita. Got it. I knew, right? Correct. At my signal, Fujita dashed into the opponent's half of the court. Seeing this, Nokonishi's expression twisted with annoyance. The hell? You trying to get revenge or something? Wait, hey. Ignoring him completely, Fujita sprinted across the court, darting left and right to shake off his defender. Nokonishi tried to keep up, but frustration seeped into his voice. Damn it. Quit running around like a damn rodent. That's not how you talk to a senior, you know. Whoa. Fujita suddenly cut toward the opposing center. Nokonishi, panicking, rushed to cover him, along with Kobayashi. Kobayashi. Number 5 is gonna be open. Stay back. Mizusuji's warning came too late. I locked eyes with Hideyoki for just a moment. He gave me a small nod. Go, Hideyoki. I lobbed the ball high into the air, tracing an arc that looked almost like a shot. Hideyoki leapt up, caught it mid-air. Here we go, and slammed it into the hoop. A perfect alley-oop. Nice pass, Hiroyuki-san. Grinning wide, Hideyoki flashed me a triumphant smile. I grinned back. Now this is where the game really begins. Section. Phew. The first quarter had ended, and our team, Mizuo and her merry friends, was leading 20-12. Good work, Higashikuju-kun. You too, Kiru. Nice play. At my words, Kiru frowned slightly. Ha! What's wrong? That wasn't nice play at all. My opponent completely shut me down. I got beaten, and she even sank a three-pointer over me. Kiru's matchup, Kiba, was supposedly a natural point guard. But considering she got into Tuzakura Girls High as a first year and was playing shooting guard in this match, her shooting skills were clearly high level. Well, our opponents aren't beginners either. It's not going to be that easy. But Fujita-kun is doing great, isn't he? Yeah, but that's just how matchups work. He happens to be a good fit against them. Look over there. I motioned toward the opposing team's bench. There, Nokonishi was aggressively drinking from his bottle, then threw it to the ground in frustration. Well, yeah. Fujita's Ainu, dog, strategy had completely shut him down. If he keeps getting worked up and ends up in foul trouble, that'd be perfect. Though, it's probably not that easy. I just wish I could contribute more. You're doing enough. Come on, let's give it our all in the second quarter. I patted Kiru's head twice before standing up and turning my focus back to the court. That indescribable thrill, somewhere between excitement and nervous anticipation, welled up inside me. All right. Now, how should we attack next? It's been a while since I've felt this way. The kind of thrill that makes my heart race. With that feeling still lingering, I stepped onto the court, just as a hand patted my shoulder. Fujita. Good work, Hiroyuki. You too. Nice play, Fujita. Thanks. I don't know why, but I'm feeling really good today. Yeah, I can tell. Well, I'm not getting many open shots since they're guarding me better now. But this is fine, right? This is my role. You're doing great. Keep it up in the second quarter. You got it. With a firm thumbs up, Fujita stepped onto the court. All right. Time to focus. The ball belonged to the opposing team. Dribbling up the court near the center, Mizusuji raised a hand and called out. Let's get one. Take it slow and steady. He wasn't just talking. His sharp eyes scanned for passing routes even as he spoke. Kiba-san. A high pass soared over my head. Kiba caught it and immediately dribbled toward the hoop. You're not getting past me. Kiru stepped in to block her path. Kiba glanced at Kiru but still drove forward. Kiru. Don't force the stop. You'll get called for a foul! Exclamation point. Just before she could fully commit to blocking, Kiru pulled back, heeding my warning. Kiba, looking visibly disappointed, stopped her dribble. What a shame. That was a good chance. You sure you have time to chat mid-game? I do. After all, we're going to win anyway. Mizuo spoke as he hovered near me, trying to deny a passing lane. This guy had way too much confidence. Still, you guys are pretty good. I thought this would be an easy match. But that power forward of yours is a real nuisance. You know he's a beginner, right? Of course. His movements scream amateur, but he's surprisingly tough to deal with. He's exactly the type Nakanishi hates the most. During the timeout, he was ranting like that damn rookie pisses me off. He won't stop running around. Funny coincidence. Fujita was saying the exact same thing about your Nakanishi. Seems like they'd get along. You call that getting along? Well, either way, we can't have some beginner running around causing trouble forever. Time to push him out of the game, don't you think? Mizuo suddenly made his move, slipping past me to receive the pass. TCH. This guy's good. Kiba-san. Pass. Mizuo sprinted toward Kiba, as if to receive the pass. Kiru. But she didn't pass. For a split second, Kiru relaxed, thinking the pass was inevitable. Kiba took that moment to drive straight past her, cutting toward the hoop and sinking a smooth layup. Damn. Sorry, Higashikujukuan. No. That one's on me. My bad. I got shaken off too, so we were both at fault. Kiru bit her lip in frustration. I let my guard down. I was sure she'd pass. Yeah. Against players like this, even the smallest lapse can be fatal. Seriously. Even I was completely fooled. Though, considering Kiba's role as a shooting guard, it made sense. She was a natural-born scorer. Alright. Let's reset. Our turn to attack. Receiving a pass from Kiru, I turned my eyes toward the opponent's side. What? One of their players had stepped in to block Fujita's movement as he tried to run. Ah, I see how it is. I shifted my gaze toward Fujita's matchup. Mizuo. He should have been marking me, but now he was shadowing Fujita instead. You're really pulling out all the stops, huh, Mizuo? Keeping his eyes locked on me, Mizuo smirked, without letting up his mark on Fujita. Hiroyuki. Pass. Fujita managed to shake free and raised his hand. But, he was barely inbounds, right at the edge of the court. If I passed to him there, he wouldn't have room to dribble inside. No, wait. He didn't shake his mark, he got trapped. Hiroyuki, over here. Tomomi came running in from behind. I glanced at him, then sent the ball his way. With a defender still on him, Tomomi took a deep three, bouncing twice off the rim before finally sinking in. Nice. That was just luck. Focus. They're coming again. Mizuo was already sprinting back up the court, dribbling fast. A fast break. You're not getting past me. Haha, of course not. You're a great defender. Mizuo stopped his dribble. What? He's not going for the fast break? You know, stopping that guy is pretty easy. With this, he won't be doing much for the rest of the game. Holding the ball, Mizuo started casually chatting with me. Wait. Did he give up a fast break just to mess with me? You think Nakanishi couldn't do it, but you can? Nakanishi gets emotional too easily. In the end, he's just a hot-headed amateur. If you handle him calmly, he's no problem. Plus, he's not great on defense. So, I figured it's better for him to mark you instead. No matter how well you pass, if we shut down your finishing options, it doesn't matter, right? You're really underestimating me. You think I can't shoot? There's a height difference between you and Nakanishi. You won't be sinking shots that easily. Anyway, that's one less weapon for your team. Oh, and Mizuo suddenly lobbed the ball toward the hoop. I turned, following its arc. Take that. With a powerful leap, Nakanishi slammed into Fujita, shoving him aside before dunking the ball. Had to return the favor from earlier, right? Section. I'm exhausted. The second quarter had ended, and it was now half-time. I pulled a towel over my head and glanced at the scoreboard. The numbers read 32-36. In just 8 minutes, we had managed to score 12 points. But in that same time, We had allowed them to score 24, letting them take the lead. This is bad, Hiroyuki. Yeah. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but still. This 10-minute halftime was our only chance to come up with a way to turn things around. But, to be honest, the situation was looking really tough. More importantly, Hiroyuki, are you okay? You look completely drained. Yeah. Honestly, my mouth tastes like blood. Mizusuji's strategy, having him guard Fujita, completely shut down our offense. Or rather, my offense. Kiru couldn't break past the opposing shooting guard to attack, and both Tomomi and Hideoki were tightly marked, making passing nearly impossible. In the end, the only option left was for me to either drive in solo or take long-range shots. And that was rough. That guy's a brute. I muttered to myself, staring at the bruises forming on my arms. He was every bit a power forward, tall and strong. Even minor contact drained my stamina fast. Honestly, Nakanishi played more like a wrecking ball than a basketball player. And ever since the second quarter, he's been unstoppable. His shots are falling too. The frustration must have been building up. His hot-tempered, and Fujita running circles around him earlier must have really gotten to him. Guys like him, once they get into a groove, are impossible to stop. If he keeps this up the entire game, we're in serious trouble. You got any ideas? Still thinking. But honestly, nothing solid yet. That Mizusuji guy, he's good. He can shoot from inside and out, his passing is top tier, and his court vision is incredible. He constantly spots open players and delivers pinpoint passes. Just keeping up with him is taking everything I've got. Damn it. If I had stayed in top shape, if I had never quit basketball, I know I could have kept up with him. Reading the defense, making the right offensive plays, taking the right shots, delivering the right passes. Facing a high-level opponent makes it painfully clear. I feel it, how slow my reactions are, how my body lags behind my instincts. Did I waste all that time? Hiroyuki. If I had never quit basketball, if I had kept playing, I wouldn't be struggling right now. I pulled the towel from my head and stared blankly at the ceiling. Moving my gaze, I saw the stands on the second floor, packed with spectators. Somewhere in that crowd, Mizuo was watching. You think Mizuo's watching? Risa messaged me earlier, she said she made it. I wanted to show her something impressive. Instead, I'm just embarrassing myself. That's not true. Hiroyuki, you're doing everything you can. Thanks. But honestly, finding a way to win from here seems impossible. Are you giving up? I wouldn't say that, but the truth is, I have no answers. This team relies on me. If I, as the point guard, can't beat Mizusuji, then Higashikuju-kun. Kiru's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. What is it? Give me the ball in the second half. I will get past that shooting guard. She stepped forward, her breath heavy, her determination burning in her eyes. How exactly are you planning to do that? I'll just, dribble really well. Dribble really well? That's a bit vague. I couldn't help but crack a smile. What are you laughing at? I mean, come on. Dribble really well isn't exactly a strategy. Kiba's defense is solid. No matter how much you. But, if I had scored more, we wouldn't be in this situation. I haven't done anything in this game. I thought I could help you, but I've been completely useless. She clenched her teeth, frustration clear on her face. That's not true. You've been working hard. We knew they'd be tough, and if anything, it's my fault for not putting you in a position to shine. How can this be your fault? You're scoring, driving through their defense, holding your own against a national-level point guard. You're the only one keeping us in the game. I'm barely keeping up. Meanwhile, I can't even keep up in the first place. Higashikuju-kun, I don't want to lose. I hate this feeling. So, give me the ball. I promise I'll help you. Her voice was firm, resolute. As I stood there, staring at her, a shadow loomed over me. I agree with Kiru. Fujita. In the last quarter, I couldn't do anything. Mizusuji locked me down completely. I watched you take on Nakanishi in my place, and I still couldn't contribute. I get it. He's better than me, more experienced, more skilled, everything. But I didn't train this hard just to laugh off a loss. Give me a plan, Hiroyuki. Anything. I don't care what it is. I'll make it work. Just give me a way to win. Hiroyuki, you know. Before I could respond, Tomomi clapped a hand on my shoulder. Tomomi, you're being way too hard on yourself. You don't have to beat Mizusuji. That's why you have us. Kiru, Fujita, Hideyoki, and me, too. Even if you can't win this matchup, we'll cover for you. Yeah. And I barely moved in the first half. I've got plenty of energy left. I could go full court press if you want. Hideyoki grinned at me. You guys. You're not seriously thinking of giving up, are you? Kiru narrowed her eyes at me. Hey, Kiru. If you're the one who fired us up, you definitely don't get to quit now. That'd make you a terrible best friend. And my fiancé, you'd be failing at that too. The two of them smirked at me. Damn. Big words, coming from a bunch of amateurs. Yeah, we're amateurs. We don't know basketball logically, but we believe we can still win, even after all this. That's right. You do have a plan, don't you? Stop holding back and spit it out already. Whatever it is, this so-called amateur will make it happen. Pure determination alone isn't enough to win a game. Fine by me. I'll work you to the bone. And yet, why does having them here make me feel so much stronger? Hideyoki. Yeah. You're playing power forward for the second half. Power forward? I'm fine with that, but who's going to be center? Don't tell me Fujita-senpai's taking that spot. That's way too much. The height difference alone makes it impossible. In basketball, positions exist for a reason. Ideally, a player should be versatile, but the center position is highly specialized. It requires a player who can battle for rebounds under the hoop, someone with strong physicality and height. To put it simply, having a 2-meter-tall point guard is possible, but a 170-centimeter center? Practically unheard of. You'll still be center on defense. But on offense, you don't need to stay in the center position. Just focus on attacking and scoring. However, only take shots you're sure will go in. So you're saying we're giving up on offensive rebounds? In a way, yeah. You and Fujita will both play power forward. Kobayashi isn't leaving the paint, so I want you two to pull Mizusuji and Nakanishi away. If Kobayashi does step out, you'll drive straight in. He's been playing center his entire career, right? You, on the other hand, started as a point guard. That means you've got the edge in one-on-one situations. The two of them nodded in understanding. Next, I turned to Kiru. Kiru, I need you to bring the ball up the court. Me? Yeah. Your passing and dribbling might not be the best, but your basketball IQ is high. Your situational awareness and court vision are solid. As long as Kobayashi stays inside, Fujita and Hideyoki will stir things up. Opportunities will come. When they do, pass to the open player. I'll be running around like crazy to make sure I get free. So I won't have to break past Kiba. Exactly. Don't force dribble moves, just focus on keeping possession. I'll make sure to get open for your pass. Understood. Hiroyuki, what about me? You'll support Kiru. It's too much for her to handle the ball alone. In that case, wouldn't it be better if I brought the ball up? Your skills aside, Kiru's basketball IQ is higher. Tomomi, after all, is more of a natural instinct type of player. Boo. I'm not saying that to put you down. It's about playing to our strengths. Fine, fine. I'll do it. Good. One more thing, Kiru. I'll always create a moment where I'm open. When that happens, don't miss it. Get the ball to me. Are you telling me to keep my eyes on you at all times? Exactly. What? Nothing. It just sounds kind of passionate. Like you're saying only look at me. Kinda made my heart skip a beat. Quit messing around. I'm joking. But make sure to show me something impressive, okay? Yeah. Kiru gave me a soft smile. In response, I gave her a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Offensive rebounds. What are those? Never heard of them. I'll just drain every three-pointer instead. Chapter 2. The Spark of a Comeback. The third quarter began. Just as we had discussed at halftime, Kiru took charge of bringing the ball up the court. I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. The moment I entrusted her with the play, she gave a firm nod. It felt a little embarrassing somehow, but I quickly shook it off and sprinted toward the opponent's side of the court. So, you've given up handling the ball yourself? Shut up and watch. Mizuo called out as we passed each other, but I shot back a quick reply and kept moving, darting across the court with the same relentless energy as Fujita. What? I heard Mizuo's startled reaction from a distance. As Nakanishi rushed in to mark me, Hideyoki stepped in, cutting him off and blocking his path. TCH. Move, damn it. Like hell I will, dumbass. Not exactly the most refined way to talk, but hey, that's just how Hideyoki is. Kind of sad, really. He used to be a lot more soft-spoken back in the day. Poor guy. Higashikuju-kun. Just as I dashed into the space Hideyoki had cleared, Kiru delivered a pinpoint pass. Yep, her basketball IQ is insanely high. Nice pass. Damn it. He's open. Kobayashi, cover him. Mizuo's voice rang out, but it was already too late. Kobayashi scrambled to close the gap, but I had already caught the pass and, didn't drive toward the hoop. Instead, I took a step back, planted my feet firmly behind the three-point line, and bent my knees, ready to launch. Perfect. The angle, the release, the spin. This was the ideal three-pointer I had envisioned. The ball arced cleanly through the air, swishing through the net without even grazing the rim. Nice shot, Higashikuju-kun. Kiru jumped up in excitement as she watched the ball sink in. Get back on defense. They're coming right away. Got it. We exchanged a quick high-five, then hurried back as Mizuo dribbled toward our side. I didn't expect you to shoot a three. And Furukawa's movement was unexpected too. Are you really abandoning the inside game? Mizuo spoke as he dribbled in front of me. I let out a short laugh through my nose before answering. No idiot's gonna spell out their strategy for their opponent. But sure, I'll tell you. I'm listening. After passing the ball to Kiba, Mizuo actually stopped to hear me out. He watched the one-on-one between Kiba and Kiru out of the corner of his eye while waiting for my response. We're not abandoning the inside game. Your entire premise is wrong. What do you mean? I mean this. I straightened my back, puffing out my chest. We're not giving up the inside. I'm just going to drain every single three-pointer. That's why we don't need offensive rebounds. Get it now? I made sure to look as confident as possible. Even if I couldn't win through pure skill, I refused to lose in mentality. For a split second, Mizuo looked stunned. But then, he scoffed. As if that's possible. Is it, though? Do you even know who you're talking to? Hajiwara told me. You were a top player in the prefecture's selection team. Higashikuju Hiroyuki, right? Maybe you were good back then, but you quit basketball in middle school. Why are you acting like you're still that guy? So you do know me. The moment I spoke, I caught a glimpse of Kiru stealing the ball from Kiba behind Mizuo. I immediately sprinted forward. Mizuo, unable to see what was happening behind him, reacted a split second too late. 1 step. 2 steps. I was already ahead. Higashikuju-kun. Kiru launched the ball toward me. From behind, I heard Nakanishi's voice shouting, "What the hell are you doing? Hey now, Nakanishi-kun. You should treat girls with a little more kindness." Damn it. Mizuo chased after me, desperate to close the gap. Pure speed-wise, he was probably faster. If I drove all the way to the hoop, he'd definitely catch up. If I drove all the way to the hoop, that is. I slammed on the brakes just outside the three-point line. The sudden stop made my sneakers squeak against the court as I immediately went into my shooting motion. What? His release is too fast. No way that goes in, just shut up and watch. Ignoring Mizuo's shout behind me, I let the ball fly. This one was perfect too. In fact, I don't think I've ever shot this perfectly before, not in any game up until now. You've got to be kidding me. Mizuo could only stare in disbelief as the ball traced a perfect arc and swished through the net. I turned toward him and smirked. Let me give you a little lesson for future reference. What? Mizuo blinked, completely lost. I met his confused stare head on. You put san after your senpai's name, rookie. Section. Right at the start of the third quarter, 2 3-pointers. With that, we took the lead back, but from then on, it became a back-and-forth scoring battle. Unlike the second quarter, though, the RHYTHM was completely in our favor. Nice shot, Hiroyuki. Thanks. Still catching my breath, I high-fived Tomomi after sinking my fourth three-pointer of the game. Today, I was 4 for 4 from beyond the arc. 100% success rate. Hiroyuki, you're on fire. You haven't missed a single three. Yeah. I'm playing way above my usual level. Seriously. Even back when I was still active, I never hit 4-4-4 in a game. Hell, not even in practice. But we got lucky. Those guys are really wary of my three-point shooting. In the second quarter, Mizuo's defensive strategy had completely shut down Fujita's Ainu strategy. But now that I was scoring at will from the outside, Mizuo had no choice but to mark me directly. That meant Nakanishi was stuck dealing with both Fujita and Hideaki on his own. They probably wanted to pull Kobayashi out of the paint, but if they drag him out and my threes start missing, they'd be giving up their biggest advantage, wide open rebounds under the basket. Yeah, like when Kobayashi stepped out earlier, my shot missed, and Fujita grabbed the rebound. That was lucky too. Even though there wasn't a proper screen or anything, the ball just happened to bounce directly into Fujita's hands. Still, once something like that happens, it's hard to ignore the advantage and not stick with it. After all, common sense says outside shots don't just keep landing perfectly over and over again. But luck has been on our side today. Damn it. Hajiwara, get your act together. I'm doing my job. Nakanishi-kun, why don't you try defending properly? What was that? You heard me. And now they're arguing among themselves. Hajiwara and Nakanishi went to the same middle school, so they're probably more familiar with each other than with the rest of the team. But that's backfiring spectacularly right now. Kobayashi and Kiba are looking flustered, and their supposed playmaker, Mizuo, the one who should be keeping them together, is just standing there, breathing heavily, glaring daggers at me. Whoa, scary. Think we've got this? Hard to say. I doubt it'll be that easy. Their raw skill is still above ours. There's a good chance they'll try something new. Even if they don't, there's still the stamina issue. To be honest, I'm more worried about Kiru than anyone else. Fujita's a stamina monster, and Tomomi and Hideaki are still in top condition, but Kiru is different. You holding up, Kiru? I'm fine. We didn't have to push too hard in the first two games, and I haven't been running all that much in this one either. She answered with a tired but confident smile, still breathing heavily. All right, she still seems okay for now. I should be asking about you instead. Me? Yeah. You spent the first half going up against taller opponents, and even putting that aside, marking Mizuo must be exhausting. You played the full length of both the first and second games, and now you're draining shots on top of that. Ah. Yeah. Honestly, I'm probably the biggest concern. Like she said, my matchups haven't been easy, and the fatigue is definitely setting in. But I'll manage. Not like I have the luxury of complaining about it. If you say so, I'll believe you. Even if you're lying. Thanks. For now, just keep the passes coming. Of course. You told me yourself, didn't you? Keep your eyes on me. If you get open, I'll pass. So make sure you follow through, alright? Leave it to me. Just don't fall for me when I look too cool. I grinned as I threw out the joke. Kiru, on the other hand, gave me an unreadable expression before nodding vaguely. Ha! Not funny. Not really. I mean, fall for you. That's, well, obviously not happening. Ouch. Wow. You really don't like me that much. That's not it. It's just falling for you doesn't quite feel right. If anything, it's more like. No, never mind. Anyway, let's focus on winning this. Here they come. She quickly changed the subject, running off toward defense. Wait. What was that? You seem pretty relaxed. Mizusuji had stopped in front of me while leaving ball handling duties to Kiba. His face was twisted with exhaustion and frustration. Yo, Mizusuji. Funny how the tables have turned since the first half. What's wrong? You look tired. TCH. Just because you hit a couple of threes, don't get cocky. I'm 4 for 4. You bet I'm cocky. What did I tell you? Offensive rebounds don't even matter. I taunted him, knowing exactly how to get under his skin. Sure enough, his face went red with anger. Come on. Get heated. Lose your focus. Then I'll shut you up on offense. No matter how many points you score, as long as I score more, we won't lose. Like hell I'm letting you do that. Shut up. Kiba-san, pass. You're not getting it. The moment Kiba tried to pass, Kiru managed to get a fingertip on the ball, just enough to throw it off course. It dropped right between her and Mizusuji. But, don't chase it, Kiru. Ha! Ah! As she went for the ball, Mizusuji charged in and knocked her down hard. The difference in size and strength was too much. Kiru went sprawling to the floor. Kiru-san. The whistle blew sharply, stopping the game. Mizusuji winced slightly as he got up, while Kiru slowly followed, brushing herself off. I'm fine. No injuries. She bounced lightly on her feet to prove it, and I let out a sigh of relief. The game mattered, sure, but if she'd gotten hurt, I'd regret it forever. Hey, you. Apologize. You knocked Kiru down, and you're not even gonna say anything. The foul call was on Mizusuji, an offensive foul. Given that Kiru had already gotten a hand on the ball, it was an obvious call. Calm down, Fujita. Let me go, Suzuki. He's the one at fault here. He could at least say something. Tomomi was doing everything she could to keep Fujita from rushing in. Mizusuji simply scoffed and turned away. The foul was called. That's enough. This kind of contact is normal in basketball. What did you say? Fujita-kun. Stop. Before Fujita could get any angrier, Kiru gently stopped him with a hand on his arm. I'm fine. Thank you for getting mad for me. If you say so. Still seething, Fujita shot Mizusuji a glare before turning back to offense. Are you sure you're okay? I told you, I'm fine. I landed well, so no injuries. Don't push yourself. I won't. Besides, if I'm out, we can't finish the game. Would that be okay? Higashikuju-kun? Mizuho's not going to like hearing this, but if you were hurt, we'd have to deal with it. No game is worth someone getting injured for the team. Thanks. But really, I'm fine. Kiru flexed her arms in an exaggerated look how strong I am pose. Stop that. You're too cute. More importantly, Higashikuju-kun, our team is doing great right now, don't you think? Yeah. The scoreboard read 53-42. An 11-point lead. Not bad. But I don't think it'll last. At least, that's how I feel. You know what they say. Good fortune attracts trouble. Yeah. I'd love to believe we could keep this momentum. But something still felt off. That's why, Higashikuju-kun, I want to test something. Test what? A strategy one came up with. Kiru waved me over with a mischievous glint in her eye. Come closer. Closer. Lower your head. I had no idea what she was planning, but I leaned down as she instructed. As I did, I caught a soft, pleasant scent, not the usual sweaty smell of a hard-fought game, drifting from her. And then, are you serious? Kiru's plan blew away every other thought in my head. Section. Alright, here I go. Hey, wait. Are we seriously doing this? Of course we are. Don't worry, okay? If I think it's not going to work, I'll stop right away. That's not what I'm worried about. We'll know if the plan works after just one play. But that's not the issue here. It's not. Kiru tilted her head, looking at me in confusion. She really didn't get it, did she? I mean, you might end up in another rough physical play like before. Yeah, but isn't that just part of basketball? Well, yeah, but... Look, I'm saying you might have to deal with something unpleasant. Oh, that's what you meant. Seriously? That's what you're worried about? I mean, yeah. Kiru laughed, as if she found the whole thing ridiculous. No, hey, this isn't something to laugh about. I'll be fine. Something like that won't hurt me at all. Higashikuju-kun? I don't like it. Heh. What's so funny? Oh, nothing. I just felt a little happy. Alright, I'll be careful. Please do. But that goes for you too. If you get distracted and start playing with your head in the clouds, I won't forgive you. As if that's gonna happen. Alright. Let's do this. If it gets too risky, tell me right away. I clapped my hands at my waist and watched as Kiru flashed me another smile before heading into her defensive position. Well, she had a point. For this next defensive play, I'll mark Mizusuji. Of course, there were risks. That collision earlier got me thinking. He's really good at basketball, right? Which means he's probably been playing since he was a kid. Still, it was worth testing. And it wasn't the kind of strategy we needed to hold on to for later. Mizusuji ended up completely on top of me during that contact play, right? If that was the case, then cutting it off early made sense. His face turned bright red. He's definitely not used to girls. Which means, if I mark him, he won't be able to cut inside like before. Just like how Fujita couldn't play properly after accidentally touching Aramori's chest. End of flashback. If Mizusuji's performance dropped anywhere near the level Fujita's had back then, it would be a massive win. After all, Mizusuji was their primary playmaker. If we completely shut him down, that would be a huge advantage. Still, I couldn't shake the weird feeling gnawing at me. I mean, it was a contact sport, so obviously, there was going to be physical contact. But I really didn't like the thought of Mizusuji touching Kiru, even accidentally. More than that, though, something about it just didn't sit right with me. It felt like we were making Kiru use the fact that she was a girl to gain the upper hand. And with someone like Kiru, someone so proud, it didn't feel right to reduce her to that. Well, she made her decision. I'll respect it. She said she'd be careful. If Mizusuji tried anything weird, I'd just have to knock him into next week. Besides, there was always the chance that this wouldn't work. What? WYU? Come at me, Mizusuji-kun. I'll shut you down completely. Nope. It worked instantly. Mizusuji's hands wobbled on the ball, his dribble suddenly unsteady, while Kiru stood in front of him with the biggest, most confident smile imaginable. Section. Kiru's plan worked perfectly. Mizusuji was a complete mess, just like Fujita when he had to face Aramori. His playstyle had changed entirely from the first half. For starters, he completely stopped driving into the paint. Every time Kiru stepped up to challenge him, he immediately backed off, doing everything he could to avoid contact. Naturally, that hesitation made his passes sloppy and easy to intercept. And when he tried to shoot, he was forced to take uncomfortable shots from further out, none of which went in. Thanks to his teammates, the score hadn't completely fallen apart yet, but anyone could see it was just a matter of time before they crumbled. Wow. This is just pathetic. What is it with your team? Do you guys have to chat with whoever you're marking? Are you really that bored? Obviously. There's no point in giving me the ball if I'm matched up with Higashikuju-senpai. Even someone as flustered as Mizusuji knows that much. He's flustered. Of course. That point guard girl of yours is gorgeous. Mizusuji's completely losing it. Honestly, it's embarrassing. Seinen's supposed to be a strong team, but look at us, our power forward is a crude, reckless idiot. Our center is a silent, gloomy shut-in. And our point guard, a total virgin who gets rattled the moment a girl marks him. How the hell are we supposed to win with this lineup? Wow. You don't hold back, do you? I'm just stating the truth. Compared to that, your team's guys are total gentlemen. That center of yours, Furukawa from Seiju, right? Tall, handsome, and good at basketball. Definitely a solid pick. Yeah, he's a good guy. And that power forward senpai of yours, he's got something going for him too. His movements scream total newbie, but the way he got so mad for his teammate. That whole night in shining armor vibe. Kinda hot. How? What the hell is this girl saying? I gave Kiba a blank stare, but she just glanced up at me with a mischievous look. What? And then there's you. Me. Higashikuju Hiroyuki-senpai. You're the older brother of Higashikuju Akane, right? You know Akane? I met her when we had an away game in Kyoto right after I started high school. We played a match against each other. Her. So she got some game time? Yeah, in a match between first years. She was really good. And more than that, she just looked so happy playing basketball. After the game, we talked at the team gathering, and she told me, it's all thanks to my big brother. He's the one who taught me how to play. She looked so proud when she said that. Then, when I saw the team roster for this tournament and noticed the name Higashikuju, I had a hunch. It's a rare surname. Exactly. And once I saw you play, I was sure. You figured it out just by watching me? Your playstyle is identical to hers. Or, well, I guess it's the other way around. She must have modeled her game after you. We don't even play the same position, though. Doesn't matter. Some things just rub off. She did mention she used to play point guard, right? Kiba smiled, then looked at me with a slightly envious expression. What? Akane-chan's so lucky. Having such a cool older brother. You want me to recommend a good optometrist? My vision's fine. You're cool, senpai. And what's with the senpai all of a sudden? Hee. I'm an only child, so I always wanted a cool, dependable big brother like you. Onii-san, you trying to get me killed, or what? Just look at Kiru. Even while marking Mizusuji, she's clearly stealing glances this way, and every time she does, her expression gets angrier. If she glares any harder, she's gonna burn a hole through my skull. Forget a social death. I might get physically murdered. That's an idea too, isn't it? Maybe I should start flirting with you, just like your point guard senpai. I do get hit on pretty often, you know? Kiba shot me a sly look, but I just snorted. Even though you go to an all-girls school, we meet plenty of people at tournaments. Then go find someone there. Hell, I'll introduce you to Hideyoki after the game if you want. Wow. That was irritating. I'm talking to you, you know? She shot me a slight glare, but I just smirked. Higashikuju-kun. At that moment, Kiru intercepted Mizusuji's pass and immediately took off down the court. Sorry, Kiba. You're out of your league. I left her standing there and sprinted toward my usual spot, the three-point line. Right as I planted my feet, Kiru's perfect pass landed in my hands. You better make this. If you miss, I won't forgive you. Yup, she was definitely pissed. No doubt she'd overheard my conversation with Kiba. But wasn't this completely unfair? I didn't do anything. Like I'd miss. The ball left my hands in a smooth arc and swished through the net. By the time Kiba made it back to our side of the court, she was giving me a sideways glare. I just shrugged. What did you mean, out of my league? Exactly what I said. Do you even realize who my teammates are? You mean that girl who looks like she's about to kill you? Yeah. Kiru really needed to stop making that face. She's supposed to be a cute girl. At least smile. Anyway, that's what I meant. That doesn't explain anything. It's simple. I pointed my thumb at Kiru, who was striding toward us with clear intent. I get to stand next to her all the time. You're cute, sure, but compared to Kiru, you don't stand a chance. If you really want to win me over, try coming back after reaching her level. Exclamation point. Kiba bit her lip, glaring at me. I just shrugged again. Meanwhile, I was internally panicking. How the hell am I gonna talk my way out of this? Just as I was sweating over my impending doom, the referee's voice rang out. Timeout. Oh, I see. So my 1-minute hell is about to begin. Section. In basketball, you can call a timeout a few times during a game to discuss strategy. Yeah. Normally, a timeout is used to come up with a game plan, right? That's how it's supposed to go, but thanks to Kiru sitting beside me with an openly displeased expression, the atmosphere feels incredibly awkward. Ha! Weren't timeouts supposed to be more constructive? Meanwhile, The rest of our teammates have subtly distanced themselves, watching us from afar. Cowards. Your upper lip. What? I told you not to stretch it. I wasn't stretching it, though. Liar. That girl was cute. Every time you matched up against her, you were grinning. It was gross. Gross, seriously? No, but really, I wasn't grinning. Yet, despite my silent protest, Kiru continued pouting, her expression unchanged. What were you talking about? What do you mean? Just random stuff. Was it something you can't say? No, that's not it, but how am I supposed to answer this? Anyway, it wasn't anything important. Sorry. Did it seem like I wasn't focused on the game? That's not it, but, or, were you jealous? I teased her just a little. At my words, Kiru shot me a sharp glare before quickly looking away. Yeah, you got a problem with that. You told me to keep my eyes on you, but you barely even look my way. I was happy when you worried about whether I'd feel uncomfortable during that contact play earlier. But then, before that feeling could even settle, you were off smiling and chatting with some other girl. Of course, that wouldn't make me feel great. I mean, I wasn't exactly flirting, but, sorry. No, it's not something I should be mad about. And it's not like I really thought you were flirting. But, seeing you talk to her and laugh, just for a moment, it made me feel a little lonely. Laughing. Well, okay, maybe I smiled a little. A bitter smile, at most. I'm sorry. But really, I wasn't flirting or anything, you know? In fact, I told her off. Told her off. If she was jealous, she should try becoming a great woman like you. How did the conversation even lead to that? Honestly, I have no idea. That conversation was probably all over the place. As I tilted my head in confusion, Kiru finally cracked a smile. Hey. What? Can you pat my head? Excuse me. Earlier, when I grabbed the ball, Mizuo-kuen's hand brushed against my hair. Okay. So, pat my head. I don't get it. What? Are we losing track of the conversation again? But before I could say anything else, Kiru, looking just slightly irritated, said, I just feel a little uncomfortable. So, erase it for me. Like a kitten rubbing its head against someone, she leaned toward me. Ah, Kiru-san? We're, in the middle of an actual game, and people are staring. Is it a no? That look is unfair. With a sigh, I placed my hand on her head and gently stroked it. Ah. Foo-foo. Her cheeks softened into a smile, looking genuinely happy. She looked so beautiful that I had to avert my gaze. My face felt like it was about to heat up. You're not embarrassed? About what? Getting your head patted in front of everyone. Idiot. What? Of course I'm embarrassed. Everyone's watching, and I'm being patted like a little kid. Then maybe I should stop. No. Why not? If we do this, it keeps the pests away. You seem to be popular, after all. This way, I can make it clear, you're mine. Pests, seriously? And I'm not popular. Really? But who knows? Maybe you will be from now on. Based on what? You looked cool while playing. Your shots, dribbling, passing, everything was amazing. I can understand why Suzuki-san and Kamo-san are into you. And so am I. Kiru. Surprised, I glanced at her. Noticing my gaze, she smiled warmly. You looked really cool, Higashikuji-kun. I'm so happy that you're my fiancé. Well, thanks. Oh, are you blushing? Give me a break. Nope, I won't. Kiru laughed, clearly enjoying herself. I could only shrug in response. Hey, what the hell are those two doing in the middle of a game? It's kinda amazing, both Hiroyuki-san and Kiru-senpai. Are they seriously not embarrassed? I mean, honestly, I can't even watch this. Wait, isn't Kiru-senpai playing dirty? I wanna get my head patted by Hiroyuki too. That's a lot of thirst, Suzuki. Wait, Hideaki, why do you look like you're about to cry? I just feel like I've hit a wall I'll never be able to climb. Also, Tomomi-san, that's just cruel. No, I'm totally over it, okay? Completely over it. But still, saying that right in front of me is just heartless. I don't know what happened, but… don't cry, Hideaki. Hey, how about this? Once the game's over, I'll treat you to something. Sound good? Fujita-senpai, you're a good person. Hey, don't cry so hard. What is this atmosphere? Wait, hold on. Are timeouts supposed to be like this? As my teammate's chaotic scene came into view, I sighed. Fujita, my bad, man. I'll make it up to you later. Section. After the timeout ended, Kiru and I returned to the court under the gaze of our teammates, all of whom wore identical expressions of discontent, as if they had just chewed on sand. 3 minutes remained in the third quarter. Including the fourth quarter's 8 minutes, that left 11 minutes total. The score was 68-52, a 16-point lead. Not exactly a safe margin, but it was a decent gap nonetheless. If we keep this up, we should be fine. That's a flag, you know? I immediately called out Kiru's careless remark. Not that I actually believe in jinxes, but when it comes to things like this, it's better to be cautious. Sorry. But if we keep playing at this pace… Yeah, I see what you mean. Since the second half started, the opposing team had lost their sharpness. A 1-minute timeout wasn't enough to completely reset their momentum. Just by looking at them, it was clear. Mizusuji still hadn't shaken off his exhaustion, and Nokonishi looked frustrated. Kiba was glaring at me, but… well, that was nothing new. Don't let your guard down. Even if they're just first years, they come from a school that regularly competes at nationals. I know. You too. With a light clap of hands, I moved to mark Kiba. She shot me a resentful glare, but I just shrugged and focused on my defense. Damn, you're pissing me off, senpai. I will break past you and score. Kiba spat the words at me, full of hostility. To be honest, I was starting to think maybe I went too far earlier. But… if this is the kind of person she is, maybe I should test something out. Go ahead and try. Don't regret those words later. The ball came from Mizusuji to Kiba. Given the clear mismatch, passing it to her was a desperate move. It showed that even after the timeout, Mizusuji still hadn't regained his composure. Come at me. You don't have to tell me. Kiba charged in with a dribble drive. She was a former point guard, and her ball handling was solid. Even though she said she'd break past me, her eyes were scanning for passing options. That was the mark of a good guard. Oh, weren't you going to break through? Which was exactly why I provoked her. Looking for passing lanes during a one-on-one? Yeah, you're definitely a guard. If you were a forward, you'd just drive in and go for the basket. Shut up. See, Mizusuji is wide open. Shouldn't you pass to him? You won't be getting past me anyway. It's fine to back out, you know? Shut up. Kiba, now visibly agitated, drove in with more force. But a sloppy dribble like that wasn't getting past me. I tightened my defense, staying in front of her. Oh, what happened? Weren't you gonna break through? Or did you think I'd freeze up under pressure like your point guard? Too bad. Like I said before, I don't get flustered over a girl at your level. If you want to impress me, try being as stunning as Kiru. This was what you'd call trash talk, a strategy where you provoke and taunt your opponent to throw them off their game. I didn't use it often, but in this case. Then I'll just shoot. Looks like it worked. Kiba, seething, raised the ball for a shot. Go ahead. I'll even give you a handicap. I won't jump. What? Don't underestimate me. As she moved into her shooting form, I stepped forward just slightly, throwing off her balance. Come on, take the shot. TCH, rushing her shot out of anger, Kiba completely lost control. Her form was a mess, the power was off, and the trajectory was wild. Not that I was surprised. Shooting is largely a mental game, after all. Damn it. I even kept my promise not to jump. She must have realized it the moment she let go. Her frustration was evident as she bit her lip. Under the hoop, Hideaki, Fujita, and Nokonishi leapt for the rebound. Just as their hands reached for the ball, something long and fluid slipped between them. A single hand, snaking through the gaps between their outstretched arms, grabbed the ball midair and slammed it straight through the hoop. Without hanging on the rim, he let go, then turned to glare at me with piercing intensity. It was Kobayashi, the center, who had been completely unremarkable up until now. Are you kidding me? He wasn't even under the basket a moment ago. But not only had he sprinted all the way there, he'd outmaneuvered 3 players to snatch the ball and dunk it. Alright, let's refocus. Keep the game moving. Kiru grabbed the ball from the hoop and stood at the end line. I shifted my position to receive the inbound pass. What? A startled gasp escaped Kiru. Right in front of her, arms spread wide, blocking her path, was Kobayashi. TCH. Compared to the towering Kobayashi, Kiru was small. His sheer size completely blocked her vision, making it nearly impossible to find an open passing lane. For a moment, my mind went blank. And not just mine. Hideoki and Tomomi, too. Nobody had expected Kobayashi, who had barely moved all game, to suddenly press full court. This was completely outside our expectations. Damn, this is bad. 2, maybe 3 seconds had passed. But in basketball, even a tiny delay could be fatal. I sprinted toward Kiru. Kiru, pass it. Higashikujukuan. And no, I can't. He'll block it. It's fine. Just hurry. Peep. Ha. Ha. In basketball, after a made shot, the team inbounding the ball has 5 seconds to pass it. If they fail, it's a violation, and possession switches to the other team. The whistle blew. Kiru, looking dazed, hesitated before handing the ball over to the referee. I messed up. I had completely forgotten to teach her about this rule. She rarely handled inbound passes, and I hadn't considered this scenario. This was entirely my mistake. Kobayashi, nice work. Why yeah, you did great. Kobayashi, Mizusuji and Nokonishi, who had been stunned a moment ago, rushed over to congratulate Kobayashi, patting his shoulders. Taking the ball from the referee, Kobayashi turned to Mizusuji. We are taking this game. His roar echoed through the gym. This is bad. I could feel it. The tide of the game had just shifted. Interlude 1. My beloved senpai, Higashikuju Hiroyuki. Sitting in the permanent seating on the second floor of the gymnasium, I watched the game unfold, clenching my hands into fists. Up until the early third quarter, Hiroyuki senpai's team had been maintaining their lead. But ever since that center's dunk, the momentum had completely shifted against them. Mizuo. Beside me, my mother reached over and gently took my clenched hand in hers. Softly, carefully, she pried my fingers apart, one by one. You'll bruise if you keep squeezing like that. Mom. I've been to so many of your games, Mizuo. I thought I had a decent understanding of basketball. But I never realized just how much a single play could change the entire flow of a game. Yeah. The moment that center shouted, the whole atmosphere flipped. Ever since that dunk, Hiroyuki senpai's team hadn't even been able to push the ball into the opponent's half of the court. The 16-point lead had shrunk to just 6 by the end of the third quarter. Do you think Hiroyuki-kun and the others will be okay? I don't know. Their opponents are a combined team from seinen and Tuzakura girls. And in terms of raw strength, they definitely have the upper hand. I gave my mother a half-hearted response as she looked on in concern. I couldn't offer any hopeful predictions, not when the names of seinen and Tuzakura girls carried so much weight. Mizuo. Oh, and Mizuho's mom? A tall girl approached our seats. Shizuku. Oh my, Shizuku-chan. It's been a while, hasn't it? It has. Let's see. I think the last time we met was at the end of my third-year middle school tournament. That's right. I'd love to chat more, but... My mother glanced at me. Would it be better if I left you two alone? Shizuku-chan, can I leave Mizuho with you? Of course. With a quick I'll leave her to you. My mother stood up and left. Shizuku took her seat and turned to me. Did Risa tell you? Yeah. Everyone's giving it their all. For you. Yeah. I'm not saying you owe them anything. But even Higashikuju-senpai, who was out of the game for so long, even Fujita-senpai, who started as a complete beginner, Even Kiru-senpai. They're all fighting tooth and nail against a team like Seinen and Tuzakura girls. Don't you think it's a good game? Yeah. I'm not here to tell you that quitting basketball is the wrong choice. I won't deny that it's an option. But she hesitated for a moment before continuing. Don't you think it's worth thinking over a little more? I hesitated to answer. And in that silence, the buzzer signaling the start of the fourth quarter echoed through the gym. Section. Go. That's it. Yes. Nice shot, Higashikuju-senpai. The fourth quarter had completely shifted from the game's previous pace into a fierce shootout. Neither side seemed to remember what defense was anymore. It was an all-out offensive battle. The moment someone got the ball, they went full speed on the attack, pressing the entire court, stealing the ball with aggressive defense that looked more like an extension of their offense. Gain possession, lose possession, gain possession again. It was a relentless back and forth. Still, Higashikuju-senpai is incredible. That was his 10th three-pointer just now, right? He lands them so effortlessly. Threes are. For us short players, threes are our lifeline. I see. But I don't think Higashikuju-senpai is just a three-point shooter, you know? I nodded slightly at Shizuku's words. Hiroyuki-senpai had always been amazing. Even though being short was a disadvantage in basketball, he never let it seem that way. Watching him dribble with such life and energy was exhilarating. His tricky passes always made me look up to him. Yeah. And now, after sinking another three-pointer, he was smiling like a kid, pumping his fist in triumph. Mizuho? Haha. I had always wanted to get closer to someone like him. Because he always looked so cool. Because I wanted him to acknowledge me. Ah, that's right. And more than anything, playing basketball with Hiroyuki-senpai was the most fun I ever had. I loved it. Mizuho. I forgot. I loved basketball. I loved basketball more than anything. I loved this sport so much that it was overwhelming. It was fun. It had always been fun. The opposing team landed a three-pointer. The score was now 85-82, just a 3-point difference. Kiru-senpai, looking frustrated, inbounded the ball from the end line and passed it to Hiroyuki-senpai. He caught it and started to run. But suddenly, his foot tangled, and he collapsed forward. The ball rolled away. The first to react was the opposing point guard, who immediately snatched it and shot from beyond the three-point line. Hiroyuki-senpai. I didn't even see the ball swish through the net. In my head, that moment overlapped with another memory, the day my own efforts had been stolen from me. My body trembled instinctively. No way. What if Hiroyuki-senpai tore his ligament? What if not that, he suffered some other injury? What if he got hurt because of what he did for me? The thought was so terrifying that I squeezed my eyes shut and clenched my fists tightly. It's okay. A warm hand covered mine. Shizuku's. Mizuho, it's okay. Look. Hesitantly, I opened my eyes and looked down at the court. There, Hideyoki was helping Hiroyuki-senpai stretch out his leg. Looks like it was just a cramp. Well, after all that running, it's not surprising. He winced a little as he dragged his foot, then bounced lightly in place to test it out. Kiru-senpai, still looking worried, watched as he wiped his face with his sleeve and glanced up at the scoreboard. They caught up, huh? Yeah. That last play had tied the score. 85-85. Less than a minute remained. Shizuku's voice rang out. As soon as Hiroyuki-senpai inbounded the ball, Kiru-senpai was trapped by a double team. Both the opposing point guard and shooting guard from Seinen and Tuzakura girls collapsed on her. A beginner like Kiru-senpai had no chance of escaping that kind of pressure. The ball was stolen in an instant. The opposing point guard immediately entered their shooting motion. Hiroyuki-senpai leapt to contest the shot, his recently cramped leg struggling but still managing to graze the ball. Hideyoki. Hiroyuki-senpai's voice rang through the court. Under the basket, Hideyoki and, most likely, our power forward, Fujita-senpai, jumped at the same time. Out of my way. But the opposing power forward leaped as well, shoving between them. despite similar heights and a 2-on-1 advantage. Kobayashi. The ball still bounced into the opposing power forward's hands. He snatched it mid-air and passed it to the center, who had sprinted in. With a resounding bang, the center slammed it into the hoop with a one-handed dunk. The opposing center clenched his fist and looked up at the scoreboard. The time remaining, 12 seconds. TCH, get back. The moment he saw it, he immediately turned and sprinted toward his own half. Because ahead of him, already dashing toward the opponent's basket, was Hiroyuki-senpai. Hiroyuki-senpai. I shot to my feet and shouted. His leg must still have hurt. He was slightly limping as he ran. Meanwhile, the opposing point guard was desperately trying to block Hideyoki from inbounding the ball at the end line. Tomomi-san. Tomomi-senpai caught the high pass and immediately dribbled into the opponent's half. But the opposing power forward closed in on her fast. Fujita. She baited the defender in before passing to Fujita-senpai. Without hesitation, Fujita-senpai wound up as if to throw. You're not getting past me, only to fake the pass at the last second. The opposing power forward, who had jumped in anticipation, was caught off guard. Fujita-senpai smirked and smoothly passed the ball backward, right into Kiru-senpai's hands as she sprinted past. I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Kiru-senpai accelerated instantly, outrunning the opposing shooting guard. She passed the ball forward, straight to Hiroyuki-senpai. Higashikujukuan. The ball hit the floor slightly ahead of him. If this were the usual Hiroyuki-senpai, he would have caught up to it with ease. But his speed wasn't back yet after the cramp. He stretched his hand desperately toward the ball. No. But his fingers just barely missed. He lunged forward, trying to take another step, and lost his balance. Ah! Beside me, Shizuku let out a cry. Hiroyuki-senpai staggered and fell. Go. Hiroyuki-senpai. He didn't fall. Digging his left foot firmly into the ground, Hiroyuki-senpai reached out and seized the ball. I won't let you. The opposing center leaped, trying to block his shot from beyond the three-point line. At the same time, Hiroyuki-senpai jumped as well. A fadeaway. Leaning backward, he released the ball, arching it beautifully away from the block's trajectory. The buzzer blared, signaling the end of the game. Go in. The ball hit the rim, once, twice, bouncing off with a sharp clank, clank. Mizuo! Exclamation point. It spun around the rim, tracing its edge. And finally, it sank into the net. Chapter 3, Something Precious. All I could taste was blood in my mouth. Panting heavily, I wiped away the sweat dripping from my chin. I had been running almost non-stop since halfway through the third quarter and well into the fourth. My heart pounded so loudly that I could hear it even while standing still, and my vision was starting to blur. Damn, this is bad. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Your face looks pale. Are you okay? Thanks for worrying about me. I responded to Mizusuji, who spoke while trying to shake off my defense, but I held on with everything I had. Seeing my desperate, almost menacing expression, he flinched slightly but clenched his teeth and pressed on. Kiba-san. Kiba, who was matched up against Kiru, broke free and took a three-point shot. Please don't go in, I prayed, but the ball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. 85-82. The gap was now 3 points. Sorry, Higashikujukuan. Don't worry about it. We restart now. Kiru quickly picked up the ball from the end line and passed it to me. Catching it, I immediately started dribbling. Mizusuji, marking me from the front, lunged at me. I feinted to the right, planning to cut left. And suddenly, my left leg cramped up. I tried to plant my foot, but my body collapsed onto the court. Mizusuji, momentarily surprised, picked up the loose ball, stepped back behind the three-point line, and took the shot. TCH. This is competition. Don't take it personally. He glanced at me briefly before calmly running back on defense. As he passed by, Hideyoki came rushing toward me. Hiroyuki-san. Are you okay? Sorry. My leg cramped. I'm fine. Nodding once at my words, Hideyoki grabbed my leg and stretched it out. The tight, painful sensation slowly faded, and my leg started feeling normal again. I'm good now. Asking if you're okay would be pointless, wouldn't it? Yeah. Even if I said I wasn't, it wouldn't change anything. I stole a glance at the scoreboard. 85-85. A tie. Less than a minute remained. We go for the 3. If this goes into overtime, we're done for. We need to score now and defend the lead. Agreed. Let's do this. After giving a slight nod to the referee, I sprinted to the end line. I took the inbound pass from Kiru. What the? Just as the ball left my hands, Mizusuji and Kiba, who had seemed to retreat to their side of the court, suddenly charged toward Kiru with incredible speed. A full court press, except instead of staying back, they had gone all the way to their side first, then made a furious sprint forward. Kiru hesitated for just a moment. Damn! Exclamation point. The moment I tried to step forward, the cramp flared up again. Got it. Ah. Mizusuji stole the ball from Kiru and took a quick dribble before going up for the shot. My legs felt like dead weight, but I stretched out as far as I could, just managing to get a fingertip on the ball. The shot's trajectory shifted slightly. Damn it. Kobayashi. The ball was scooped up mid-air by Nakanishi, who tipped it toward Kobayashi. Without hesitation, Kobayashi slammed it in with a one-handed dunk. He turned his gaze toward me. TCH, get back. I didn't bother looking at him. I ran. With only a 2-point gap, our course of action was obvious. One final 3-pointer, that's all that mattered. Higashikuju-kun, Kiru's voice rang out. Glancing back, I saw him tossing the ball toward me. He must have thrown it slightly ahead to push me forward. I reached for it. And suddenly, my body swayed. My left leg was completely drained of strength. The ball bounced once. Then twice. It was right in front of me, but I needed one more step, just one step with my left foot. It's over. It's fine. I gave it my all. 2 years away from the game. This is expected, isn't it? Second place is still an achievement. Even as a first year, we made it to the finals against that Seinen Academy and the combined team from Tuzakura Girls High. A powerhouse team that dominates the prefectural championships every year. Against a team destined for national glory in 2 years, we held our own. Isn't that enough? That thought raced through my mind, and I collapsed onto the court. Hiroyuki-senpai. Mizuho's voice suddenly rang out. Like hell, that's enough. Forcing my drained left leg back into motion, I planted my foot on the court. Then, using sheer willpower, I pushed forward and seized the ball. Go. Sorry, Mizuho. I almost gave in. You're right, though. If I give up now, I won't be able to say a damn thing to you later, will I? You're not getting this. Kobayashi sprinted from behind, moving to block me. A quick glance at the clock. 5 seconds left. Stopping right at the 3-point line, I pulled up for the shot. Too easy. Yeah, I know. You're over 20 centimeters taller than me. To you, blocking my shot should be effortless. What? Which is why I jumped backward. A fadeaway shot. Coup. Kobayashi's arm sliced through the air, missing me entirely. The ball arced perfectly over his head. Somewhere, the final buzzer rang. Clang. The ball struck the front of the rim and bounced straight up. Silence filled the gym. All that remained was the sound of the ball bouncing. It spun around the rim, tracing its edge. Then, following gravity's pull, it dropped. Right into the net. The sound of the ball vanished from the gym. Yes, for that moment, everything, absolutely everything, was silent. Just for a second. Then, the silence was shattered by an explosion of cheers. Are you okay? As the deafening applause filled the gym, Kobayashi extended a hand to me. Because of the fadeaway, I hadn't been able to land properly and had fallen onto my backside in an ungraceful heap. I grabbed his hand and pulled myself up. Thanks. No. I should be thanking you. For what? For teaching me so much. That even if we're at a disadvantage in raw strength, the way we play can still make a difference. And that underestimating an opponent is a mistake. That's just the basics. It is. But still. We're Seinen Academy, after all. I let myself forget that. With a refreshed expression, he gave a small nod. This means we can still get stronger. With that, he bowed slightly and returned to his team's bench. A samurai or something? No, seriously, is he the protagonist here? Hiroyuki, Hiroyuki, Hiroyuki-san. Higashikuju-kun. My teammates rushed to surround me. I glanced up at the scoreboard. 88-87. A buzzer-beater comeback victory. We did it. We won the championship. As expected of Hiroyuki-san. Nice work. That's the best friend I know. They clapped me on the back, their excitement overflowing. I smiled in return but quickly turned my gaze toward the stands. There. Found her. Mizuo, struggling with an unfamiliar pair of crutches, was pushing through the crowd, making her way toward the arena exit as fast as she could. Sorry, guys. Breaking free from the team huddle, I bolted out of the gym. Che, Hiroyuki. Where the hell are you going? The awards ceremony is about to start. Sorry. I'm passing on that. Passing? What? Oi, Hiroyuki. Wait up. I ignored their voices and pushed through the gym doors. Mizuo had been in the second-floor stands. I dashed up the stairs. Mizuo. Hiroyuki-senpai. Seeing me, she smiled and hurriedly started descending the stairs. Wait, you idiot. Hey. Take your time. Ha. Ah. Kia. A scream, not exactly fitting for the setting. I knew it. She lost her footing on the stairs and fell forward in slow motion. Damn it. I lunged forward at the landing. And caught her. Or, well, I tried to. Yeah, that wasn't happening. My legs were still shaking, and there was no way I could support the weight of another person. With a loud crash, we both tumbled to the floor. But Mizuo, being as small as she was, ended up fitting snugly in my arms. Hiroyuki-senpai, I am so sorry. I'll get up right away. Flustered, Mizuo tried to lift herself off me. She was panicking, and on top of that, her left knee wasn't moving properly. Struggling atop me, she squirmed awkwardly, so I lightly pulled her into a hug. Stop moving. Hiroyuki-senpai. What? What do you mean? What? Why your hands? Why you re-holding me? This is a hug. You kept struggling. I had to restrain you. Mizuo, now pressed against my chest, let out a small sigh of surrender and went still. Aren't I heavy? Why are you not saying anything? Did I gain weight from being in the hospital? I'm joking. You're light as hell. Seriously. Hiroyuki-senpai. Long time no see. Yeah. It's been a while. Feels like the first time we've gone this long without seeing each other. You're right. We never went more than 3 days without hanging out before. Yeah. She let out a small chuckle, and I found myself smiling as well. I helped her to her feet, making sure our eyes were level. Hey, Mizuo. Yes. I was out of the game for 2 years, too. But I still played, and we won the city tournament. Sure, I was exhausted by the end, and I didn't win it alone, but even after 2 years, I managed to come back. 2 years off. So what? You can still come back. And, well, I realized something. What is it? I was sure of it now. Basketball is just so damn fun. That was something we both knew deep down. You love basketball, don't you? Yes. Then think about it. It's just 2 years in the span of your whole life. Are you really okay with throwing basketball away? Just letting it go? Won't you regret it? But in the end, it's your decision. I won't say anything else. The first thing I heard was a quiet sob. The first thing I saw was Mizuo, crying in front of me. Hiroyuki-senpai. She continued to cry for a while before finally, hesitantly, speaking up. Why are you doing this? Why are you going this far? For someone like me? Her tear-filled eyes met mine. Why? The answer was obvious. Because you're important to me. You're like a little sister to me. And I don't want you to regret this. Whether you quit basketball or not, that's up to you. But I don't want you to lose the chance to play just because of 2 years of rehab. Hey, Hiroyuki-senpai. She smiled. Wait, hold on, is she mad? What? What do you mean, a little sister? Oh. Wait. Huh. Why does she look so annoyed? And could she stop with the side eye? Huh. Seriously, the mood was so perfect, and you just had to go and ruin it. She pouted, then let out a small chuckle. By the way, that game just now? You were really cool. Thanks. And honestly, losing to such a cool Hiroyuki-senpai really stings. She lifted her head. And then, with the brightest smile I'd ever seen, I'll do the rehab. I see. I'll keep playing basketball. Because I really, truly love it. Yeah. So, Hiroyuki-senpai, take care of me from now on, okay? She slowly stood up. Then, for some reason, threw both arms into the air. Hey, you idiot. A person on crutches should not be doing that. Obviously, she lost her balance. I panicked and reached out to catch her. And then, this is my way of saying thanks. For everything, up until now, and for what's to come. Her voice echoed in my ears. And something soft pressed against my cheek. Ha! Why you? What the hell are you doing? It took a few seconds for me to register it. She had kissed me on the cheek. I felt my face heat up. And saw that hers was just as red. I love you, Hiroyuki-senpai. And with the biggest smile I'd ever seen, she said it loud and clear. Section. With the award ceremony over, we received our championship trophy and small medals before heading home as a group. Leading the way were Mizuo, Fujiwara, and Hideoki, followed by Fujita and Aramori. Ryoko and Tomomi walked behind them, and finally, Karu and I brought up the rear. As we walked, Mizuo suddenly turned around to face us. I already told each of you individually, but thank you, everyone, for today. She smiled and bowed politely. I heard from Risa and Shizuku. They told me that Hiroyuki-senpai was the one who gathered everyone. That you all practiced so hard and played in this tournament just so I could make a choice without regrets, whether to continue basketball or not. That Kiru-senpai and Fujita-senpai, despite having no basketball experience, still went all out. All for my sake. I truly, truly appreciate it. She smiled radiantly. I've decided to keep playing basketball. Rehab is going to be tough, but after everything you've all done for me, I can't afford to lose. I hate losing. So, I'll do my best. Thank you all so much. She bowed once more. Fujita, looking bewildered, turned toward me. Is that right, Hiroyuki? What is? I mean, so the reason we entered this tournament and won was for her? Wait, for her? Hold on. You're telling me you didn't know why we were even playing? Nope. I mean, I knew you wanted to win, but you've got to be kidding me. She tore her ligament a while ago. She wasn't sure whether to come back or not. Oh, so you figured if you pushed through your own 2-year gap, played, and won, maybe she'd decide to keep playing too? More like, I just wanted her to make a choice she wouldn't regret, whether she quit or continued. Fujita stared at the sky for a moment, deep in thought, then broke into a big grin. I see. But damn, Hiroyuki, you really are a good guy. What now? I mean, you gathered all of us, practiced, played the tournament, all for her. And even though you were totally exhausted at the end, you still made that final shot. That's kinda insane, you know? You're one to talk. Honestly, I think he's the better guy here. He helped out without even knowing the reason. Who does that? So Fujita-senpai didn't even know why we were practicing? I had no clue. But Hiroyuki was struggling, so isn't it normal to help your friend when they need it? Fujita answered Mizuo so matter-of-factly that she suddenly turned toward Aramori, grinning mischievously. I think I get how Shizuku feels now. Fujita-senpai, you're actually kinda great. Stop smirking like that. It's annoying. Aramori turned away with a pout. Mizuo watched her with amusement until Aramori suddenly glanced back at her. Don't you dare steal him. I wouldn't. Fujita-senpai is a great guy, but I don't think I'd want him as a boyfriend. She said it so casually, then turned toward me, her expression playful. Besides, I'm a full-fledged Hiroyuki-senpai fanatic. I did give him a kiss, after all. What? Excuse me? What did you just say, Higashikuju? Wait. This is a misunderstanding. The way the three of them turned toward me with sharp, questioning glares sent a chill down my spine. Panicked, I looked toward Mizuho. Mizuho. What? I wasn't lying. It was just on the cheek, though. On the cheek. A kiss. It was just a thank you. He did all this for me, so a little gratitude isn't unreasonable, right, senpai? Grinning slyly, Mizuho turned her gaze toward Ryoko, Tomomi, and Kiru. The three of them visibly tensed, their expressions contorting in frustration. Hiroyuki-senpai did call me his little sister earlier. But let's be real, he totally has a thing for younger girls. So from now on, I'm going to be even more aggressive. Mizuho, do you even know what biting the hand that feeds you means? Isn't this kinda unfair, Hiroyuki-chan? Right. Kiru, you agree, don't you? I mean, I just feel kinda unsatisfied. 3 pairs of accusing eyes locked onto me. Give me a break. At the front of the group, Mizuho beamed, her expression more peaceful than I'd ever seen it. I let out an exaggerated sigh. I didn't really get it, but if that smile was the result of all this, then maybe it was worth it. Oh, and by the way, he also hugged me earlier. Excuse me? Say what? Seriously, give me a break. Chapter 4, Fujita-kun and Aramori-san. 2 days after the tournament ended, Karu and I wandered through the city. The reason? Tomomi had come up with the brilliant idea of a celebration party. Everyone worked hard, so let's have a get-together. And naturally, the 2 people with the most free time, Karu and me, were chosen as the organizers. Where should we go? Let's see. The safest bet is karaoke, right? Mizuho's coming too, so anything sports-related like round 1 is out. That pretty much leaves karaoke or an arcade. I'll leave the location to your sense of taste, Hiroyuki and Kiru-san. Tomomi's wonderful suggestion, or rather, her blatant delegation of responsibility, was why we were aimlessly walking around. Karaoke. Maybe I should practice a little. You mostly sing enka, don't you? Is that a problem? Not really, but the thing is, Karu's favorite singers mostly perform slow, melancholic songs. I mean, they're not bad, but a livelier setlist might be better for the mood. Want to go together? Not if it's a 6-hour enka endurance session. That's why I need to practice other genres. Besides, I don't know many newer songs. Can we stop by a rental shop on the way back? Sure. But are we set on karaoke? Is karaoke a bad choice? Tomomi, Ryoko, and Mizuho all like karaoke. I don't know about Aramori or Fujiwara, but they're high school girls. It's probably fine. Hideoki and Fujita. No idea, but they'll manage. No idea. Neither of them are the type to kill the vibe. They'll sing something. Honestly, with that many people, it'd probably turn into more of a social hangout than a full-on karaoke session anyway. In that case, booking a karaoke room just as a venue made the most sense. Alright. Let's stop by and make a reservation. Next Saturday at 1 p.m. Does that work? Yeah. 3 hours sound good. It's the weekend. We can take our time, right? Yeah, but that actually depends on you. On me. Ryoko said, last time, I didn't get to make good food. I need a redemption arc. Hiroyuki-chan, let me use the kitchen. Last time. Oh, when we were watching the other team's footage? Yeah. She wants to impress the underclassmen with her cooking this time. If she starts prepping around 4 p.m., dinner will be ready by 7. So basically, she wants to hold the after-party at our place. In simple terms, yes. Our place was pretty spacious, and I'd brought back a bunch of party games from my parents' house. It wouldn't be a bad way to kill time. That's fine. Actually, that saves money, so it's not a bad idea. You sure? Yeah. Camo's cooking is great. Honestly, I should be thanking her. Kiru paused for a moment, pressing a finger to her chin. But in that case, Can I add one condition? A condition? Yes. I'm offering our kitchen and home, so shouldn't I get some kind of benefit? Go on. How about you and I go shopping for the ingredients? And what exactly do you gain from that? If anything, that was a win for Ryoko. We'd be buying groceries for nearly 10 people, which was a lot of work. If we handled it, she'd be off the hook. I was actually thinking Fujita, Hideyoki, and I would handle the shopping. After all, heavy lifting is a job for the guys. Carrying all that alone would be tough, you know? I'll help. Believe it or not, I have some strength. If you're okay with it, then fine. Great. It's settled. Kiru did a small, excited hop. Okay, she was definitely in a good mood, but why, though? It was just extra work. Confused, I tilted my head. Kiru looked away slightly, her cheeks faintly pink. I just thought, a shopping date would be nice. Is that bad? No, it's not bad. Yay. She placed a hand over her mouth, smiling softly. Stop. That's too cute. I mean, if you want to go shopping or whatever, I'd go with you anytime. It doesn't have to be a day when we're hauling tons of groceries. What? I would like to go shopping together more often, but it's hard to ignore how people might see us. Yeah, we were still keeping our cohabitation a secret from school. That's why I feel like I have to be careful. But this time, we have a solid excuse. We're shopping for the party, so we can just go together without worrying about what people think. It's not just that, though. Yeah, I kind of get it. Even if we ignore the whole living together thing, a guy and a girl walking around together can stir up rumors. If people got curious, it could eventually lead them to the truth. But at the end of the day, it really just comes down to my own indecisiveness. Damn it. This is embarrassing. Kiru. She's been showing how she feels. And if I just responded properly, then maybe. It's fine. Kiru. I know you're thinking about it. So, as long as we can move at our own pace, that's enough for me. I'll wait. She smiled, gentle, almost saintly. Damn it. Now I feel guilty. Sorry for being a coward. You were alone, while I had people supporting me. That's the difference. Kiru. Though, honestly, I think I would have chosen you no matter what. I really am sorry for being such a coward. Hee hee. I'm just teasing. Besides, she smiled mischievously. I am your fiancé. The match is already decided. Unless you don't like me, I don't dislike you. That's enough for now. Come on, let's go. We have a karaoke reservation to make. She pointed toward the karaoke place ahead, and standing right in front of it. Ha! Fujita. He was standing near the entrance. Wasn't he busy today? I thought he had plans. Wait, is this what he was doing? Oh, is he here for karaoke too? Seems like it. Solo karaoke? Unusual. He was a social guy. He had plenty of friends. It wasn't like him to go alone. Ha! We both froze. Because just then, a girl walked up to Fujita. A small, cute girl with black hair tied in a side ponytail. She smiled at him shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Higashikuju-kun. After school tomorrow, bring him to the rooftop. Her voice was icy. He has some explaining to do. Especially considering he already has Aramori-san. Watching the two of them disappear into the bustling city together, Kiru spoke in a quiet but furious tone. Yeah, Fujita and Aramori aren't actually dating, you know. But there was no way in hell I was brave enough to say that out loud. Section. The cold winter wind wasn't exactly raging, but somehow the air around Kiru felt freezing. Even though her absolute zero gaze wasn't directed at me, I still shivered. If I felt this cold just from being near it, then what about the guy taking the full brunt of it? Oh, this is bad. So bad that even my fake Kansai accent nearly slipped out. Fujita, his eyes darting around like he was doing a front crawl, turned toward me in distress. Hiroyuki. Yeah. Why am I being dragged out here and forced to sit in Caesar? And more importantly, Why are you sitting in Caesar too? Good question. Fujita and I were both kneeling in Caesar position. I mean, I get why Fujita had to sit like this. He was the one under interrogation. But why the hell was I being punished too? Something about watching Fujita flit back and forth yesterday really got on my nerves. And then I thought about you flitting back and forth, and I got even more annoyed. I'll sit properly. It was completely irrational, but, yeah, I couldn't exactly say she was wrong. So I just kept kneeling in silence. Fujita gave me a bewildered look before turning back to Kiru. Ah, I get that Hiroyuki has a wandering heart, but, hey, that's slander. Slander. You've got Kiru as your fiancé, you've got Kamo and Suzuki, two of the biggest beauties, hanging around, and you let that underclassman kiss you on the cheek. If someone said, bring me the biggest flirt, I'd throw your name out first. I have no defense. I swear some of that wasn't my fault, though, you know what? Compared to Higashikuji-kun, Fujita-kun might actually be kind of harmless. In fact, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Higashikuji-kun, we'll be having a long talk when we get home. Collateral damage. I sighed in despair while Fujita let out an exaggerated breath. No, but seriously, what even happened? I don't remember pissing off Kiru yesterday. He tilted his head, completely clueless. Dumbass. Don't act oblivious here. You're just gonna make it worse. You really don't know? WH. Don't look at me like that. Kiru's glare could probably cut glass. Fujita shrank back, his voice pitiful. Where exactly were you yesterday? Why yesterday? Yesterday He trailed off. Then, looking visibly uncomfortable, he muttered. Ah. You guys saw that? Yes. Perfectly. Who was that girl? Kiru's sharp stare had Fujita at a loss for words. His eyes flicked left and right, looking for an escape. Yeah, so, Kiru and I were making the party reservation at the karaoke place yesterday. And then we saw you. With that girl. Damn. So you really saw it? That's rough. So, that was your sister, right? Your little sister? That wasn't your girlfriend, right? Why are you freaking out, Hiroyuki? No, dude. You don't get it. If you suddenly drop a she's actually my girlfriend right now, Kiru's gonna snap. She'll start yelling about how poor Aramori, and you groped her chest, so take responsibility. If you saw it, then I guess there's no helping it. Fujita scratched his head. That girl is Nishijima Katomi, a first year. You know her, right, Hiroyuki? Nishijima Katomi? Who? Why the hell was he acting like I should know her? Dude. We're friends, right? You seriously don't remember? She's the girl who rejected me. Oh, right. That girl. The one Fujita had a basketball match over. The one where he and Sajima fought over who'd confess first. Wait. I never knew her name to begin with. Oh, really? Well, yeah. That's her. Fujita let out a sigh. Anyway, you remember the city tournament, right? Yeah. Turns out Katomi-chan was there too. Apparently, Sajima invited her, saying, come watch me play. I'll definitely stand out. But then they lost in the first round. Badly. OOF. Poor guy. Honestly, I respect his guts for even trying with that level of skill. So, yeah. She'd already come all the way to the gym, so she figured she might as well watch some more games. She actually likes basketball, you know? And, well, she ended up watching our game. Hold up. I don't like where this is going. She said I looked cool. Oh, hell no. I did not see that coming. And how did that lead to you going to karaoke alone with her? Well, the day before yesterday, she came to my class after school. She apologized. She said, I'm sorry for the way I acted before. Then she said, as an apology, let's go to karaoke together. And you just went along with it. Whoa. Chill. Hiroyuki, why am I being yelled at? Fujita looked to me for help, utterly lost. So, that Katomi girl. What do you think? Think about what? I mean, dude. You said you liked Aramori, right? Why are you bringing up Aramori now? Oh my god. How is he this dense? Forget it. Let's go, Higashikuju-kun. Wait, what? I don't get it. I said, forget it. I've lost all respect for you, Fujita-kun. I didn't think you were that kind of person. Kiru huffed and stormed off, heels clicking against the rooftop floor. Fujita just stared after her, dumbfounded. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Sorry, man. She's just heated right now. I'll explain things later, so don't take it personally. I get that I probably did something wrong, but I still don't know what it was. Honestly, I don't think you actually did anything wrong. Then why is she so pissed? At the rooftop exit, Kiru shouted, hurry up, Higashikuju-kun. I gave a small wave to acknowledge her before turning back to Fujita. She's just a hardcore happy ending advocate. Fujita's expression went blank. What? Leaving him standing there, I followed Kiru off the rooftop. Section. Unbelievable. I never thought Fujita-kun was that kind of person. After leaving the rooftop, we entered the McDonald's in front of the station, with me trying to calm down an indignant Kiru. We sat in a two-person booth, and as she bit into her teriyaki McDonald burger, she voiced her frustrations openly. I gave a wry smile and spoke up. Don't get so worked up, Kiru. Of course, I'm mad. Because. Because. Kiru mumbled, her words growing quieter as she continued chewing. It's not like Fujita did anything wrong, right? If he and Aramori were dating and he was cheating on her, that'd be a problem, but, yeah. And like he said earlier, Fujita originally liked that first-year girl. He even confessed to her, didn't he? Sure, she turned him down that time, but still. Well, to be fair, that confession of his was more like an impulsive outburst than anything else. I mean, charging in like that after barely saying a single word. Not exactly a sane move. If Fujita finally has a shot at love now, then I guess I just feel like we should respect that. Or, well, something like that. I couldn't quite put it into words, but at the very least, I didn't feel the urge to yell, what about Aramori, you unfaithful jerk? Sure, he had that whole incident where he touched Aramori's chest, but that was an accident. I get it, but doesn't that still make Aramori-san the victim here? Yeah, I guess. That said, I understood where Kiru was coming from. Emotionally speaking, I kind of wanted him to end up with Aramori too. And if I'm being honest, I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at that first-year girl. She rejected Fujita once, and now she suddenly changes her tune just because he looked a little cool. What kind of nonsense is that? But if Fujita's satisfied with this outcome, then it's not really our place to interfere, is it? Yeah. Love's complicated. The only thing we can really do is be there for Aramori if she gets hurt. Yeah. When that happens, I'll do everything I can to comfort her. Kiru clenched her fist near her chest in a tiny but determined gesture. I watched her with an amused smile before continuing. Still. You've changed, haven't you? Me? You think so? The old you, how should I put it? The one people used to call the villainous young lady, wouldn't have even considered any of this, right? Did that piss you off? I'm not mad. But, yeah, you're right. That's exactly how I used to be. After meeting you and getting to know different people, maybe I've started finding things I want to protect. Things you want to protect. Kamo-san and Suzuki-san are important to me too. They're, my fry. You're stuttering too much. Acquaintances. They're acquaintances. Really now? The fact that she struggled so hard just to say acquaintances was kind of hilarious. Kiru must have noticed my skeptical look, because she quickly cleared her throat with a cough. Anyway, they're acquaintances. And Aramori-san, Fujiwara-san, Furukawa-kun, even Kawakita-san, they're all my cute underclassmen. I don't want them to get hurt if I can help it. With that, she slumped over the table. Thinking about it that way, Fujita-kun's technically a friend too, isn't he? Maybe I shouldn't have said what I did. Now I feel kinda guilty. You really have changed. The Kiru, actually reflecting on how she treats people. This was the same girl who used to completely wreck anyone who dared pick a fight with her. Though, to be fair, those guys weren't exactly the best comparison. Anyway, you should probably apologize to Fujita tomorrow. Yeah, I will. She stayed slumped over the table as she replied. I reached out and gently patted her head. She shifted slightly and, after glancing up at me, placed her hands over mine, wrapping them softly. You know? You're also. What about me? And nothing. It's just. Why you re the most important? And what does that mean? I tilted my head. I mean, the thing I most want to protect is my relationship with you. Crap, my face is burning up. I see. Well, thanks. Yeah. So, listen. If you ever leave me, I'm not going anywhere. Okay. That makes me happy. Kiru beamed, a radiant smile blooming on her face. I looked away, scratching my cheek. Damn it, is it just me, or is it really hot in here? Someone needs to. Ha! As I turned my head, trying to cool off, I caught sight of a familiar group near the entrance. I recognized the silhouettes instantly, but Mizuo, Hideyoki, Arimori, and Fujiwara? The lineup itself was strange. And more importantly, hey, Higashikujo-kun? What? Unless my eyes are playing tricks on me. Isn't Arimori-san crying? Yeah, she is. Arimori was standing there, her eyes red and swollen, being supported by Fujiwara and Mizuo. Behind them, Hideyoki scratched his head awkwardly. The moment our eyes met, his face lit up. Don't do it, Hideyoki. Don't you dare look at me like that. Too late. His eyes practically sparkled with oh, thank God. You're here. Hiroyuki-san. Kiru-senpai. Yo, Hideyoki. Ha! Hiroyuki-senpai. Kiru-senpai. Mizuo. Fujiwara. It's been a while. Or maybe not. So. This was a little awkward. I turned my gaze toward Arimori. Sensing it, Fujiwara scratched her cheek, letting out an awkward laugh. Well, you see, since we didn't have club activities today, we went to the hospital for Mizuho's rehab. Shizuku has experience with that stuff, and I figured I'd be some moral support, I guess. And Hideyoki, same reason. Club was off, so I figured I'd hang out and help with Mizuho's rehab. Then we just happened to run into these two. Risa and Shizuku already knew Hideyoki, so we figured, hey, why not hang out together? Right. And how does that lead to Arimori crying? Hiroyuki-senpai. Shizuku isn't teary-eyed. She's crying. Do you have no tact at all? I had tried to put it gently. I just wanted to make sure the situation was clearly understood. Besides, at this point, there's nothing we can do about it. Mizuho sighed, looking troubled. Oh, I had a bad feeling about this. And sure enough, she continued. All right, let's not beat around the bush. I'll ask straight out, okay? Hiroyuki-senpai, you're Fujita-senpai's best friend, right? So, does he have a girlfriend? At her ridiculously timely question, Kiru and I exchanged glances before I tilted my head back and stared at the ceiling. Mizuho, still looking puzzled, suggested, it's a bit cramped here, so why don't we move? So, the six of us relocated to a larger booth. Mizuho, who had been walking somewhat unsteadily, immediately spoke as soon as she sat down. Like I said earlier, we were just thinking of going out for a bit. These three have done a lot for me lately, so I wanted to repay the favor somehow. Sitting directly across from me, Mizuho took a sip of her drink before reaching for some fries. Nominate. So, we figured we'd go to karaoke. But then we saw Fujita-senpai walking with Nishijima-san. You know her? What? Oh, Nishijima-san? Yeah, we're in the same class. We don't talk much, though, since she's not in any clubs. She's more of a Gyaru type, I guess. Always on top of fashion and trends, so we don't really have much in common. Well, you are always in a tracksuit. That is not true. How rude. I know how to dress for the occasion. Yeah. But Nishijima's a Gyaru. She wears her uniform loose and does her makeup perfectly every day. Still, compared to other schools, she's pretty tame. Yeah, fair enough. Our school was relatively strict, and most students were at least somewhat academically inclined. As a result, there weren't too many students who went overboard with things. Anyway, that's not the point. The thing is, Shizuku saw them together. Mizuo shot a glance toward Arimori. Though her eyes were still teary, she forced a smile. Ayahaha. Sorry, I kind of lost my composure. I mean, well, as you might have guessed, I sort of admired Fujita-senpai, just a little. So yeah, I was just a bit shocked to find out he had a girlfriend. I mean, wow. Even I, who Mizuo calls a total klutz, turns out to have a functional maiden's heart after all. But really, if it was just gonna kick in now, I'd rather it never did. If it was gonna do its job, it should have done so from the start. She was obviously putting on a brave front. Kiru reached out and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Kiru-senpai. It's okay. Keikiru-senpai. You don't have to act tough. Maybe I can't really help you, but at least don't put on a front around us. Even if I can't do anything, I can at least be here for you. At Kiru's words, Arimori's face twisted, her composure finally breaking. Kiru pulled her into an embrace. Come on. Let it out. I wasn't sure how much time passed. From within Kiru's arms, Arimori's choked voice finally emerged. It hurts. Why? Why is she so cute? There's no way I can compete with a girl like that. What are you talking about? You're plenty cute yourself. No, I'm not. I'm too tall, I'm clumsy, and I suck at cooking. As Arimori continued to belittle herself, Kiru gave her a soft, reassuring smile. There. It's okay. I mean, I'm not cute either. I've got a foul mouth, and I'm terrible at cooking too. Hearing Kiru's words from above, Arimori blinked in surprise and glanced up at her. Kiru simply gave her a playful, exaggerated expression. And at that, a smile finally returned to Arimori's face. What even was that? Oh, was my attempt at comforting you that bad? It was terrible. That was just us licking each other's wounds. Sometimes, that's okay too. Kiru continued to smile, and at last, Arimori let out a small laugh. Hiroyuki-san. What is it, Hideyoki? I heard Kiru-senpai was called a villainous young lady or something. But isn't she actually a saint? Well, she is pretty misunderstood. Once someone got close to her, she was the type to pamper them endlessly. If nothing else, she was deeply loyal to those she cared about. I see. In that case. Just as Hideyoki started speaking, a voice suddenly cut in. Ha! Hiroyuki? Wait, Hideyoki? Ha! Everyone's here? It was Fujita. And right alongside him. Whoa. It's the legendary Saint Hideyoki Furukawa. Oh wow. And Higashikujo-senpai too. Fujita-senpai, nice work. Was Nishijima Katomi? Yeah. I mean, given that we all went to the same school, it made sense that our paths would cross. But seriously, did everyone have to end up at the same McDonald's today? There's no one else here but us. Section. After watching the last game, I became an instant fan of Furukawa-kun. I just had to meet him. So, I asked Fujita-senpai, and I can't believe I got to meet him this soon. I mean, his plays in that match had me swooning. He's tall, handsome, and great at basketball. He's just the best. Ha ha ha. Nishijima had forcefully dragged Hideyoki into the two-person booth, where Kiru and I had been sitting earlier, and was firing off words at him like a machine gun. Watching the scene unfold, I turned to Fujita, who was sipping his cola beside me. What is this? What do you mean, what is this? I already explained, didn't I? Did you hear anything? No recollection whatsoever. Kiru and I tilted our heads in unison. Fujita let out a sigh and continued. You guys. Seriously? You weren't listening when I told you yesterday that Katomi-chan came to talk to me? She said she thought it was cool. She thought you were cool, right? No, she meant Hideyoki. Though I guess she included you too. But her main focus was definitely Hideyoki. What? Wait a second. Let me get this straight. Go ahead. So, that Nishijima girl? She told you that she thought someone was cool? She didn't say it to me directly. She didn't. Nope. I mean, did I even do anything cool in that match? Well, I wouldn't say nothing, but yeah, his plays weren't particularly flashy. Meanwhile, Hideyoki pulled off an alley-oop. So then, why would she come to you about it? Isn't it obvious? Aside from Hideyoki, I'm the only one here who's actually talked to her before. Who else was she supposed to ask? What? Is that normal? Higashikujo-kun? Don't drag me into this. Seriously. Though, I kinda got what he was saying. Just to confirm, you got rejected by Nishijima before, right? Yeah. What, you wanna rub salt in the wound? No, that's not it. But normally, would you really go to someone you rejected for advice? That level of mental fortitude seemed inhuman. Who knows? But I kinda respect the idea of charging ahead full force for the best possible outcome. She even properly apologized. So, I didn't mind helping out. Ah. Yeah. That is just like you, Fujita. But then, why didn't you say anything at the time? If you told us she said someone was cool, obviously would assume she meant you. Would you? Yes, obviously. Really? But come on, would you guys seriously expect me to bring up some underclassman's love life out of nowhere? If it were about me, sure. But it's not like you wouldn't have figured it out once you saw the situation yourselves. So, I didn't bother saying anything. Damn it. He had a point. A very valid point. One more thing. Ask away. You used to like her, right? Doesn't it bother you to help with her love life? Why would it? Why wouldn't it? I got rejected. I moved on. No lingering feelings. At that point, she's just someone I used to like, right? Besides, Fujita casually glanced toward the two-person booth, where Nishijima was still talking excitedly, while Hideyoki sat there looking completely lost. You've got Kiru, so that's that. But Hideyoki's single, right? Probably. After Tomomi dumped him, I never heard anything about him getting a new girlfriend. So yeah, probably single. Hideyoki's a great guy, isn't he? Well, yeah. If Kotomi-chan actually likes him, and he doesn't have a problem with it. If they end up dating, she'll be happy, won't she? Fujita smiled warmly. I couldn't make it work with her, but if the girl I liked can be happy, isn't that enough? Even if it's not because of me. Saint, much. Kiru and I spoke in perfect sync. Higashikujo-kun. What is this guy? I can't wrap my head around this. Calm down. No need to panic. This is Fujita we're talking about. Totally in character. Just count prime numbers or something. Alright. This is just Fujita being Fujita. Oh, okay. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 inch. Kiru, that's not prime. That's odd numbers. Those are odd numbers. Higashikujo-senpai, are you flustered too? Is that why you're suddenly speaking in Kansai dialect? Mizuo, seated beside me, gave me a half-lidded stare. Look, I don't know what to tell you. Sigh. Anyway, Fujita-senpai. Oh, I just realized. I never properly thanked you. I'm sorry for the trouble the other day. Oh, no problem. How's the injury? Injury? Oh, you mean my leg. I'm Kawakita, by the way. Kawakita Mizuo. My rehab's been going well, thanks to you. That's so. Glad to hear it. Rehab must be tough, but keep at it, alright? Thank you. Oh, and mind if I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Fujita-senpai, you're not still interested in Nishijima-san, right? Ah. Yeah, not anymore. I see. Then, hypothetically, if someone confessed to you, would you go out with them? Me? Yeah. Like, if a cute girl suddenly went, Fujita-senpai, I like you, would you just fall for her? Hey, Mizuo. Arimori cut in. flustered. Mizuho, on the other hand, grinned mischievously. She really had a mean streak, right? Cut it out, Mizuho. Fujita's probably getting uncomfortable. Or, come on, aren't you curious? Fujita falls in love easily. So, if a cute girl confessed to him, nah, not happening. He'd immediately, wait, what? And not happening? Wait, wasn't Nishijima a textbook case of him falling at first sight and crashing hard? How little faith do you guys have in me? Sure, I used to be like that, but not anymore. He took a breath. Besides, I already like someone. I'm not looking elsewhere. What, Fujita. Fujita of all people. Wait. Hold on. Fujita-kun, you like someone? Yeah. Why? Am I not allowed to? No, that's not the issue. But Kiru trailed off mid-sentence. Fujita, tilting his head slightly, shifted his gaze toward Kawakita. So, Kawakita. Why yes. Fujita's tone was different, serious, unwavering. Mizuho straightened up instinctively under his gaze. Sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't go out with you. Breaking news: Mizuho gets rejected. Ha. Excuse me. Fut. Ku. Ah. Ha ha ha. And Mizuho? Tough luck. Ahaha. The first to crack was Fujiwara. Then Arimori. Then me. As for Kiru, she had her head buried in the table, shoulders shaking as she held her stomach. What kind of misunderstanding is this? Why you think I like Fujita-senpai? That's ridiculous. I mean, sure, I know you're a good person, but come on, Fujita-senpai, you of all people should know. I'm a hardcore Hiroyuki-senpai fan. Face flushed red, Mizuho shouted in protest. Seeing her reaction, Fujita hurriedly backpedaled. Oh, really? I mean, since Hiroyuki has Kiru, I just figured you'd given up on him and moved on to me. Am I bad? I haven't lost yet. The match isn't over until the final whistle. As Mizuho seethed, I let out a wry smile. Ha! From the two-person booth, Hideyoki was looking at me with a pleading expression. His eyes practically screamed, "Please, save me." I sighed. "I'll be right back." After saying that, I got up and made my way over. The moment Nishijima noticed, her face lit up with excitement. "Oh, Higashikujo-senpai, you're coming over here? I'm so happy." As I approached, she flashed an even brighter smile. I could see why Fujita fell for her. She really had a charming smile. Hiroyuki-san, you came to save me. Okay, I'll be heading back now." Looking visibly relieved, Hideyoki immediately tried to leave. Hold on a sec, was he seriously planning to sacrifice me and run? Where do you think you're going, Furukawa-kun? We finally have the MVPs of the match together. Stay and chat a little longer. Nishijima-san? This is a two-person booth, right? Wouldn't three people sitting here be a bit of a squeeze? Then let's move to that four-person booth. What? But, we might disturb the other customers. Disturb who? There are no other customers. Come on, let's go. Without waiting for a reply, she picked up her tray and moved to the four-person booth, the one right behind where I had been sitting earlier. She waved us over enthusiastically. I sighed and turned to Hideyoki with a flat stare. Oi. Traitor. Why am I a traitor? You were about to offer me up as a sacrifice and escape, weren't you? After I came here to help you. How heartless. But it's been just me this whole time. I was the only one taking non-stop fire from her machine gun talk. No one was helping me. Well, I won't deny that. But still, what can you do? Nishijima has her sights set on you. What? Nothing. Anyway, let's just go, Hiroyuki-san. With a complex expression on his face, Hideyoki and I took our seats opposite Nishijima, and wow, Kiru's glare was intense. Her lips moved slightly. No, I am not. What's wrong, Higashikujo-senpai? Nothing. Since Nishijima had her back turned, she didn't notice, but honestly, That glare was terrifying. I quickly looked away and cleared my throat. So, what were you guys talking about? The game the other day. Sajima-senpai invited me to watch, and Furukawa-kun and Higashikujo-senpai were so cool. I became an instant fan, especially your final buzzer beater. It was ridiculously awesome. That's so. Well, not gonna lie, hearing that didn't feel bad. Though, Kiru's glare was still intense. Plus, you kept nailing those 3-pointers. Seriously, you were amazing. I couldn't believe someone this good isn't in the basketball club. And Nishijima-san? Well, you see, Hiroyuki-san is. Sensing the awkwardness, Hideyoki tried to steer the conversation away. But honestly, I wasn't too bothered. Well, even if I was in the basketball club, it's not like it would make much of a difference. Our team isn't exactly strong, I guess. Our team is pretty weak, isn't it? Whether or not it'd make a difference, I just find casual basketball more fun. I dunno. Seems like a waste of talent. Oh, speaking of which, the team lineup for that match was kinda disappointing, don't you think? Disappointing? Yeah. You and Furukawa-kun were amazing, but then there was Fujita-senpai, right? He kinda felt like an extra. Like, one person clearly didn't belong. An extra? Fujita? Yeah. The team was strong, but Fujita-senpai really dragged it down. I mean, if he had scored more, the game would have been so much easier. Wasn't there anyone better? Higashikujo-senpai? Fujita was more than strong enough. Nishijima clearly didn't like my answer, pouting in dissatisfaction. But then, as if she had a sudden realization, she clapped her hands together. Oh, I get it. You're just being nice, aren't you? Not only are you an amazing player, but you also protect your friends. That's so sweet. I really admire guys who are loyal to their friends. She giggled, flashing an upward gaze at me. Before I could respond, Hideyoki spoke up. Nishijima-san, don't you like basketball? I figured you did, since you came to watch the match. I mean, if you actually paid attention, you'd know Fujita-senpai's defense was solid. He completely shut down their power forward at the start. Defense? What's that? I don't know those complicated terms. Is it impressive? Wait. You don't actually care about basketball? Not really. I only went because a pushy senpai made me. Oh, but I do like basketball players. They're tall, athletic, and have long legs. So cool. Furukawa-kun's super handsome, too. He's basically a premium deal. She let out a bubbly giggle. And Higashikujo-senpai, you're super cool too. You seem so unremarkable at first, but then you suddenly explode with talent on the court. It's such a gap. It totally makes my heart race. But Fujita-senpai? Nothing. No cool moments, no surprises. Just running around looking ridiculous. Oh, right. Higashikujo-senpai, you're close with him, aren't you? Yeah. Then you must know. Fujita-senpai actually confessed to me once. Just straight up, I like you. I mean, come on. It was like a joke. No way we're on the same level. You're absolutely right. You're right. You and Fujita aren't on the same level at all. See? Even you think so. Can I call you Hiroyuki-senpai? Yeah, over my dead body. Hey, you. Hideyoki was about to explode. But before he could. Splash. A full cup of cola was dumped over Nishijima's head. Kaiya. Sea cold. What the? Nishijima shrieked, clutching her head. She spun around, face twisted in anger, only to be met with Aramori, standing tall like a queen, her expression calm yet furious. You were mocking Fujita-senpai, she said simply. So of course it matters, doesn't it? Fujita-senpai might not know much about basketball, sure. But when he heard that Higashikujo-senpai was in trouble, he practiced as hard as he could. And then, he went out there and played amazingly. And who taught him? That would be me. And now? What? You're saying he was just running around? Don't belittle him like that. That was a strategy. And not just any strategy, one that only Fujita-senpai could pull off. Well, I suppose a trashy bimbo who only comes to the gym to chase guys wouldn't understand, right? Cool. B bimbo. W who are you even talking about? Who? What do you mean, bimbo? Just because you're so big that no guy would ever look at you. Don't take your jealousy out on me. Well, I am pretty tall, yeah? And sure, I get hit on by girls more than guys. But trust me, I have nothing to be jealous of when it comes to you. Aramori huffed and turned up her nose, while Nishijima grit her teeth in frustration. Then, her expression twisted into something ugly. Oh, I see now. You're in love with Fujita-senpai, aren't you? Her mocking grin was the picture of pure scorn. Kiaha, that's ridiculous. What do you even see in him? He's a clown, an idiot, and this time, all it took was me sweetly begging, please see? And he immediately went along with it, no questions asked. If you think that's attractive, you have terrible taste. Nishijima laughed derisively, but Aramori remained unfazed. And if I do like him, so what? Ha! Fujita-senpai isn't the kind of guy who deserves to be ridiculed by some airhead who's got nothing but sponge packed in her skull. Wait, you're serious? Dead serious. Obviously. I love Fujita-senpai. As she spoke, Aramori glanced in Fujita's direction. When she turned to look at him, oh wow. He was frozen stiff. Seeing him like that, Aramori let out a small, lonely smile. I made things awkward, didn't I? Sorry, Mizuho, I'm heading out first. With that, she got up and ran for the exit. Fujita, go after her. Ha! Fujita was still frozen in place. Meanwhile, Aramori had already made it past the doorway. Just go. Hurry up. Oh, okay. As if jolted awake, Fujita sprang to his feet and dashed toward the exit. Watching him go, Hideyoki calmly pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Nishijima. That girl is the worst. Hey, wait a sec, what? Take it. Your head got wet, right? Oh, thanks. You're so sweet, Furukawa-kun. What if I fall for you now? Will you take responsibility? Is that so? Nishijima gazed up at him with teary eyes, but Hideyoki simply smiled and said, Sorry, but I don't like girls with bad personalities. Ha! Speaking of which, what does Fujita-senpai even see in her? I respect him as a person, but man, his taste in women is terrible. Hey, that's enough. You're being rude to Aramori. She's grown a lot, you know. You think so? Well, yeah, Aramori-san is a great girl. Maybe Fujita-senpai's finally learned how to pick them. Don't act all high and mighty, like you didn't completely mess up your first love. Why you really had to bring that up? That's cruel. Oh, Nishijima-san, you can keep that handkerchief. Just toss it somewhere. Nishijima had been staring blankly at our exchange, but when she finally processed what he said, her face turned bright red. From embarrassment. What the hell are you saying? Who has a bad personality? Anger it is. What? You really don't know? I mean you. Look in a mirror. What? Don't act so smug. Just because you're kinda handsome. I don't think I'm particularly handsome. But either way, that's got nothing to do with the fact that you have a terrible personality. You could learn a thing or two from Fujita-senpai. Never mind, even that might not be enough to fix how nasty you are. Excuse me, what the hell? You too, Fujita-senpai? Are you stupid? Defending a dumbass like that? Hey, who just spoke in that low voice? Don't you dare insult my best friend any further. Oh, that was me. I can sound like that. Hi. Nishijima let out a frightened squeak. And behind her, a shadow moved. I agree. I can't stand by while you insult my dear friend. If you have anything more to say, then allow me to step in as well, Higashikuji-kun. A bit of an overkill, don't you think? Way too much of an overkill, Kiru. If you get involved, it's like bringing a nuclear warhead to a fistfight. Just sit down and stay out of this. Kiru. Jigar, the villainous lady. Oh my. I see my reputation precedes me, even among the first years. Yeah, Like hell she didn't know that already. But you know, I actually hate that nickname. So much so that I might just make anyone who calls me that irrelevant. Kiru smiled sweetly, beautifully, even. But all I could see was the devil grinning. Nishijima must have felt the same, because her face went completely pale. She grabbed her bag and made a mad dash for the automatic doors. Why, you'll regret this. Such a classic, third-rate villain exit line. Oh my. Are you sure? You'd rather I don't forget this? I was just about to. Forget it. I'll forget it too. Not even a trace left behind. Nishijima tumbled out the doors as she fled, and Kiru snorted before turning to look around at the rest of us. What? Shall we go? To finish her off. You. What do you think I'm going to do? Obviously, I'm going to look for Aramori-san and Fujita-kun. What? That. Isn't it just because you're curious? She blatantly avoided my gaze just now. Seriously? Does she have no sense of shame? That's. Well. But listen, if we really don't know how this is going to end, then of course I'd hold back. No one wants to be seen when they get rejected. But, isn't this a 100%, no doubt about it, guaranteed success kind of situation? The kind that leads to happiness? Well, right. If something like this doesn't work out, then weddings shouldn't work either. It's the same thing. You're sharing a moment of happiness with everyone. Yeah, no. That logic doesn't make sense. It absolutely does. I mean, well, as a friend, isn't it fine for me to get a little dose of heart-fluttering romance? The love police wouldn't arrest me for that, right, Hiroyuki-san? What? When she was comforting Aramori-san, she was a kind-hearted noble lady. When she was tearing Nishijima apart, she was a villainous noble lady. So in the end, what kind of noble lady is Kiru-senpai? A hopeless noble lady? Kiru's what do you mean, hopeless? Was promptly ignored. Well, honestly, I am worried. Might as well go look for them. Section. About 10 minutes after we started searching, we got a message from the Fujihara and Kiru pair. Found them. Upon receiving the report, our childhood friend trio, Mizuo, Hideoki, and I headed to the park where they had been spotted. Higashikuju-kun. Over here. Kiru. Fujihara too. Good work. How did you find them? Shizuku often comes to this park when she's feeling down. So I figured this was the place. I see. Fu. My intuition was spot on. I knew that if I followed Fujihara-san, who knows Aramori-san best, would find her first. Now, things are about to get good. Higashikuju-kun, you're a little too hungry for romance, aren't you? Seriously, I'm starting to think hopeless noble lady suits you after all. Where's Fujita? Not here yet. Oh, wait. There he is. Beyond where Aramori sat slumped over on a swing, Fujita's figure appeared. Still a bit of a distance away, but... Found you, Aramori. Fujita. Senpai. We can hear them. But... Is this really okay? Why did you come here? Why? Because you suddenly ran out of the shop. Of course, I'd be worried. Obviously, I went looking for you. What? You? Worried about me? Of course I did. That's normal. Fujita shrugged like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Seeing that, Aramori let out a small chuckle. Would you have done the same for Mizuho? Ha! What about Risa? Or Tomomi-senpai? Or Kiru-senpai? Would you have searched for them too? Well, a pause. Yeah, probably. You idiot. That's... well. Who am I kidding? Everyone already knows what kind of person Fujita is. Of course, he'd go looking for anyone. I thought so. You're too kind, Fujita-senpai. Even if it wasn't me, you still would have searched, wouldn't you? With that, Aramori stood from the swing, wearing a tearful smile. At first, I thought, what's up with this guy? He kept calling me huge. It pissed me off, so I made him do crab walks until his legs gave out. But that freak just powered through it without even breaking a sweat. It was disgusting. Yeah, sorry about that. But, disgusting is kinda harsh. don't you think? We're even. But still, watching you quietly, stubbornly practice every single day without complaint, I started getting frustrated. Why? I thought. Why can he push himself this far? He doesn't even gain anything from this, so why is he putting in so much effort? I just had to know. That time. Yeah. And you know what? That was unfair. My heart went bam. That phrasing is ancient. That's not the point. Anyway, that's when I realized. Wow. This guy is amazing. This guy is kind. He doesn't just think about himself. He does things for others. Like I said before, seeing my friends happy is a benefit. That alone isn't enough to make most people act. Fujita-senpai, you're so kind. If you could be kind only to me, I think I'd be the happiest person in the world. If you looked at only me, I think I'd be over the moon. That's really how I feel. So, Fujita-senpai. She squeezed her eyes shut. Fujita-senpai, don't say it. Fujita's words cut her off before she could finish. Aramori's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then tears welled up as she smiled. Haha. Right. Of course. What? You already have someone you like. It'd just be a burden if I confessed now, wouldn't it? And then, yeah, it'd be a burden. Fujita nodded. I am sorry. Aramori dropped her head, shoulders slumping. Watching her, I tapped my left hand against my right arm twice. Kiru, that hurts. I will obliterate him. Obliterate? That's not a word I've ever heard before. What the hell do you mean, obliterate? Hey, Aramori. Why yes. The person I like. They're the kind of person who gives it their all. I don't want to hear it. Shut up and listen. They're incredibly hardworking. But no matter how much effort they put in, they never see it that way themselves. They're weird like that. Why? Why are you telling me this? Every morning, without fail, they'd say, all right, Fujita-senpai, 200 shots today. They even filmed it and reviewed it with me afterward. They'd point out what I did wrong, what needed adjusting. And when the strategy we came up with together worked, they were overjoyed. Wait. She put in so much effort, practicing with me every day. When I failed, she was just as down about it as I was. When I succeeded, she celebrated with me like it was her own victory. With a girl like that, how could I not fall for her? Wait, what? That means? Aramori, you really need to study up on how guys think. Saying that, he took a step closer. Something like this is supposed to come from the guy. With a gentle smile, he looked at her and said, Aramori Shizuku, I like you. Will you go out with me? Tears welled up in Aramori's eyes. What do you think? Is it too much? But I am rough around the edges. Pretty sure I am too. And I can't cook. That's fine. I'm pretty good at it. I work part-time at a place where I cook all the time. I'll teach you. I am not girly at all. I'm totally boyish. I like games way more than fashion. Oh, nice. Let's hit the arcade together sometime. And my speech isn't proper or elegant. Is that so? You use polite speech when you need to, and you respect your seniors. Never thought that about you. You saw it earlier, right? I am hot-headed. I get into fights easily. Yeah, okay, we'll work on that. But seriously, don't go dumping coke on people's heads. That stuff stings if it gets in your eyes. And more importantly, you shouldn't waste food and drinks. Okay. Wait, no, that's not the point. And I'm a basketball freak. Before she could finish, he gently raised a hand to stop her. A basketball freak, tall, a little mischievous sometimes. That's what I like about you, Aramori. I love you. And then, with a teasing grin, will you be my girlfriend? Fujita-senpai, you idiot. What do you mean guys are supposed to say it first? Do you have any idea how much that hurt? She cried as she buried her face in his chest. And Fujita, wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. Haha. My bad, my bad. But, you know, there's gotta be some kind of closure, right? I mean, you told me how you felt back at McDonald's. Honestly, that ambush was unfair. I was supposed to say it first. But that girl was bad-mouthing you. Bad-mouthing? I dunno, she kinda had a point. I mean, I didn't exactly do much in that game. What? She didn't see any of your good points at all. She was just using you. That's what pissed me off, and I just pissed you off. Because I couldn't stand seeing someone I like, someone important to me, get used like that. I'm not as big a person as you, Fujita-senpai. Hey, even I'd be mad if someone used a person important to me. That's not what I mean. Even if it's someone like her, even if she only got close to you to use you, you still treated her kindly, because that's just who you are. I could never do that. Yeah, that's something I should probably think about. I mean, yeah, I'd get mad if someone important to me got used. But you heard it earlier, didn't you? I would have searched for Kawakita, or Fujihara too. In times like this, I guess. I don't know. Is it kindness? I don't even think of it that way. But whatever it is, maybe I shouldn't be that way. Maybe the only person I should really go all out for is you. Arimori? No. Fujita-senpai, you don't have to change. You sure? Yes. Because that is what I fell in love with. Because that's why I love you. So, you don't have to force yourself to stop helping people. Even if it's for my sake, you don't have to change that. It's okay to still treat other people as important. But just promise me that I'll always be the most important. She hugged him even tighter. A little startled, Fujita hesitated, but then he held her just as tightly. Of course. I mean, I'll do my best. Not sure how much I can actually pull off, though. Obviously, I intend to cherish you as much as possible, but whether you'll be satisfied with that is. Fufu. Arimori, don't underestimate me. How much do you think I love you, Fujita-senpai? Sorry, but I'm not even a little worried about that. That was just me being playful. Why? You really don't get it. She lifted her face from his chest and smiled. Because you're Fujita-senpai. You'll be so kind to me, love me so much, spoil me so much. There's no way you wouldn't cherish me with everything you have. Yeah, that's right, Arimori. Because it's Fujita. If he could treat a girl who rejected him that well, then of course he'd cherish the girl who's his most important person more than anyone else. Good for you, Arimori-san. Yeah. As for you, Fujita-kun, when you said burden, I was about ready to strangle you. But fine. I'll let it slide. Let's call it your one and only attempt at acting manly. You know, I've been wondering for a while now, who the hell do you think you are? Obviously, I'm a proud officer of the Love Police. This is a dictatorship. After giving Kiru an exasperated look, I turned my gaze toward the two of them, holding each other, happy as could be. Good for you, both of you. Wishing you all the happiness in the world. The sunset stretched their shadows across the ground, side by side. Even their silhouettes seemed to radiate warmth. And that was the end of it. Or so I thought. Now then. The real problem is how we get out of here without them noticing. Yeah. That didn't happen. Without a single shred of stealth ability, and with us having to help carry an injured Mizuo, we were instantly spotted by the couple as they left the park, hand in hand. Spying on us. Are you kidding me? Arimori was furious. And that's how we ended up kneeling in the sandpit for a full hour while she lectured us. But you know, maybe her face looked redder from embarrassment than anger. Let's just chalk it up to the sunset. Chapter 5. Let's do something couple-like, shall we? It's been a while since I had to sit in Caesar like that. Kiru muttered as she rubbed her legs. Seeing her like that, I let out a small chuckle and went to the kitchen in our home to make some coffee. Once it was ready, I handed a cup to Kiru, who was sitting on the sofa, still massaging her legs. Want some? Thank you, I'll take it. Are you okay after all that, Caesar? I'm not used to it. But yeah, I managed. It wasn't that bad. But still, making high schoolers kneel in the sandbox at a public park was kind of cruel. If there had been kids around, I might not have recovered from the humiliation. Well, we were in the wrong. Yeah. I got a little too excited and went overboard. That's rare, actually. No, not really. You do tend to go overboard. Not just when it comes to romance either. She's like this with books too. Just so you know, I've never gotten this carried away before. That's so? Of course. Think about it. If I were grinning to myself like an idiot in the library, what would you think? That you'd finally lost it. Exactly. Yeah, fair point. So, it's your fault I get this excited. My fault. Shall I say thanks to you instead? She giggled as she said that, and I simply shrugged. Then, she made a small beckoning motion with her hand. What is it? Come sit next to me for a bit. Sure, I guess. Tilting my head, I moved to sit beside her. And the moment I did, she suddenly rested her head on my shoulder. Keikiru. Just for a little while, okay? Then, lifting her head slightly, she looked up at me with wide eyes. Is that a no? No. Really? Just for a little while? I won't stay like this too long. Come on, please. No. Actually, fine. Yes. With a tiny fist pump, Kiru immediately nestled her head back onto my shoulder. As I let out a small sigh, she suddenly tilted her head upward toward me. What now? Pat me. Pat you. Why? Because today, I feel like being a little spoiled. You sure? If anything, you were more of a hopeless mess today. Then I'll be a hopeless mess. Just pat me. She nudged her head against me, like a cat. Letting out a chuckle, I reached up and gently patted her head. Ah. Foo-foo. I like this. I see. Yep. When you pat my head, I feel really at peace. Hey, seriously, what's up with you today? You're acting weird. I mean, sure, she's gotten a little more physically affectionate lately, but this is way more than usual. I guess I got a little flustered. Kiru. Aramori looked so happy, didn't she? Seeing someone love and be loved like that. It made me realize how beautiful that is. And, well, I guess it made me a little jealous. Because you can't experience romance since you have a fiancé? If you're seriously saying that, I might just punch you. My bad. Geez. She pouted in frustration and shot me a glare before resting her head on my shoulder again. Do you remember what I told you a long time ago? Something from a while back. At first, I just wanted to get along with you. Yeah, I remember. But then, after we started living together, and I got to know you better, I wanted to have fun with you instead. You mentioned that too. But it's different now. Different. Well, different might not be the right word, but still, I still want to get along with you and have fun. But, that's not all. It's just that, Still resting her head against me, Kiru glanced up at me from below. Half expecting, half nervous, I waited for whatever words would come next. If that's because basically. Her eyes shimmered slightly with hesitation. I just want to, be close to you. That's right. I want us to be close. Seriously? Wait. Don't say it. I already know. I feel so much self-loathing right now. After everything I've said about you, I have no right to talk. She slumped against my shoulder in defeat. I mean, yeah, after all that build-up, that was a bit anticlimactic, but, well, whatever. Higashikuju-kun? I mean, Fujita said it earlier, right? That these things are supposed to come from the guy. Yeah. She looked up at me with sparkling eyes. Sorry. Even with you looking at me like that, I don't think I can say it just yet. Her face immediately filled with visible disappointment. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. IIT's just that. What? It's kind of pathetic, but do you want to hear why? I'm listening. Well, look, it's not that I don't want to be in that kind of relationship with you. If anything, I'd actually prefer it. What's with that reaction? That wasn't what she was expecting. Really? Huh? I mean, I thought maybe you still had lingering feelings for Kamo-san, Suzuka-san, or even Kawakita-san. Do you think I just fall for every girl I meet? But you did hug Kawakita-san, didn't you? That wasn't a hug. That was restraint. She was flailing, so I had to hold her down. That doesn't count as a hug. I think. That's not the point. What I mean is, if things keep going as they are, we're going to get married, right? That's right. Anne, is that really okay? You mean you don't want a fiancé? No, it's not that. It's just that, since our ending is already decided, can we ever really be like Fujita and Arimori? Like, can we become a couple in the same way they did? Why are you bringing this up now? Probably the same reason as you. I got caught up in it. After watching Fujita and Arimori, yeah. A romance with a predetermined outcome. Feels like a rigged game, doesn't it? That's close. No matter what I think, we're getting married. If, somewhere along the way, Kiru and I end up in that kind of relationship, would that even be real? Is that what a real relationship is supposed to be? And it's not just me. It's the same for Kiru, too. I mean, yeah, obviously, she has feelings for me. Even a blind person could see it. But still, the feelings you have for me, this whole wanting to get along thing, can you really say, without hesitation, that it's not just because you have to? Are you mocking me? My feelings? I already told you. I didn't even want to get along with you at first. Do you seriously think I'd be saying all this now if I didn't mean it? And no, that's not what I'm saying. But, Kiru, let's be real. If we weren't engaged, sure, we might have met, but do you really think we would have ended up in a relationship like this? Well, no, probably not. That's exactly it. Our feelings for each other, there's a good chance they're shaped by our circumstances. In other words, what we have isn't as pure as what Fujita and Arimori have. It's a relationship set up for us. And because of that, maybe, in some way, we're forcing ourselves to make it work. I am. And probably, Kiru is, too. There's this underlying expectation that since we're getting married anyway, we have to like each other. And yeah, someone could argue that since we're going to be together no matter what, it's all the same in the end. But for some reason, I don't like that. I get what you're saying. I do. Even if it's annoyingly complicated. But isn't this just a chicken and egg thing? Yeah. Even I think I'm overthinking this. Is love supposed to be this complicated? If you think someone is kind of nice, and then over time that kind of nice turns into a lot of nice, isn't that just love? But what if that nice was something we forced ourselves to find? You're such a pain. Yeah. She gave me an unimpressed stare, and I let out a small laugh. Kiru kept staring at me for a while, then, finally, let out an exasperated sigh. All right. I've decided. Decided what? She smiled. Higashikuju-kun, let's become a couple. So you didn't get it after all. I did get it. I understand your concerns. But you know, even if this all started as something fake, I think we can grow into something real. Using your words, the goal is the same, isn't it? Well, and if I had to sum up everything you just said in one phrase. She lifted her index finger. You sound like a shoujo manga heroine. A shoujo manga heroine? That's just mean. You keep going on about true love and is this real? It's straight out of one of those stories. But fine. Since I get where you're coming from, let's compromise. We'll start off as fake lovers. Fake lovers? Yes. You're not against getting closer to me, right? Well, no, of course not. We live together, after all. That's a given. Then, from the beginning, let's not expect anything. Let's not set real love as our goal. That way, you won't feel pressured by the idea that these feelings are forced. And in the meantime, we'll act like a couple. And if, at some point, you come to believe that what we have is real, then when that time comes, tell me how you feel. That means. Sounds good, doesn't it? You don't have to overthink things. Let's just enjoy fun things, happy things, Together. She looked straight into my eyes. Let's do lots of couple-like things together. Kiru smiled, beautifully, warmly, and to her kindness, I could only nod in silence. Section. The next day. Mentally exhausted from everything that happened, I slumped over my desk as soon as I arrived at school. I nodded along in the heat of the moment yesterday, but what the hell does acting like a couple even mean? Yo, Hiroyuki. Morning. Hearing a voice call down from above, I lifted my head. Standing there with a bright grin was Fujita, the guy who delivered a bold confession yesterday and successfully got himself a girlfriend. Morning. Oh, what's with the gloomy vibe? Come on, cheer up a little. You sure are energetic. Of course I am. I mean, come on. With a smirk that could only be described as unsettling, Fujita raised a triumphant thumbs up. I got a girlfriend yesterday. Annoying. The words slipped out straight from my soul. Ha! Was he always this? Oh, right. I guess I forgot because his stock had been skyrocketing lately, but at his core, this guy was always a goofball. Isn't that kinda harsh? At least try to be happy for me. I'll be honest with you. I do think it's a good thing. Oh. Hearing you say it so straightforwardly kinda creeps me out. I was expecting a don't get ahead of yourself kind of retort. It's not like I'm celebrating the fact that you got a girlfriend. Well, I am happy for you, but more than that, I'm glad Aramori managed to end up with you. Isn't that way worse? It's not like I don't care about you at all, okay? It's just, well, I was more concerned about Aramori. I literally witnessed the moment she fell for you, and I felt partly responsible for setting things in motion. Of course I wanted things to work out. You're a seriously ungrateful best friend, you know that? Shut up. So, how's it feel? First day with a girlfriend. How's it feel? With a wide smile, he declared. The best. Fujita beamed, lifting a bag in his hands. What's that? What's that? Lunch. We're having lunch together today. Aramori asked me, all shy and cute. If it's not too much trouble. Would you like to eat lunch together tomorrow? Isn't my girlfriend the cutest? Yeah. She's adorable. Good for you, getting a homemade bento. Grinning smugly, Fujita basked in his own happiness, until he noticed my expression and let out a small chuckle. Actually, I made it myself. What? Wait, really? Since when? Is this some new men who cook trend? Aramori's not that great at cooking, apparently. But since it's our first day dating, I mean, sure, we could have just gotten a convenience store bento or something from the school store, but, you know, a homemade lunch just feels special, right? Yeah, I don't really agree. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with guys cooking. I cook too. But come on, there's just something about a girl's homemade bento, you know? Actually, did Aramori say anything about you making it? She was like, my boyfriend is thoughtful, kind, and a great cook. Are you bragging? Then she slumped to the ground, totally defeated, so I think it kinda shocked her. Yeah, I figured. What, are you just out here breaking your girlfriend's spirit for fun? Wait, you can cook? Yep. I mean, it's just simple stuff. You know that cafe near the station, one stop over? I work there part-time. I'm in the kitchen, so I can make most basic things. You're more capable than I thought. I just don't have any one thing I'm great at. Guess you'd call me a jack of all trades. Too bad none of that helps you with studying. Shut up. Fujita gave me a light jab on the shoulder. Oh. Anyway, take it easy, alright? Don't totally crush Aramori's confidence. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with whoever can cook just handling it, but if it's really bothering her, I should be more considerate. I'll be careful. Yeah, do that. I know you can pull it off. You're basically a pro at being kind to people. Section. Welcome home. I'm back. When I returned home from school, Karu was in the living room, reading a book. I glanced over and saw a long list of complicated-looking names. What's that? A novel. Russian literature. Want to read it? I can barely remember Japanese names, so I don't think I stand a chance with Russian ones. I'll pass. Russian names are long, right? Aren't they always something ski or whatever vitch? I'd probably get a few pages in and start thinking, wait, who was this guy again? Geez. Karu chuckled softly and closed the book, turning her gaze toward me. I messaged Aramori today. You have her contact info? I was expecting you to ask. What did you send? Not that. Of course I have her contact info. Oh, my bad. Well, it's Karu, after all. I am growing, you know. Anyway, today's her first day dating Fujita, right? Since we're also trying to do couple-like things, I figured we could get some inspiration. I see. Learning from our seniors? Karu aside, the only couple I even know is Fujita and Aramori. Man, our romance experience levels are tragic. Didn't you say you like romance novels? I do. Don't they have stuff like that in them? I love romance novels, but they focus so much on the getting together part. There's barely anything about what happens after. Really? Well, I guess the fun part is all the build-up before they start dating. The only after scenes I can think of are date scenes. It's not non-existent, but usually, once they get together, another love rival shows up, and things go from there. Not that it's bad from a storytelling perspective, but you see my point, right? Not really useful for us, right? Definitely not for our situation. Yeah, pretty much. So, did you get any useful advice from Aramori? What? She replied with, Fujita-senpai is perfect at cooking. What am I supposed to do? Kiru-senpai, please teach me how to cook. Ah, she's definitely asking the wrong person. Didn't you just say the other day at Wakdo that you're bad at cooking? Oh, but then again, she probably thought, Kiru-senpai is just being humble. I mean, she is pretty high-spec in general. You're right, but hearing it so bluntly kind of pisses me off. Anyway, I told her, cooking isn't something you master in a day. Just keep practicing. If you get stuck, feel free to reach out. Wait. I never said I'd teach her. Or that I'm good at it. I didn't lie. I just said she could reach out. Just tell her you can't cook. I can cook a little. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, Aramori was really down about it. Yeah, figures. I can practically picture her sulking. Ha! You think so too? I mean, wouldn't it make sense for whoever's better at cooking to just handle it? It does, but say you were getting hit on, and instead of asking me for help, you just knocked the guy out yourself. I'd probably lose a bit of confidence. There's a certain image, right? Guys are supposed to protect girls, and cooking is like the reverse of that. I guess that makes sense. I'll keep it in mind. Wait, so you could actually beat them up? I am from a well-off family. I was trained in self-defense. Seriously? Guess I'm useless then. It's not like I need a bodyguard. Anyway, you just being there is more than enough for me, so. I see. Karu glanced at me from the corner of her eye. Why do I feel weirdly embarrassed? Anyway, Aramori was super down, but, get this. Fujita hugged her. A real Jew hug. Respect. And then he told her, I didn't fall for you because of whether you can cook or not. Aramori said she was so happy. Yeah, I bet. I could practically see sulking Aramori in my mind a moment ago. Now I can see her smiling. And, you know, hearing that made me think, maybe the real difference between couples and friends is physical affection. There are things you can't do as friends, but you can as a couple. Oh no. I've got a really bad feeling about this. So, Higashikuju-kun. With eyes glistening, she looked up at me. Seeked you. Jumi. Ah. For a second, I couldn't comprehend what Karu had just said. 1 second. 2 seconds. My brain finally caught up. Jiu. Some kind of weird noise escaped from my throat. If I had to describe it, it sounded like the cry of an unidentified life form. Karu's face turned bright red as she flailed her hands in front of her chest. That's not. I mean, it is, but, Aramori was saying, When Fujita-senpai hugs me, my chest tightens, and I feel all warm inside, all love-struck. So. If we could understand that feeling. We might. And it's something couples do, right? I mean, it's a hug. A hug. Friends don't do that. Tomomi does it to Ryoko sometimes. That's because they're both girls. The opposite sex doesn't do that. And for the record, I've never done it with anyone, not even with other girls, because I don't have any friends. Now I feel bad. Still, though. A hug, No, this is way too high a hurdle. I mean, a hug is a hug, right? That means I'd be hugging Kiru. I'm embarrassed too, you know. But if I don't push you like this, you'll never take a step forward. Well, I mean, when she puts it like that. Maybe. But even if I hug her, I don't think that's going to suddenly make me more proactive. What? Do you not want to? What? Why you really don't want to? Kiru's anxious eyes met mine. Holding her gaze, I shook my head. I'll be honest. It feels like a privilege. A privilege. You couldn't have phrased that better. Sorry. But, well, I don't know if you realize it, but you're, objectively stunning. Kiru was one of the top 3 beauties of our grade. Honestly, her looks were outstanding. Lately, I'd started thinking her personality wasn't bad either, but, well, anyway. Having a beauty like you say, can you hug me? Feels like winning the lottery. No joke. Seriously. This is jackpot level luck. Hearing you say that. It makes me happy, but. Okay then. Now, think this through. I'd be hugging Kiru, a certified beauty. And not just anywhere. We're in our apartment, where no one can interrupt us. Yeah, no. There's no way my self-control will hold. Honestly, I don't trust myself. I mean, just think about it. Kiru, this gorgeous girl, just asked me to hug her. And I'm supposed to just stop at a hug. What am I, some kind of ascetic monk? I'm a high school guy. My self-restraint is paper thin. Surely. You could just. Hold yourself back, Higashikuju-kun. That's hell. Is this some kind of torture? Anyway, I've gone this far. Don't embarrass me now. We'll deal with the aftermath later. Right now, let's hug. What even is let's hug supposed to mean? Kiru shut her eyes and spread her arms, standing there expectantly. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Her lips had gone pale. Exclamation point. Right. She's doing this for me. She's trying to move forward with me. You won't regret this. Oh, of course not. A woman doesn't take back her words. A woman is all about guts. It's charm, actually. Still squeezing her eyes shut, Kiru fired back defiantly. She looked so endearing that I couldn't help but smile wryly as I placed my hands on her shoulders. Are you scared? If you are, then. No. I am fine. Just hurry up. Hug me. Kiru still had her eyes shut tight, her lips pressed together in a firm line. Wrapping my arms around her back, I pulled her into an embrace. Actually, no. Kya. Kiru suddenly jerked her head up, slamming the back of her skull straight into my chin. My brain is shaking. Oh. Higashikuju-kun. Are you okay? The last thing I saw was Kiru's panicked face as her eyes darted back and forth in shock. Section. Isn't that a bit much? I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say but sorry. I'm truly so sorry. Sitting on the sofa with an ice pack pressed against my jaw, I glanced up at Kiru, who stood before me, head down in dejection. I really do want to be hugged, okay? But it's just. I got embarrassed, or rather, when I opened my eyes and realized Higashikuju-kun was right in front of me, my head just suddenly heated up, and Kiru apologized again with a quiet sorry. Does it hurt? Well, I couldn't exactly lie and say it didn't. It was a clean hit to the jaw, after all. I'm really sorry. You're mad, aren't you? Well, it does hurt, but I'm not mad or anything. Really? I mean, I get why you felt embarrassed. We've been living together as fiancés all this time, but suddenly taking things to the next step like this. It was probably too much. I understood that all too well. Yeah, my jaw really hurt, though. But even so, Karu bit her lip again. She must have realized that things wouldn't move forward if she just stayed like this. And knowing that I was the reason she felt that way made me want to punch myself. You don't have to just stand there. Sit down. Oh, okay. Karu moved to sit beside me, only for me to stop her with my hand. Here. I pointed to my lap. She blinked, looking momentarily confused, before her face turned bright red, like a kettle about to whistle. Ich here. You're like a startled chicken. Look, isn't it embarrassing because you're facing me directly? If you sit on my lap, like a chair, you won't have to look me in the eye. That should make it less awkward, right? Oh, obviously, it's still embarrassing. What's with you? Higashikuju-kun. Did you hit your head too? I really don't like that kind of health concern. That's not the point. You want to move our relationship forward, don't you? Yeah. Not to put it bluntly, but we don't have to be happy or successful as fiancés. We could just get married, do what needs to be done, have a kid, and that would be enough to keep anyone from complaining. But you didn't want that, did you? No. Then, I just thought. I want to support you in that. Yeah. Kiru nodded. Then, as if snapping back to reality, she suddenly blurted out in a flustered voice. But it's just my selfish wish. I just wanted to get closer to you, Higashikuju-kun, that's all. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. Seeing that, I let out a small chuckle. Me too. I want to get closer to you too, Kiru. I'm grateful to you, but that's not what this is about. I want to get closer to you. Hey, what? Can I dance? You mean, like a little happy dance? Yeah. Is that not allowed? Nope. Why not? Because your place is right here. I pointed at my lap again. Seeing my gesture, Kiru blushed all the way to her ears. Then, she broke into a small, happy smile. Okay, then. Excuse me. Saying excuse me under her breath, Kiru, looking a bit nervous, hesitantly settled herself onto my lap. Hey, this. Yeah. It's a little different than I expected. Right. It's exciting, but how do I put it? It doesn't feel very couple-like. Yeah, no kidding. This was basically just me being a human chair. Fantastic. Thanks a lot. Hang on a sec. Kiru, mind standing up for a moment? At my request, Kiru obediently stood up from her Higashikuju brand seat. Once she was up, I leaned back slightly into the sofa and crossed my legs in a relaxed position. Alright, now try sitting like this. Then, murmuring another excuse me, Kiru carefully sat down on my crossed legs. Since I was sitting deep into the sofa, her back naturally rested against my chest. This is nice. It feels comforting. You make a good seat, Higashikuju-kun. That's probably the least flattering compliment I've ever received. Also, wait, do I smell bad? I mean, I haven't done any intense exercise or anything, but a bit of daily life will leave anyone smelling a little off. But Kiru just shook her head. Not at all. Actually, your scent is kind of comforting. It smells nice. Really? Yeah. Maybe it's just me, but I don't find it unpleasant at all. By the way, what about me? What? Do I smell bad? No. Not at all. If anything, you smell like a girl, or rather, that soft, sweet scent unique to girls. Well, in any case, it's a nice smell. Yep. That sounded just a little pervy, which is exactly why I hesitated to say it. So unfair. I was happy when you said I smelled nice, but when I say it, I sound like a creep. It's just the difference between boys and girls, right? It's not like I'm not happy, okay? If Higashikuju-kun says I smell nice, it's that. I'd be happy. I see. Yeah. More importantly, I can't help but be a little curious about your comment on a girl's scent. Have you done this kind of thing with other girls before? Ah. Well, I do have a little sister. And what does that have to do with anything? Oh, so you mean you've done this with your sister too? Well, are you gonna be mad? Is it something I should be mad about? I wonder. It's not exactly something I'm eager to talk about. But, well, I guess I have no choice. Well, you see, my little sister can get really clingy sometimes. She'll suddenly jump onto my lap, going, "Oni, chair," and treat me like a seat. Oh, that actually sounds kind of cute. Yeah, well, after seeing her do that, Mizuho's would go, "A cane gets all the fun, Hiroyuki-senpai, me too," and jump on. Then Tomomi would go, "Hiroyuki, obviously, it's my turn next, right?" and hop on. And then Ryoko would say, "You know, I think childhood friend discrimination is totally unfair, Hiroyuki-chan," and climb on too. Never mind. That stopped being cute real fast. What even is that? Karu lifted her head slightly, glancing at me from the corner of her eye. When I looked away, she puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. No wonder it was so comfortable to sit on. Turns out I was using a well-worn chair, right? Calling me well-worn is kinda harsh, don't you think? Isn't it accurate? You've had plenty of girls sitting on your lap, haven't you? Watch how you phrase that. Kiru laughed, a teasing chuckle escaping her lips. Give me a break, seriously. I'm just joking. Well, I won't say it doesn't bother me at all, but the past is the past. What matters is what comes next. Optimistic, aren't you? Of course. No point dwelling on the past. She giggled again. I let out a sigh at her response. Wait, Higashikujukuan, what are you doing? Her voice rang out as I reached around from behind and wrapped my arms around her waist. Ha! What? What's up? You're making weird noises. Weird noises. But you, just now, why you put your hands on my stomach? Oh. My bad, my bad. Oh, I see. My bad, my bad. It's not like I am mind, really. It's just, I was a little happy for a moment. Wait, Kaya. Che. Where do you think you're putting your hands? As I moved my hands from her stomach up to her shoulders and hugged her, Kiru's protests rang out once again. What's with her today? Didn't you mean you wanted an Asunaro hug? That's not what I meant. Haya. Why you just breathed on my ear? You don't like it. It's not that I don't like it. It's just. It's way too embarrassing. Hands on my stomach. My stomach. Alright, alright. Just as she asked, I placed my hands back on her stomach. Naturally, that put some distance between my lips and her ear. Taking advantage of the gap, Kiru lifted her head again and shot me a sharp look. What now? I thought my heart was going to stop. But you're the one who asked for a hug. There's a proper order for these things. I need time to prepare myself, too. My bad. It felt a little unfair, but I obediently lowered my head in apology. That seemed to ease her frustration a little, and the sharpness in her gaze softened. Well, I did say I wanted a hug, and you just followed my request, so. But wait, what's with you? Just a minute ago, you were all flustered. Did you switch personalities or something? I'm neither a different person nor an imposter. But, well, I guess I just made up my mind a little. I want to get closer to you too, after all. You sure know how to say nice things. So, you seemed pretty used to this. Have you hugged Kamo-san, Suzuki-san, or Kawakita-san from behind like this too? You really wanna ask that? I don't even need to. Let me guess, your sister demanded it, and then the others got caught up in the moment and followed suit. Were you watching? I don't need to watch to know. Chimempete, you cheater. Kiru pouted and turned away in mock displeasure. But only for a moment. Soon, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Just kidding. Like I said earlier, if I start nitpicking about things before we even met, it'd only suffocate you. I won't bring it up again. That's a relief. But, let's see. Can I make one selfish request? What is it? Well, from now on, Don't do this with anyone else. I mean, I'm your fiancé. We're going to get married, so if you did this with someone else, that'd be cheating. So. Yeah, no way I'd have the guts to do this with someone else when I have you. Oh really? Then. That's fine, I guess. Kiru blushed as she murmured her response. Ah, right. One thing I forgot to mention. What? Up until now. Yeah, I've done this kind of thing before. But only because I was told, or, well, pressured, into doing it. So, basically, you're the first one I've ever wanted to do this with on my own. Oh really? Yeah. Then. I'll forgive you. With that, she placed her hands over mine, still resting on her stomach. Hey. This is kind of bad. I don't want to let go. Am I emitting negative ions or something? It's nothing that nice. This is practically a drug. What do I do? If I can't stop, will you take responsibility? Well, we are getting married. Oh, come on. That's not what I meant. You really don't understand a girl's feelings, do you? My bad. Nope. Not letting you off the hook. If you want forgiveness. Pat my head. Got it. Hee hee. This is seriously bad. Can I ask for this every day from now on? Follow the recommended dosage, okay? Sorry, but that might be impossible. She flashed a bright smile, and I shrugged before giving in. I kept patting her head until she was satisfied. Section. A hug with Kiru? Is that what that was? Well, whatever. The next day, I found myself standing behind the school building first thing in the morning. Why, you ask? Yeah. The girl in front of me fidgeted, drawing invisible patterns on the ground with her foot. No need to say who it was, you can probably guess. You see? I've kind of been thinking about this for a while now. Her slightly teary eyes locked onto mine, an alluring gaze so intense that it nearly took my breath away. So, I think you're really nice. What do you mean? What the hell does nice even mean? I mean, are you dating someone? Who? Who else? There's only one person it could be. Kiru-senpai, of course. No, we're not dating yet. At my answer, the unknown underclassman's face lit up with joy. I see. Then, Higashikuju-senpai, please, can we get to know each other better? Remember what I told you before? Our school's a fairly prestigious one, so the area behind the building isn't a delinquent hangout, it's a confession spot. I'm fine just starting as friends. Please consider it. Higashikuju Hiroyuki, 17 years old. The first popularity boom of my life has arrived. Section. So, what did Hiroyuki-kun do after getting confessed to by an underclassman first thing in the morning? Nothing. She said, let's start as friends, but I told her there's no chance of it developing further and that I have no intention of dating her. She left after that. What? Nah. I mean, the outcome isn't wrong or anything, but you really shut her down cold. Fujita spoke while munching on the bread he'd bought from the convenience store. Apparently, Aramori had plans at lunch today, so it was just the two of us guys eating together. Not that I particularly minded. Well, I mean, I was happy that she liked me, but it wouldn't be fair to waste her time on something that wasn't going anywhere, right? But you never know. Things might have developed. She was cute, wasn't she? I guess. But Suzuki, Kamo, or Kiru are cuter. Yeah, well, but it's not just about looks. I mean, that's not completely irrelevant, but it's not the reason I turned her down. I get it. You're actually pretty solid when it comes to that kind of thing. That kind of thing? So, in what ways am I not solid, then? You're wondering maybe. You've got Suzuki, Kamo, and Kiru, arguably the three top beauties of our grade, hovering around you. One of them's gonna stab you someday, man. It's not like I want them hovering around me. Also, hold on a sec, Fujita. How do you even know about this? I mean, the moment lunch break started, he came straight to my desk like, hey, got anything to tell me? And then, specifically, about this morning behind the school building. Like, what? Was he watching? I didn't see it, but I had a pretty good guess. A good guess. You gonna get mad? Depends. Try me. I gave him a flat stare, and he just shrugged. Well, it's Arimori. Arimori? You know how she had that match recently? Apparently, she had a lot of classmates come watch. Her classmates? What, she invited them? Oh, no. Arimori's kinda rough around the edges, you know? Calling your own girlfriend rough is kinda messed up. Hey, I like her, rough edges and all. But to her classmates, it was a huge deal. Shizuku, the girl with zero feminine instincts, actually fell for someone, so they got all worked up about it. Technically, she didn't invite them. They just showed up on their own. Arimori's got a lot of love, right? Why? I mean, usually, people wouldn't go out of their way on a day off just to see the guy their classmate likes. That just means she's super popular at school, right? Thanks, man. Fujita's expression softened slightly, like he was pleased to hear that. But then, he got serious again. Anyway, apparently, among the first years, you're kind of a big deal right now. Ha! Wait, me? Like I said, Arimori's classmates came to see the guy she liked, which means they also saw you. And normally, you don't really stand out, do you? But during that match, you were kinda insane, right? I won't deny it. I mean, I did score double digits in 3-pointers and even nailed a buzzer beater. It was the kind of performance that'd make people go, dude, is this guy the protagonist or what? But that was a fluke. Honestly, if someone asked me to pull that off again, I'd say no chance. That match was just a weird stroke of luck. Normally, well, I wouldn't say I suck, but I can't play like that on the regular. Girls don't care about regular performance. They just see some guy sinking 3-pointers left and right, capping it off with a buzzer beater, and think, whoa, this senior is amazing. That's the reputation you've got now. I mean, even from my perspective as your teammate, you were ridiculously cool that day. So I can't really blame the girls for swooning. You think so? It's kind of a weird feeling. Not bad, but not entirely great either. So, what's this got to do with me being mad? Like I said, this whole situation started because of my girlfriend. And let's be honest, it's kind of a hassle for you, isn't it? Are you a mind reader? I don't need to be. I've never been in this position, but I can imagine it takes a lot of effort to turn people down, right? Yeah, pretty much. It's my first time dealing with this, but when I tried to let her down gently, she looked like she was about to cry. That stung a little. That's why I'm apologizing on her behalf. You're actually a good guy. Not that I didn't already know that. But I'm not actually mad, you know? It's not like it's Arimori's fault. Sure, she's the reason it happened, but from what I've heard, she didn't do anything wrong. It's her friends that made a big deal out of it. People say gossip only lasts 75 days. They'll probably get bored of it soon enough. I mean, I'm not even particularly good looking. The hype will die down in no time. Not that I mind enjoying this tiny bit of popularity for a while. I mean, it doesn't feel bad or anything. What? I have some very unfortunate news. Unfortunate? Actually, Arimori's plans at lunch today? That's a girls' meeting. A girls' meeting? And that's supposed to be unfortunate. To be precise, it's Kawakita's tribunal. The topic, what the hell was she thinking, letting Hiroyuki-senpai get surrounded by other girls? Oh, and for the record, the audience includes Kamo, Suzuki, Fujiwara, and Kiru. You're kidding. Wait, hold up. So does that mean the reason you knew about this morning was? Bingo. Arimori told me. Apparently, someone's planning to make a move on him today. Higashikuju-senpai, I sincerely apologize. And I apologize again in advance. If they ask me, I don't think I can refuse to answer. I'm an athlete. I can't go against my senpai. And since Suzuki is there, there's no escape. Wait. Hold on. Does that seriously mean that Kiru is going to hear about this? Seriously? I went slack-jawed. It's not like I did anything wrong. I didn't. But am I gonna get in trouble for this? I have a really bad feeling about this. Well, it's not like you actually did anything bad. Why, you'll be fine. Here, eat some bread. Fujita quickly shoved a pastry toward me. Alright, I'll be fine. I just need to stay calm. Why yeah. IIT's fine, right? I didn't do anything. Why yeah. Totally fine. No worries at all. The two of us let out dry laughs and finished our lackluster lunch. After that, I got through my afternoon classes, took Fujita at his word, and headed home. When I opened the door, oh my. Welcome home, Mr. Popular Higashikuju-kun. Standing there in the entranceway, framed by an almost tangible aura of menace, was Kiru. The way she stood, arms crossed like some kind of warrior queen, made me realize this was where my adventure ended. A heavy silence hung between us. The image of Kiru with that dark aura looming behind her made for quite the bizarre sight. Trying to diffuse the tension, I mustered up the best awkward smile I could. I am home. Welcome back. Don't just stand there. Come inside. Yes. I took off my shoes and stepped into the house. Kiru watched me closely, then turned her back and started walking down the hallway toward the living room. Come. Yes. I followed her through the door into the living room, where she gave me a sharp side eye before motioning toward the sofa with her chin. Sit. Yes. I didn't even think of resisting. I sat down obediently as ordered. Then, I heard it, a click of the tongue. Keikiru-san? G-girls shouldn't be making sounds like that, you know? That's not right. Yes. Right. I know how this goes. In times like these, proper etiquette dictates that I should be sitting Caesar style. I quickly corrected my posture, folding my legs neatly under me. TCH. Another tongue click. Ha. Ha. What? Wasn't Caesar the right move? That's not what I meant. I told you yesterday, didn't I? Why yesterday? I said we're doing this every day from now on. What? Did you forget? This as in. Oh, that. Exactly. Kiru turned her head away in a huff. I blinked at her for a moment before shifting from Caesar into a cross-legged position on the sofa. She snuck a glance at me, making sure I was properly seated, before silently settling herself into my lap. Aramori told me. Apparently, you're quite the heartthrob these days. I wouldn't say that exactly. No excuses. Yes. I'm sorry. Out of nowhere, Kiru dropped her gaze and mumbled an apology, looking dejected in my lap. The anger from earlier was gone, replaced with something much softer. That shift made me panic a little. Why are you apologizing? I mean, if anyone should be. Should be who, exactly? Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not in the wrong here, right? I know. It's not like you did anything wrong. It's not like you went around confessing to anyone or acting overly familiar with another girl. You were just called out behind the school and confessed to. Getting mad at you for that wouldn't make any sense. I know that. I really do. But I just couldn't stop myself. Kiru. When Aramori-san told me Higashikuju-senpai is really popular among the first years right now, I was kind of happy, you know? My fiancé. My fiancé is so amazing that even the younger students are acknowledging him. I was really proud. But then, when I realized that your popularity meant you might get confessed to, I hated it. It made me so mad. You hated it. Why? Your current popularity comes from that basketball game, right? And sure, you were really cool in that match. She clenched my hands tightly around her stomach. But that's not all there is to you. Seeing people confess to you just because of what they saw on the surface. I hate that. Her grip on my hands tightened, to the point where I wondered if she was going to leave bruises. Slowly, I loosened her fingers and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze in return. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. Maybe not. But still. If you felt anxious or upset because of me, then, wow. What a playboy thing to say. Yeah. Even I thought that was cheesy. That was way too smooth. Who the hell do I think I am? Hee. Listen, I really don't think you did anything wrong. But I couldn't hold it in. I know I was being unreasonable, but I got all grr about it. The thought of you being taken away from me, of you leaving my side for some cute underclassman, it made me so upset I couldn't stand it. So, in other words, I see. So that means jealousy. At my words, she turned her face away. Yes, it's jealousy. I'm jealous. Sorry for being such a possessive woman. Her cheeks flushed red as she mumbled those words. She was adorable. Do you hate possessive women? A possessive woman? Well, to put it lightly, I love it. Are you a masochist? Do you enjoy being tied down? Did you really just say that here, of all places? Sorry. I got embarrassed. Since I was holding her from behind, I couldn't see her face, but judging by the redness of her ears, she was definitely flustered. I let out a small chuckle and tightened my arms around her just a little. You know, honestly, it made me happy, knowing that you feel jealous. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it, but realizing just how much I mean to you. It makes me really happy, saying I'm happy to make a girl jealous. If you just look at the words alone, it makes me sound like a complete jerk. But still, that is how I feel. It's not like I want to make her jealous, but if she had just said, "Oh, you got confessed to," that's great. That would have been way more painful. How do I put it? Knowing that she cares about me that much, that at the very least, she doesn't want to let me go. Well, I guess that makes me happy in its own way. You don't dislike selfish girls? What about short-tempered ones? This kind of selfishness is more than welcome. And being scolded like this? Well, I don't mind it at all. I see. I can understand how you feel. Because, well, if someone confessed to you, I'd probably be restless too. You'd be restless? Of course I would. What? Nothing. It's just, I think I understand how you feel now. My feelings? Yeah. Knowing that you'd get jealous for me. It makes me happy. Do you dislike possessive guys? Well, you know how in novels, or even manga and dramas, there's always that line. The one that goes, "She's mine." Yeah, I've seen that. I hate that line. Girls aren't objects, and they're definitely not accessories. They should be treated as individuals with their own will. That makes sense. But, the thought of you wanting to keep me all to yourself, the idea that you might say, "She's mine," it made my chest tighten just a little. Changed your opinion? No. I still can't stand guys who treat girls like possessions. But if it's you, and if I accept it, if I choose to be yours, then I don't think I'd mind. It's selfish, I know. She let out a small, self-deprecating chuckle and leaned her head against my chest. Peering up at me through slightly teary eyes, her expression a mix of embarrassment and vulnerability. Don't let me go, okay? Like I ever would. Good. Keep me by your side forever, okay? Yeah. As I tightened my arms around her just a little, she responded by squeezing my hands just a bit tighter in return. Section. And with that, I truly, sincerely apologize. After school, Fujita and Aramori had dragged Karu and me to a family restaurant. The moment we sat down, Aramori bowed her head deeply, leaving both of us blinking in surprise. Raise your head, Aramori. Yeah, Aramori-san. You don't need to apologize for this. I'd only tagged along because she insisted. I absolutely have to apologize. But honestly, I was regretting it a little. I mean, come on, the stares were unbearable. I could hear people whispering things like, "Oh, that high school couple is making the girl bow her head in apology." But I did cause trouble. She hesitated, peeking up at me with an uncertain expression. I let out a sigh and turned to Fujita. "Oi, boyfriend. Just accept her apology, will you? But seriously, like Kiru just said, this isn't even Aramori's fault." "Yeah, I get it. It was her classmates' idea to come watch the game, and they're the ones who started fangirling over you." "Okay, but how am I the bad guy here?" "Right. Honestly, nobody's really at fault. This is just Aramori trying to make herself feel better." Fujita shot her a pointed look. Didn't I tell you this would just cause more trouble? I told you not to do it. But I really wanted to apologize. And that's exactly what I mean. This is all just self-satisfaction. You think that if someone punishes you, or if someone forgives you, it'll make you feel better. But that's your problem, isn't it? Don't drag Hiroyuki and Kiru into your guilt trip. Fujita's words were sharp, and Aramori visibly shrank under his gaze. Whoa, hold on. Hey, Fujita, that's a bit harsh. Aramori, don't worry about it, okay? Look, I accept your apology. It's fine, really. Why yeah. Fujita-kun, you don't have to go that far. Aramori-san is your girlfriend, you know. You should spoil her a little. That was definitely overboard. Both Kiru and I shot him unimpressed looks, which made Fujita let out an exaggerated sigh. Listen, you two. Being a boyfriend isn't just about spoiling your girlfriend. When she does something wrong, I won't pretend it's okay. This was purely Aramori's self-satisfaction. And she made you guys go along with it. She should reflect on that. I mean, yeah, you're right, but still, there were nicer ways to say it. That was way too blunt. I glanced at Aramori, who looked like a scolded puppy, and Fujita let out yet another sigh. You guys really are too nice. All right, Aramori. They forgive you. I really am sorry. Not just for the game, but for dragging you both here just because I wanted to be forgiven. Don't worry about it. Right, Kiru? That's right. Neither Higashikuju-kun nor I are mad. So don't look so down, okay? As she spoke, Kiru gently patted Aramori's head. Aramori looked a little embarrassed, but also a little happy. Still, I truly am sorry. All right, that's enough apologizing. More importantly, since we're already here, let's eat something before heading home. That's fine, right, Higashikuju-kun? Yeah, I don't mind, but wait a sec. Hold on. Isn't tonight your turn to cook dinner? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh my god. You just didn't feel like cooking, did you? She turned her gaze away, casually whistling as if to play it off. Wow, that's some ancient level deception. Beatboxing. Did you seriously just start beatboxing? Wait, you're actually good at it. Foo-foo. I practiced. I thought there'd be a chance to show it off someday. And this is the time you chose. That's such a ridiculous waste of talent. What era are we even in? What? I turned to see Fujita watching us with an amused, slightly exasperated expression. Nah. Just thinking, you guys seem to be having fun. Do we? The whole whose turn it is to cook thing feels kinda domestic. Honestly, it's pretty nice. I'd like to be like that with someone too. He glanced at Aramori. She blushed slightly and gave a small nod, looking at us with just a hint of envy. It was kind of embarrassing. Wait. Kiru? Fujita-kun? Just now. What did you call Aramori-san? Did you just call her by her first name? Did I? Yes. You clearly called her Shizuku. Kiru's eyes widened as she leaned toward him. Fujita blinked, slightly startled, more like a little freaked out. Yeah. I call her that when we're alone. She gets embarrassed if I do it in public. Keikiru? What's with that? She glanced at Fujita and Aramori before muttering. That's so unfair. Wait, Hiroyuki, you don't call Kiru by her first name? Even though she's your fiancée? Is that a problem? I mean, no, but why? Why is why? I mean, you call Kamo Ryoko, right? Suzuki is Tomomi, and Kawakita is Mizuho. You don't seem to have a problem calling girls by their first names. That's true. Higashikuju-kun, you do call everyone by their first names. Not everyone. I call Fujiwara and Aramori by their last names. Yeah, but that's normal. Why would you use their first names? They're just a random underclassman and your friend's girlfriend. I mean, yeah, but... So I just assumed you weren't the type to hesitate over first names. And Kiru's your fiancée. Eventually, she's going to... Well, you know, have the same last name as you, so calling her by her first name wouldn't be weird, right? There's also the possibility of keeping separate last names. Yeah, sure, that's an option. But even if you do that, imagine calling each other Kiru and Higashikujukuan at home. You'd definitely confuse your future kids. I can't even think that far ahead. Seriously. I haven't even figured out what I'm making for dinner tomorrow. Wait. You're already thinking that far ahead? About marriage? With Arimori? Why wouldn't I? Ha! I get that it might sound heavy coming from a high schooler, but yeah, I'm not in this relationship just for fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so strict with her. If I didn't care, I'd just spoil her all the time. Damn, man. What? If anything, you're the one in an even more serious position. You're engaged. That's fair. I'm not trying to rush you or anything, but at least call Kiru by her name sometime. Why? It's fine the way it is. It's not like... Dude. Fujita jerked his thumb in Kiru's direction. She's literally looking at you with starry-eyed anticipation. Just say her name already. Sure enough, Kiru was watching me with eyes practically sparkling. Section. After finishing what was essentially Arimori's apology dinner, Kiru and I took the train to our nearest station and hurried home. By the way, we politely declined Arimori's offer of today's meal is on me. I mean, come on. It just felt wrong to let Arimori treat us. Not to mention, it didn't sit right with me to have a younger girl pay for my food. You know, family restaurants are actually pretty good. Yeah, especially when someone else is paying. Though in this case, it was Fujita who picked up the tab. Even when caught off guard, he just sighed and said, "Guess I have no choice." This was my mess to clean up anyway, before covering the bill. A true gentleman. Well, considering this also scored points for Arimori, I'd say he got something out of it too. Still, it was way better than I expected. You've never been to a family restaurant before? I have. Remember when we went for Kawakita-san's study session? Oh, right. That was a thing. Though, I only had the drink bar back then, so in that sense, today was my debut for actual food. I mean, I've been to proper restaurants before. Aren't proper restaurants better? In terms of taste, sure. But when you consider the price, if you can get that level of quality for that price, I'd say it's more than worth it. So it's all about cost performance, right? Personally, I feel like family restaurants are expensive. Depends on the place, though. At least compared to fast food or udon shops. And, well, it's nice, you know? Just going out to eat with someone. That's kind of sad. You didn't have friends, do you? You still won't even call anyone your friend. Wanna go again? If it's just a family restaurant, we can go every now and then. According to Kiru, it's cost-effective. And while going every day would be too much, once in a while wouldn't hurt. Just the two of us? Ah. Would you rather go with a group? Yeah, no. If it's just the two of us, it wouldn't feel like eating with a friend. Fair point. That said, I do want to go, just the two of us. Because it'd feel like a date. A family restaurant as a date spot? Really? Our dates are always like this, aren't they? Library dates, walking dates. Those feel more like me carrying your books and me being used as a GPS. Okay, fair. But still. She glanced around, making sure there was no one nearby. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. Standing on tiptoes, she leaned in close, whispering softly against my ear. I see. Yeah. So I don't need exciting places or fancy meals. Just being with you is enough. She smiled, looking completely at ease, but her cheeks were tinged pink. Well, don't worry. Mine are just as red. So, what are you gonna do? What do you mean? I mean, why you were talking about it with Arimori-san and Fujita-kun earlier, right? About my name. She fidgeted, glancing at me nervously. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she hesitated. God, you're adorable. What? Nothing. I mean, seriously. Way too cute. What do you mean? Nothing. That's suspicious. Anyway, the point is, Call my name. She looked up at me with glistening eyes as she said it. I smiled back at her. No. Why not? Gone was the timid, blushing Kiru from a moment ago. Now, she was yelling at me, completely indignant. Whoa, calm down. Because, how am I supposed to suddenly start calling you by your name now? Why not? You call Kamo-san, Suzuki-san, and Kawakita-san by their first names. The more I think about it, the more it pisses me off. Why is your fiancé the only one getting last named while those two get first name privileges? That's ridiculous. IIT's not ridiculous. Ryoko and Tomomi are my childhood friends. I've been calling them by their first names forever. Switching to last names now would be weirder. Seriously. I've been calling them by their names since elementary school. Suddenly switching would cause major confusion. Okay, fine. That would be kind of a scandal. Might even make school-wide news. Not sure about that level, but yeah, my friends would definitely be thrown off. And the same goes for Kiru. Think about it. If I suddenly stopped calling you Kiru and started using your first name, that'd definitely stir up rumors. High schoolers love gossip, especially about romance. The moment I switch to first names, people will start whispering, wait, are Kiru-san and Higashikujuku dating? And I'm not exactly the social type who casually drops first names left and right. People would notice. Like I said before, our relationship is kinda unique, right? That's true. We have no idea how people will react if they find out. And if rumors about us being engaged or living together spread, it'd be a pain, wouldn't it? Ha! Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong. But it does feel a little late to worry about that now. Yeah, fair. We're already pretty close at school. And during that basketball match, I straight up patted her head in front of everyone. Anyway, that's why I don't really want to switch to first names. Got it. Glad you understand. Then how about this? Just when we're alone, you can call me by my name when it's just the two of us. Just when we're alone? Why yeah. That way, it won't cause rumors, right? If your concern is other people finding out, then if we're alone, it's fine, isn't it? I mean, logically, she has a point. Isn't that kinda embarrassing? Oh, of course it is. But I want to be closer to you. I get that names aren't everything, but still, I can't help but feel jealous. You call Kamo-san, Suzuki-san, and Kawakita-san by their names, but I'm the only one left out. It's like there's a gap between us, and that makes me feel left out. That was never my intention. I know, but this is just how I feel. She pouted slightly, looking down, and for some reason, that expression tugged at my heart. Ah, I guess I kind of get it. Fine. But only when it's just the two of us. So, call me Aya. I ain. A-R. Oh, only when we're alone, right? In that case. Well. Why yeah. That's totally fine. Look, I know it sounds pathetic, but this is kinda embarrassing. So, I won't say it outside, alright? That's fine. I'd be embarrassed too. Oh, only at home. What? Let's just keep it inside the house for now. Why yeah. That sounds good. After our awkward fumbling, we suddenly broke into laughter at the same time. What the hell are we so nervous about? Seriously. I wanted to handle this more smoothly. My bad. No, I was pretty lame too. Kiru chuckled softly and, looking a little amused, walked alongside me. Alright, let's hurry home. You're going to call me by my name, right? You that excited about it? Of course I am. You're finally going to call me by my name. Why wouldn't I be excited? Why wouldn't I be happy? She smiled, her expression like a child about to unwrap a Christmas present. I sighed, shaking my head. Alright, let's get home quick, then. But what about you? Me? It wouldn't be fair if I was the only one doing it. You're going to call me by my name too, right? Ha! No, it's not that. I'm just thinking about how to call you. How? Well, Kamo-san calls you Hiroyuki-chan, right? Suzuki-san says Hiroyuki, and Kawakita-san calls you Hiroyuki-senpai. Yeah. If I'm going to call you by your name, I don't want it to be the same as anyone else's. Really? Of course. I'm your fiancée. I'm the girl who's going to be your wife. So obviously. I should have my own special way of calling you, she mumbled to herself, staring off into space, deep in thought. Watching her struggle, I couldn't help but chuckle as we continued walking toward our apartment complex. Ha! A moving truck was parked in front of our building. The logo on the side was a familiar one, often seen around this area. Moving company? Yeah, it was a moving truck. Not exactly unusual, but now that I thought about it, this was the first time I'd seen one since we moved in. Kiru. It should be something distinct, but still elegant. Maybe something intellectual sounding? But then again, hey, Kiru. Maybe, what? There's a moving company here. That's rare, don't you think? What? Oh, a move-in? Well, I wouldn't say it's that rare. This place is pretty popular. Yeah, I guess. It is in a high-end residential district, after all. Should we say hello? Might be a good idea. We might run into them at some point, so we should at least introduce ourselves if they're around. I'm not the type to care much about neighborly interactions, but it'd feel a little rude to just walk past. With that in mind, I made my way toward the building entrance, when I caught sight of a figure hidden behind the truck. A woman, wearing a kimono. That's rare. You don't see many people in traditional clothing around here. Excuse me. Are you moving into this building? We live here too, so we thought we'd introduce ourselves. I'm Higashikuju, from the top floor. I bowed slightly, and after a few seconds, a voice came from above me. The top floor, you say? What a coincidence. I'll be living on the top floor as well. And from what I understand, this building only has 2 units on the highest level. That would make us neighbors, wouldn't it? Her words took me by surprise. I hadn't expected to run into her, but if she was going to be my next-door neighbor, then I'd definitely have to greet her properly. With that in mind, I lifted my head. I'm joking, Hiroyuki-san. Of course, I was well aware that my new neighbors would be you and Kiru Ainsama. Fu. What's with that face? You look like a pigeon that just got beamed by a slingshot. Standing before me was a beautiful girl with neatly trimmed bangs. Long, jet black hair that reached her waist, deep black eyes, and a traditional kimono that suited her perfectly. You've been visiting Kyoto far too rarely, so I got a little impatient. But now that we're neighbors, let's get along, shall we? Right, Hiroyuki-san? Okami. The girl standing there, smiling mischievously, was none other than Higashikuju Okami, the only daughter of the Higashikuju main family, and my second cousin. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6. If It Doesn't Have to Be You. It's just simple tea. Thank you, Ainsama. It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been? The last time we met was, if I recall correctly, last year's. Yes, Okami-sama. The Christmas party last year. It's been a while. Kiru let out an elegant oh-ho-ho laugh, fitting of a refined young lady, as she exchanged pleasantries with Okami, Hiroyuki's second cousin. At first glance, it seemed like a friendly conversation, but Okami's gaze was ice-cold, and it had me trembling since earlier. Well, speaking of reunions, it's been a while for you as well, hasn't it, Hiroyuki-san? In fact, even longer than Ainsama, wouldn't you say? Or do you dislike Kyoto that much? My bad. Leaning back against the sofa, I casually waved my hand. Did I look relaxed? No, I was sitting down because my legs were shaking too much from fear. So, what do you want? What do I want? Don't play dumb. What's this about moving? Moving, of all things. What are you going to do about school? Okami's family home, as I've mentioned before, is in Kyoto. Naturally, she attends a prestigious girls' school in Kyoto. Wait. Don't tell me. You're not planning on transferring, are you? I'm part of the Student Council's executive board this year. As expected, I can't just abandon my responsibilities at my current school for personal reasons. So I'll remain enrolled as before. And how exactly is that supposed to work? She's not seriously thinking about commuting from here, is she? Does she have any idea how many hours that would take? I'll continue commuting from my family home in Kyoto on weekdays. I plan to stay here only on weekends. That's the most pointless thing I've ever heard. Rich people, I swear. Do you even realize how much that'll cost in transportation fees? What's the point of doing all this? And whose fault do you think this is, Hiroyuki-san? Whose fault? I shot her a skeptical look, and she let out a sigh. I heard you were engaged to Kiru Aiane-sama. Ah. So she found out. Is my old man about to be fitted with concrete boots and tossed into the Kamo River? Had this been before the Meiji Restoration, that might have been a possibility. But as expected, modern Japan doesn't resort to such measures. She took a sip of tea. That said, father is absolutely furious. Yeah, I figured. Of course, I have no intention of objecting to every decision made by the branch families. However, marriage, no matter how one tries to dress it up, is ultimately a matter between two families. Especially in our household, where tradition holds significant weight. It's only natural that one carefully considers their choice of spouse, and that they take the head family's wishes into account to some extent. Wouldn't you agree, Hiroyuki-san? Well, you can choose your lover, but you can't choose their parents. It's something people say often. Whether I like it or not, maintaining a good relationship with the family is important. I admit, I could have handled this better. I've already heard from Akane-san that it wasn't entirely your fault. And just earlier, when I met with your father, he explained the situation to me. Just to confirm one more time, there's no Concrete Boots Kamo River Grand Swimming Tournament happening, right? It won't be held, so you can rest assured. Saying that, she calmly took another sip of tea. Originally, the plan was to summon your father to the Kyoto main house and have him explain the situation. But, well, we all know how he is. I can't imagine he would comply. Sorry about that. That old man refuses to return to Kyoto no matter what. Just how much does he hate the main house? That said, it wouldn't be ideal for father to come here either. Is the head family that busy? No. If the head of the Higashikuju family were ever in a situation where he had to frantically run around, it would mean the end of our household. The issue isn't about being busy, it's a matter of maintaining dignity. It would be disgraceful for the head of the main house to personally travel to a branch family's home just to hear about their mishaps. I get the feeling this is exactly the kind of thing my old man hated about the main house. He's always been a free spirit. That's why I was sent here as the representative of Higashikuju Teruza, the current head of the main family. I was granted full authority to assess the situation and make the necessary judgments. Think of me as your overseer. Overseer? Talk about excessive. It's quite an apt description. I hold full authority over this engagement. Taking another deep breath, she continued. Depending on the circumstances, I'm even considering annulling it. I felt Kiru stiffen beside me. Noticing her reaction, Okami casually took another sip of tea. Annulling it? Do you even have the right to make that decision? For some reason, that statement pissed me off. I do. I've been granted full authority. Let me rephrase that. Does the main family even have that kind of power? They do. They do, huh? No way in hell. That's just how our family operates, Hiroyuki-san. You never took an interest in it, though. Right now, I am here as the representative of Higashikuju Teruza, the head of the main house. The main family has a duty to protect the branch families. In return, the branch families have an obligation to report to the main family. Your father may dislike Higashikuju, but tell me, Hiroyuki-san, hasn't he also benefited from carrying the Higashikuju name? She then glanced at Kiru. Would Aiane-sama's father have approved a loan for your father if he weren't a Higashikuju? Would he have lent money to some unknown, insignificant house? That's. The Higashikuju name undoubtedly played a role, and the main house provides generous support to its branch families. If your father had failed, my father would have stepped in to assist. The main house has the resources to do so. While benefiting from the main house's protection, Is it really reasonable to exploit its privileges without any accountability? I'm not here to dictate your every move, but if you're going to use the Higashikuju name when it's convenient and disregard it otherwise, isn't that a bit unfair? Fair point. It's not wrong. That's also why I moved here. This incident is a major blunder. I'm also here to assess the future head of the Higashikuju branch family, Hiroyuki-san's behavior. And, well, as a bonus. A bonus? This is just my personal opinion. Now, taking all of that into account, I will share my assessment of the current situation. Saying that, Okami smiled. I am against this engagement. You're against it. For a moment, we were all left speechless by Okami's words, but the first to recover was Kiru. Yes, I am against it. May I ask for your reasoning, Okami-sama? This engagement was arranged between Higashikuju-kuen's father and my own. Of course, I understand that the Higashikuju main house has a say in the matter, but that alone is not enough to justify this stance. In fact, we are already living together as we speak. How enviable. What? No, it's nothing. More importantly, my reasons, yes? I have several, but the biggest one is because you are a member of the Kiru family. So you're saying that the Higashikuju bloodline is too good to be mixed with the wealth of a nouveau-riche family? Kiru bit her lip in frustration. The sight of her looking so pained struck a chord in me, and I couldn't hold back. Hey, Okami, are you seriously talking about family status? That's not it. And social rank? Wait, what? It's not. Of course not. Well, let's be frank. Yes, there are certainly those in high society who look down on Aine-sama's family, calling them nouveau-riche or upstarts. I won't deny that. But that is not the reason for my opposition. It's not. Naturally, people may use terms like nouveau-riche and upstarts, but do you have any idea how difficult it is to elevate a family's social standing to the point where they are invited to prestigious gatherings? And all in just one generation? That's an incredible feat. Precisely. Without a doubt, Aine-sama's father is an exceptional man. Not to disparage my own family, but if we were to compare the business acumen of my father and hers, Aine-sama's father is likely the more capable of the two. Of course, what defines talent depends on one's perspective, but at the very least, his ability as an entrepreneur is far superior. To build a fortune in a single generation, that alone is worthy of admiration, wouldn't you agree? Tell me, Hiroyuki-san, was your mother from a so-called distinguished family? She was a salaryman's daughter. Exactly. Our family is actually quite open-minded when it comes to love. So, Aine-sama, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. You should feel free to laugh at those of us who rely solely on our family names. Okami said that with a chuckle. Thank you. There is no need to thank me. I merely stated the facts. Besides, our family may be descended from the Fujiwara hockey line, but if you trace it back far enough, that title was granted to our ancestors roughly 1,400 years ago as a reward for their role in a coup. If anything, that was an example of social climbing. That's some serious history. Seriously. 1,400 years ago? What even is that? Then, why? If my family isn't the issue, why am I unfit to be his fiancée? It is not an issue with you. This is a matter of Higashikuju. Or rather, of Hiroyuki-san. Me. As I mentioned earlier, the Kiru family is heavily influenced by its current head. If you and Aine-sama were to marry, that would mean you would be marrying into the Kiru family. She turned her gaze toward me, her expression unwavering. Are you capable of working at the level of the current head, Hiroyuki-san? Yeah, no. Definitely not. I'll do it. I understand my father's work inside and out. Are you seriously saying you'd continue working even during pregnancy? If you were to have multiple births, you could end up hospitalized for half a month. Taking a husband from the Higashikuju family means that's what would be expected. That's. In the event of an urgent business matter just before childbirth, who would you grant the authority to make final decisions? Even aside from that, what if you catch a cold or get into an accident? If something were to happen, who would take your place? Forgive me for being blunt, but given the nature of the Kiryu family's business, your father, as the owner, has considerable influence, does he not? Yes. Then, if Ayane-sama becomes the owner, there will be an assumption that her husband, Hiroyuki-san, holds a degree of decision-making power. Or rather, there is a risk of him being misunderstood as having such authority. And as for Hiroyuki-san making critical business decisions, well, I find that rather difficult to imagine. Hey, could you do it? I'd be surprised. I couldn't. I mean, yeah, I can't, but do you have to look that surprised? Just how low is your opinion of me? See, naturally, there is a chance that Hiroyuki-san could awaken to his potential from here on out. But relying on such a hypothetical is not exactly ideal. My old man runs a company, you know? It is one thing to start a business and run it into the ground on your own. At worst, people would laugh it off as just another failed attempt to mimic the old nobility. Do you have any idea how many former aristocrats and samurai attempted to start businesses and failed after the Meiji Restoration? Business failure is practically a tradition among them. Saying that, she took another sip of tea. However, if a member of the Higashikuju family were to marry into the Kiryu family and end up ruining their business, the very same business that was built up in a single generation, it would be a massive disgrace. Especially if that person was Hiroyuki-san, who, even as a branch family member, still carries a higher family status than most. Our family does not exist in a vacuum. We have enemies as well. Such a scandal would be prime gossip for them. And for Higashikuju, that is an unacceptable risk. Wait, my family status is high. My old man always complained that the more powerful branch families took everything. Sigh. Letting out a tired sigh, Okami pressed her fingers against her forehead and shook her head. My bad. Hiroyuki-san, your father is my father's cousin. My father is an only son, and I am an only daughter. When my father passes, I will inherit the Higashikuju main house. However, if something were to happen to me at a young age, and I had no children, the right of inheritance would pass to your father. Seriously? There are legal procedures that would need to be followed, but in terms of lineage, of family, that is how it would be. That is also why my father wishes for your father to return to the main house. You're kidding. But that is beside the point. Returning to the matter at hand, at present, I do not recognize Hiroyuki-san as having the qualities of a business leader. Sending someone like that to marry into another household as a representative of Higashikuju is something I cannot accept. If this were an established business passed down for generations, with a structured management system in place, it would be a different matter. Please don't take this the wrong way, but the Kiryu family operates under one-man management, correct? You're absolutely right. I do not mean to say that one-man management is inherently bad. During periods of expansion, the ability to make top-down decisions quickly is crucial. Whether the Kiryu family is currently in a period of growth or consolidation, I cannot say, but regardless, for a business that depends on one person's leadership, Hiroyuki-san would be shouldering far more than he could handle. She's right. Even if not now, in a few years, I have no idea what I would do if I ended up in that position. Looking at this engagement with marriage in mind, that's what this entails. As for the necessary education, well, that would be your father's responsibility. But since you haven't received that kind of upbringing, Hiroyuki-san, marrying into the Kiryu family as its heir would be rather difficult for you. Saying that, Okami turned her gaze toward Kiryu. That said, I do see value in forming a connection with the Kiryu family. If we were to combine the Kiryu family's business acumen with our household's social standing, we could establish a mutually beneficial relationship. She smiled. So, how about this? I will select a capable individual from our branch families, and you could be engaged to him instead. Wouldn't that be a favorable arrangement for both sides? What the hell was she saying? Wait. Okami, what the hell are you talking about? Did I say something strange? Strange? It's completely absurd. So today, I'm engaged to Kiryu, but by tomorrow, I'll just be swapped out for some other guy. What about Kiryu's say in all of this? Isn't the one speaking nonsense here actually you, Hiroyuki-san? This engagement was never based on Ayane-sama's wishes in the first place. Was it? It's a political marriage. Changing the fiancé shouldn't make a difference. I guess that might be true, but, as I understand it, what the Kiryu family seeks is pedigree, correct? In that case, there is no particular reason it has to be you. If so, I will select a more accomplished candidate from the Higashikuju branch families. Ayane-sama is beautiful, and she possesses a charm befitting a refined woman. I can assure you, many of our branch family men would eagerly volunteer for the role. I will personally select a fiancé candidate who excels in both ability and character, someone with distinguished looks as well. To be perfectly honest, I believe they would make for a more suitable partner than you, Hiroyuki-san. It would be an excellent match, both for Ayane-sama and for the Kiryu family. To summarize, the Higashikuju family would be delighted to establish ties with the Kiryu family. However, having Hiroyuki-san as the fiancé poses a high risk to both parties. Therefore, we will propose a suitable candidate from our branch family to take his place in the engagement. That is the nature of this discussion. Okami smiled as she said this. This is the branch family's blunder. We will compensate you accordingly. If all you need is the Higashikuju name, just return Hiroyuki-san to us. There's no issue with that, is there, Ayane-sama? After all, it doesn't matter who it is, does it? Epilogue. If anything, Okami was always smiling. But this particular smile, well, I've known her long enough to tell. Okami. Yes. Are you mad about something? Okami glanced briefly at Kiryu, who looked ever so slightly nervous beside me. Then, she gave a sweet, serene smile. Of course, I'm mad. Despite what I said earlier, to be honest, I'd quite like to push your father off Togetsu Bridge into the Kotsura River. Naturally, when the water level is low. Well, that's just a joke, of course. That's not a joke, is it? It is a joke. Regardless. To put it plainly, I'm not in a good mood. In fact, I'd say I'm in the worst mood. And of course, Hiroyuki-san, I'm mad at you as well. Me? Yes. Okami's eyes narrowed as she looked at me with an uncharacteristically sharp gaze. After all, you promised to marry me. Eh? Kiryu's eyes widened in shock as she turned to look at me. No, wait, promised to marry? That was back in kindergarten, wasn't it? I mean, sure, I do remember her saying, Hiroyuki-san, please marry me, and me nodding in response. But come on, the when doesn't matter. Well, I have heard that you also made marriage promises to Ryoko-san and Tomomo-san around the same time. Again, that was kindergarten. Seriously, that was just a bunch of kids playing house. But believing that one day you would make me your bride, I put my heart into refining myself. Look. With that, she stood up and did a graceful twirl in her kimono. What? What's with you all of a sudden? Are you happy or something? Was she so excited she did a little spin? Why would I spin around if I were happy? That's not the point. Don't you think this kimono suits me? Well, she's always had refined features, so naturally, traditional wear suited her. Not to mention, she wears kimono a lot even in casual settings. You once said, I like Yamato Nadeshiko, didn't you? So I made sure I mastered kimono dressing perfectly. I can handle all household chores, and I've honed my cooking skills as well. All of it, for you, Hiroyuki-san. Of course, that's not all. Marrying me comes with plenty of benefits. Benefits? What the hell? Do you want to marry me? Tilting her head slightly, she responded as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course. I want to marry you, Hiroyuki-san. I see. So you want to marry me? That. Wait, are you serious? What is that supposed to mean? Are you saying you don't believe me? No, it's not that I don't believe you, but, honestly, I did think we were unusually close for cousins. And from what Akane told me, Okami's father seemed to be set on marrying me off to her. But still. You were always ridiculously strict with me. I mean, she was constantly scolding me. As a Higashikuju, you must carry yourself properly. You are a Higashikuju, study harder. That's all I remember. And just earlier, she had literally told me Hiroyuki-san taking over the Kiryu business. Impossible. Fat. As I shot her a doubtful look, Okami awkwardly averted her gaze. I was strict, yes. But it wasn't because I was angry. I just wanted you to be more aware of things. Well, I guess I can understand that. She had scolded me a lot, but it never really felt bad. If anything, it was like being reprimanded by my mom, more out of concern than anything. I'm glad you understand. Though, I admit, I wasn't very good at being honest with my feelings. That was my fault. So, let me say it properly this time. She looked at me, her eyes glistening. I love you, Hiroyuki-san. I love you to the point of madness. I've worked so hard all this time. Every effort I've made has been to earn your favor. And yet, to have you snatched away from me, just like that, it doesn't sit well with me. Aiane-sama, I apologize. I'm not blaming you for this. No. Kiru looked visibly flustered. After briefly glancing at her, Okami turned her full attention back to me. So, Hiroyuki-san, marry me. Let's rebuild the Higashikuju family together. No, let's do it. That is what's best for you. This is all way too sudden. When a fiancé appears out of nowhere, there's no time to hesitate. Besides, you yourself admitted you lack the confidence to handle the Kiru family's business, didn't you? Well, no, Kiru, don't make that kind of despair-ridden face. I said I wasn't confident, not that I wouldn't try. I'll give it my best shot. Besides, let's put the Kiru business aside for a moment. I mean, it's not just that. What do you call it? Corporate management. I've never been trained in any of that. Honestly, I don't think I could handle either the Kiru business or the Higashikuju affairs. That's fine. What is? I will now present the benefits of marrying me. Consider it a proposal, no, a presentation. Saying that, Okami held up 2 fingers. A presentation, seriously? The Higashikuju family's major roles can be divided into 2, title lending and asset management. Title lending and asset management. Yes. One of the most important tasks is to lend our family name for various organizations, either when a new institution is established or when an existing one appoints a new representative. Have you ever heard of honorary titles like honorary president or honorary chairman? Yeah, of course. This also involves attending opening ceremonies, closings, and various social gatherings. But to be frank, it's not a role that carries any real responsibility. And yet, it pays. That sounds like an absolute racket, doesn't it? As long as you know basic etiquette, even a high school student could do it. You're joking. I'm not. The Higashikuju name carries a certain value, you see. And asset management. Historically, our family owned estates in Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo. While some land was seized during the Meiji Restoration, the head of the family at the time knew he lacked the skills to run a business, so instead, he invested in promising individuals and rented out land. Over the years, those investments grew into major corporations, producing dividends, while hotels and other developments on our land generate rental income. After 100 years, that turns into a fortune. So you're managing that. Managing investments. I have no idea how to do that. The actual investment operations are fully entrusted to private banks overseas. While we do hold assets in Japanese yen, Japan has complex regulations regarding banks, securities, trusts, and real estate, making direct management a hassle. It's too tedious, so we simply leave it in their hands. Our actual job is merely reviewing the financial reports that come in. But honestly, even if an amateur were to meddle, it wouldn't lead to anything good, so we leave everything to the private banks. Sounds like a lot of free time. It is. Honestly, even an elementary schooler could do it. So, if you marry me, you'll have a very comfortable life. You know how big the main house is, don't you? There's no need to work yourself to the bone. Let's just live there peacefully, Hiroyuki-san. There's nothing difficult about it. Well, except for one thing. We will need children. She smiled sweetly. Don't you think I've become beautiful? Well, all of this, is for you, Hiroyuki-san. I wanted you to like me. I wanted to become the kind of woman you'd desire. That's why. I belong entirely to you. Didonti. Kiru's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the seductive atmosphere Okami had created. What exactly is wrong, Ayane-sama? Because Higashikuju-kun is. He's my fiancé. No, he isn't. I do not approve. That. And besides, Ayane-sama, I am also a little angry at you. What? At me? Yes. Oh, but not because you became engaged to Hiroyuki-san. Listening to you speak earlier, you sounded as if you wanted to remain engaged to Hiroyuki-san. Well. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she stole glances in my direction before giving a small, hesitant nod. Okami looked at her for a moment, then tilted her head slightly. Why? Why? Wasn't this an unwanted engagement for you? In that case, it shouldn't matter if Hiroyuki-san is replaced with someone else, should it? That's what the Kiru family seeks is Higashikuju bloodline. Or at least, distinguished heritage, correct? So then, it doesn't have to be Hiroyuki-san, does it? You've only been living together for, what, a few months? If you've grown attached in that time, then that would make some sense. Saying that, she glanced at me for a moment. Ayane-sama, you are acquainted with Kamo Ryoko-san, Suzuki Tomomi-san, and Kawakita Mizuho-san, correct? Yes. I can't offer my blessing for those three, but, well, I can understand and accept it. The three of them have admired Hiroyuki-san since childhood. Offering at least a round of applause is extremely frustrating, but, well, I wouldn't be entirely opposed. But I refuse to accept you swooping in and taking him. Because you don't see Hiroyuki-san, you only see Higashikuju. That's not. Of course, you'll argue that things are different now. Yes. I don't deny the existence of love at first sight, nor do I believe love should be determined by whoever arrives first. If you were truly drawn to Hiroyuki-san and genuinely wished to marry him, I might consider it. But that's not the case with you, is it? That's right. From the beginning, what you wanted was Higashikuju's family status. That puts you at a different starting point than us. In other words, your motives are impure. It didn't have to be Hiroyuki-san. As long as it was someone from the prestigious Higashikuju family, anyone would have sufficed. It just so happened that the one you got was Hiroyuki-san. You lived together and realized he wasn't so bad. Then, when someone came along trying to take him away, you didn't like that. It wasn't that you desperately wanted him, but having him by your side felt nice. So now you don't want him taken away. Isn't that about right? She smiled as she spoke. Don't underestimate us, please. I refuse to hand over our precious Hiroyuki-san to someone like you. A sharp glare, piercing enough to make an audible clang, was directed at Kiru. Exclamation point. If you don't desperately want him, then return Hiroyuki-san to those of us who do. To me. Naturally, as compensation, we'll give you the prestigious status you're after. To put it simply, that's the deal. Well, whatever. Either way, we won't be reaching a conclusion here tonight. It's getting late, so I'll be leaving now. With that, she rose from her seat. Yes. By the way, thank you for the tea. Smiling brightly, Okami bowed gracefully before turning away. I could do nothing but stare in stunned silence as she left. Bonus chapter, Higashikuju Okami's Rampage. For me, Higashikuju Okami, my second cousin Higashikuju Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki-san has been part of my life for as long as I can remember. His presence was there before I even became aware of the world around me. If Suzuki Tomomi came to know love, if Kawakita Mizuho fell in love, then I, Higashikuju Okami, nurtured my love. To be honest, there was no dramatic first meeting, no fateful encounter, no passionate whispers that burned through my heart. Well, I won't pretend I don't have some thoughts about it. Hearing that tomboyish Tomomi-san gush, Hiroyuki was seriously so cool back then, makes me feel, disgusting. Envious, I won't lie. And seeing Mizuho-san, whose life revolves around basketball and only basketball, grinning like a love-struck maiden as she declares, Hiroyuki-senpai was the only one who truly saw me. Makes my brain rot, cough, cough. Seeing that kind of blissful, dreamy smile. Well, I can't say I didn't feel a little jealous. But still. Even so, I had never been dissatisfied with my love. Honestly, what is he doing? I stormed out of Ainsama's house, my frustration reaching its limit. Stepping into my own room next door, I kicked off my shoes at the entrance and immediately pulled out my phone from my drawstring pouch. Tapping the screen, I selected a number and made the call. 1 ring, 2 rings, and just as the third rang, mohi mohi, ha hee hee, oh hee ha, what the hell was that voice? What's with that tone? Are you eating something? Nga. Phew, sorry, just having some post-bath ice cream. So, what's up, Okami? Pretty rare for you to call. After the sound of something being swallowed, a sigh escaped from the other end. It's been a while, Tomomi-san. By the way, you just got out of the bath. I glanced at the clock. The hour hand was just shy of 6. Isn't that a little early to be bathing? Practice was tough today, you know? Just needed a quick shower to rinse off the sweat. It's been crazy hot lately. And post-bath ice cream? Absolutely divine. Choco mint is the peak of all flavors. That's blasphemy. Matcha is the one and only choice. Mint is for toothpaste, not dessert. Typical. You and your Japanophile obsession. But badmouth Choco mint, and it's war, you hear me? I have no interest in fighting a war over something so trivial. Seriously. And besides, I didn't call for this nonsense. Do you have time to talk? I'm just eating ice cream, so sure. But, what's up, Okami? You never call, always just message. This something urgent? Not exactly. I wouldn't call it an emergency. If anything, I'd say the damage is already done. But, well, I wanted to voice a complaint. A complaint? Wait, did I do something? Don't tell me I pissed you off. You know Kiru Ainsama, don't you? At my words, Tomomi-san swallowed whatever she was about to say. I pressed on, my voice taking on a sharper edge. I heard everything from Akane-san. You and Ainsama seem quite close, don't you? I heard you've gone out together, done karaoke, and even played a basketball match recently. Well, yeah. I guess you could say we've been getting along. Karu-san's not a bad person, you know. I wasn't informed. Ahaha. Come on, Okami. Why do you sound like a jealous girlfriend? What, am I supposed to report all my friendships to you now? Gosh, Okami-san, you're so. Are you being serious? I don't take you for someone that dense. You honestly don't understand why I, someone who normally keeps things to messages, am calling just to complain. Yeah. A deep sigh came through the receiver. After a brief silence, Tomomi-san continued. So, let me guess. You just found out recently, right? Yes. I'm sorry. It wasn't like we were deliberately keeping you out of the loop or anything. But, well, if you had heard Hiroyuki now has a fiancé, we had no idea what you'd do. Specifically, I could already picture Uncle Higashikuju getting dragged off somewhere. What do you take me for? You and Hiroyuki-san both. I'm not that much of an extremist. I see. Exactly. Really? Truly? Okay, yeah. My bad. Good. And for the record, it's not the exclusion that bothers me. Well, to be honest, I was a little hurt. Aren't we childhood friends? Okami. I don't need to know everything, nor do I expect you to tell me. But you do understand how I feel about Hiroyuki-san, don't you? It's true that I may not have spent as much time with you as Ryoko-san or Mizuho-san. Even so, I still consider you my dearest childhood friend. My best friend. Yeah. I mean, you've never exactly tried to hide it. Though that dense idiot probably hasn't noticed. No, seriously, I'm sorry. If I'm being honest, I did think about consulting you at first. I figured you'd be willing to help. But I hesitated. And if keeping it from you made you feel left out, then that's on us. Because I do think of you as an important childhood friend. as my best friend. So, Okami, I'll hear out whatever complaints you have. Wrong. Wait, what? Wrong. Yes. As I said before, I was a little hurt. But that's not why I called. On the other end, Tomomo-san was likely tilting her head in confusion. I took a deep breath and, what are you doing just standing around watching? Hiroyuki-san is in danger. Shouldn't you be doing whatever it takes to take him back from Ayane-sama? Excuse me? Don't just excuse me. Do you realize that Hiroyuki-san now has a fiancé, a repulsive, odious existence? And yet, you've just been casually hanging out with the person in question, singing karaoke, playing basketball. You, of all people. Weren't you always the aggressive type? Shouldn't you be crushing that so-called fiancé? Or, wait, do you just not care about Hiroyuki-san anymore? Because if that's the case, that's actually fantastic for me. Odious existence, seriously? And Okami, you just called me your dearest childhood friend, but this is what you really think of me, obviously. You used to be a search and destroy kind of person. Back in elementary school, graceful was the last word anyone would use to describe you. You must have forgotten it in your mother's womb. When an enemy appears, you show no mercy and annihilate them. That's who you are, Tomomo-san. Hey, childhood friend. I take back my apology from earlier. Who are you calling a rabid dog? That's Akane's title, not mine. I never said rabid dog. Like you have any right to talk. I know Akane learned all her martial arts from you. If anything, you are the one who raised the rabid dog. What's this nonsense about you being graceful? Who are you calling a top breeder of rabid dogs? I accept that insult as a challenge. I didn't say that. The back and forth insults flew for about 10 minutes before Tomomi, slightly out of breath, spoke again. Ha. Anyway, what? You called just to tell me to crush Kiru-san? Sorry, but that's a hard no. Ha. And why is that, exactly? Could it be that you truly don't care about Hiroyuki-san anymore? Is that it? Let me ask you the reverse, Okami. Do you really think I'm the type to suddenly go, Hiroyuki? Oh, whatever. Congrats on the new girlfriend. No, I don't. If anything, I see you as the type to cling pathetically to his legs, begging. Not sure how I feel about that assessment, but I won't deny it. That's how much I love Hiroyuki, and I have no intention of giving up on him. Then why have you done nothing about the current situation? Tomomi hesitated. I waited in silence, giving her the space to continue, and finally, she spoke, her voice reluctant. Well, I already struggled and lost. What? I mean, both Ryoko and I were already rejected by Hiroyuki, so now, we're just watching from the sidelines. Oi, childhood friend. Did you just put a musical note at the end of that? You sound way too happy right now. And no such thing. Absolutely not. Ahihi. You demon. You laughed at your dearest childhood friend's heartbreak. I apologize. That's not what Well, I can't say I don't get it. If you got utterly and brutally dumped by Hiroyuki, I'd be clutching my stomach, laughing my ass off. Like, yes, I win. In that case, I'd like my apology back. Come on, Okami. Let's not pretend we're any different. But yeah, for now, I'm just sitting back and watching how things play out. I see. She tried to brush it off with a joke, but I knew. Tomomi must have been hurting more than she let on. Do you regret it? Do you think you made a mistake? Oh, definitely. Every night, I ask myself how I could have been such an idiot. I don't cry into my pillow, though. I punch it. She laughed dryly as she said it. But I knew that at one point, Hiroyuki-san's heart had wavered toward her, and that he had shut those feelings away for Ryoko-san's sake. Well, by all means, wallow in your regret. For me, this is quite the fortunate turn of events. You never change, do you? Tomomi chuckled, then after another bout of laughter, she spoke again. So, what about you, Okami? Are you planning to storm in and give Hiroyuki and Kiru-san a piece of your mind? She was probably smirking as she asked. I already did. What? Just now. Let's see. I'd say I declared war on oujo-sama. She was left speechless. You serious? Dead serious. Tomomi, you're too soft. When the time comes, I act. You really will do anything for Hiroyuki? So, what exactly did you say? That, I'll keep to myself. What, is it some kind of trade secret? No. But from the way you talk, you and oujo-sama don't seem to have a particularly hostile relationship, do you? Ah. Yeah, I wouldn't say I hate her. Honestly, she kind of reminds me of Hiroyuki in some ways. Then all the more reason not to tell you. If I explain it, it'll just sound one-sided. You should hear it from Hiroyuki-san himself. Got it? But hey, you didn't say anything too awful, did you? I can't make any promises. But I'll be here for a while, so if you have time, drop by for a visit. That's all. Wait, hold up. What do you mean you'll be here for a while? What are you? That's all. I ended the call just as Tomomi started protesting. She'd go on forever otherwise. Now then, I had another childhood friend to give a piece of my mind. Just as I was about to tap my screen to call, my phone vibrated. Oh, how convenient. Hello. Ah, Okami-chan. It's been a while. It's Ryoko. It has, Ryoko-san. What's the occasion? Occasion? What do you mean, what's the occasion? I heard from Akane-chan. You rented a place here. I was shocked. You're well informed, as always. Not that I expected otherwise. I hadn't told Akane-san to keep it a secret, so I figured word would spread quickly. It's a bit messy at the moment, but let's see, maybe next week or the week after. Why don't you all come over? I'll host you. If you're inviting us, I'd love to come. I want to chat with you properly, too. Oh, and can we stay overnight? That would be ideal, actually. It's fairly spacious. You got the place next to Hiroyuki-chan's, right? If the layout's the same, it's pretty big. You've been there before, Ryoko-san? I was invited over. Under the pretense of teaching Kiru-san how to cook. A cracking sound came from my phone. Invited over. Ryoko-san. Ahaha. Okami-chan, you're so easy to read. Your voice just dropped. Yes, I imagine it did. Because that's exactly how I feel. And I have to ask. Are you really okay with this? Okay with it? Not really, no. But I kind of always expected this to happen with someone and Hiroyuki-chan. Ever since middle school, you know? So, I can't say I was shocked. The fiancé thing was a bit much, though. But isn't it the same for you? What do you mean? Akane-chan told me. Oh, you know, Oniichan is super well liked by Okami-chan's dad. You okay with that, Ryoko-chan? Our family's kind of a big deal, so he could totally get turned into a fiancé, you know? So honestly, to me, it just feels like Kiru-san took your place. You're well informed. Yes. It wasn't like Hiroyuki-san and I had an official engagement or anything. But it would be a lie to say there wasn't a certain understanding between our families. Our families were closely connected, and my father adored Hiroyuki-san as if he were his own son. Hiroyuki-chan once told me his dad doesn't like the main family. He probably finds it suffocating. But if he truly hated it, do you think he would have entrusted his precious daughter to our family? Good point. He did dote on Akane-chan like crazy, which she finds annoying, apparently. I get how you feel, but still. I do feel a little bad for Hiroyuki-chan's dad. Ryoko laughed, her voice light and amused. So, you already charged in, didn't you? To Hiroyuki-chan and Kiru-san's place? Charged in makes it sound bad. We just happened to meet at the entrance, and they invited me inside. And then you crushed them. What kind of person do you think I am? Well, she wasn't exactly wrong. What do I think you are? Let's see. I'd say you're the perfect example of a villainous noble lady. A villainous. What now? It's my personal buzzword of the year. And honestly, I think it suits you perfectly. I don't know what you're talking about, but that doesn't sound like a compliment. It's not, but I am impressed. Your love is heavy, in a way. I can totally picture you screaming at Kiru-san, You thieving cat. Hiroyuki-san belongs to me. Again, you're not entirely wrong. Ha ha ha. So, what did you say? I invoke my right to remain silent. If you're that curious, ask Hiroyuki-san yourself. But more importantly, are you really okay with this? Just leaving things as they are? I don't see any immediate problems. No immediate problems. Hiroyuki-san and Ayane-sama are living under the same roof, a young man and woman together. What if something happens? You're surprisingly prudish, aren't you, Okame-chan? Don't worry. This is Hiroyuki-chan we're talking about. No matter how attractive Karu-san is, he's not going to lay a finger on her. Prudish. Be that as it may, you do have a point. Hiroyuki-san is a gentleman. I think coward is the better word, but sure. He's the type to weigh risk versus reward before acting. That's a rather harsh evaluation, but I suppose that's just how you are, Ryoko-san. Among the three of us childhood friends, well, Mizuho-san, Akane-san, and Hideoka-san count as childhood friends too, but out of those closest to Hiroyuki-san, the one who understands him best is undoubtedly Ryoko-san. That's why. Are you really okay with this, Ryoko-san? With what? You called Hiroyuki-san a coward, but I believe he is without a doubt a gentleman. A sincere person. Yeah. He's clumsy, but I won't argue with that. And after seeing them today, I'm convinced. Ayane-sama has undoubtedly fallen for Hiroyuki-san. Yeah, probably. Hiroyuki-chan is the kind of guy who grows on you the longer you're with him. Then, tell me, Ryoko-san, would Hiroyuki-san truly turn away a girl who adores him? A girl who likes him? Probably not. Exactly. Which means, Suzuki Tomomi came to know love. Kawakita Mizuho fell in love. And Kiru Ayane is drowning in it. That wasn't the gaze of someone forced into an engagement out of obligation. Hiroyuki-san made her heart melt, made her feel something deep and sweet. That was the gaze of a girl in love. Tell me, Ryoko-san, would a mere fiancé look at him like that? Of course not. Hiroyuki-san must have done something. Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know the details, but Kiru-san probably had some kind of experience with Hiroyuki-chan that made her fall head over heels for him. And you're okay with that, Ryoko-san? You and I are the same. If I, Higashikuju Okami, nurtured my love, then Kagome Ryoko walked her love alongside Higashikuju Hiroyuki. She was the girl who had spent the most time by his side, sometimes following his lead, sometimes leading the way herself. The one who had walked alongside him longer than anyone else. Yeah. And the same goes for you, right? We're close to Hiroyuki-chan, but compared to Tomomi-chan, Mizuho-chan, or Kiru-san, we didn't fall for him in some dramatic, love-at-first-sight kind of way. That's right. And that's a disadvantage for us. I'm a high school girl too. I've dreamed of romance like the ones in dramas and novels. Dramatic, fateful, thrilling love. If I said I didn't long for it, I'd be lying. Doesn't it make you anxious? To just let go of the boy who had made her experience that kind of love. To let go of Hiroyuki-san. Like hell I can accept that. If this engagement with Ayane-sama becomes official, there's no way I can allow that. I get how you feel, Okame-chan. But Ryoko hesitated, thinking over my words. Well, let's set that aside for now. So, what's your plan? Just so you know, I don't hate Kiru-san or anything. She might be a strong rival in love, but honestly, I'd still like to get along with her, even with Hiroyuki-chan in the picture. You sound just like Tomomi-san. Oh, you talked to Tomomi-chan? A little while ago. I see. Well, we are childhood friends. Maybe we have similar tastes. And you too, Okame-chan. I bet you don't actually hate Kiru-san either. She's kinda like Hiroyuki-chan, after all. Well, I don't dislike Ayane-sama herself. What? You don't? Wait, hold on. You know her. You keep calling her Ayane-sama. I've met her at parties a few times. She's well put together, and I do think she's capable. You don't look down on her, do you? No, why would I? In high society, There are those who mock Ainsama's family as upstarts. But despite that, she always carried herself with dignity. I think she's admirable. That doesn't sound like something to look down on. You don't think so either, right? I am still a part of that society. So what? Just because you belong to a category doesn't mean you have to share their opinions. And for the record, no, I don't look down on her. Thank you. But depending on what you do next, I might. What do you mean? Hiroyuki-chan is a man of principle. If you try to force them apart, he'll definitely hold on to Kiru-san even more. And we both know, the one that got away is unbeatable. No one can compete with an idealized memory of lost love. Oh, impressive, Ryoko-san. I award you the Hiroyuki-san Expert Level 1 certification. That is indeed a strong possibility. Haha, Okami-chan? I wouldn't be the one taking that test. I'd be the one writing it. You're right. Forcing them apart might just backfire. Glad you understand. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? You're my dear childhood friend too, Okami-chan. And I don't want to see you miserable if Hiroyuki-chan ends up presenting you. Thank you. I'll tread carefully. I hope so. You suddenly moved here, after all. And you have this thing about charging ahead once you've made up your mind. Just, seriously, don't overdo it, okay? Ryoko's words had an oddly encouraging effect on me. Yes, that's right. I just need to make sure Hiroyuki-san doesn't hate me while also tearing him away from Ainsama. That's it. Leave it to me, Ryuko-san. I will take Hiroyuki-san back. Oh, absolutely. There's no way I, Higashikuju Okami, would ever lose to some random fiancé who just showed up out of nowhere. You do realize that line is straight out of a villainous noblewoman's script, right? Well, good luck, I guess. Ryuko's voice sounded exasperated, but it barely registered. My heart was burning with determination. I will take Hiroyuki-san back, no matter what. End of Volume 4.